Coming nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we got those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we got those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA. I'm Ash. I'll be hosting today, and I'm joined by Matt and Johnny. How are you guys feeling today? I know that yesterday we talked about how we're reaching already, Matt, the halfway point here of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, it is flying by, right? I mean, we are getting through these games quick, especially in EMEA, and today we have some doozies.
Today is important. Today are the important games for the middle of the pack teams to avoid promotion and relegation. So we got 2 matches in EMEA today, but they're really spicy, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, you're talking about some important matches. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday's games as well, because Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro managed to actually clinch their playoff spots with their wins yesterday. Both of them were 3-0 sweeps. and it was up against Anyone's Legends and Team Peps, respectively. Matt, it's they're looking in form. That's what.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams look awesome. I know, like, there's probably lots of people who are like, oh, like, talk about all the other EMEA teams. Like, these two teams have definitely kind of seems like they've asserted a little bit of a gap between them and the rest of the field. And I know VP looking really good on this Maga comp, which is something that might sneak in with some other teams a little bit later.
Yeah, it haunted us a little bit. We're like, where did this Maga come from? But okay, like, it suits Virtus.pro style, so I guess we'll see more of it. I mean, crucially, only 2 teams from the region make it to the first international major event in just, a month or 2. And so for the other teams, it's like, how do we beat Virtus.pro? Like, how do we beat Twisted Minds? It's going to be quite the challenge come the stage playoffs in a couple of weeks.
It definitely will be. And then the other matchup yesterday, Geeky versus Kadia. That was a 3-2 for Geeky. There was a world where they could have definitely made it that 3-0 affair, Matt, but Kadia, they did warm up after Matt too. It just was a little bit too late, unfortunately, for that.
They look like a different team. Really, games 3 and 4 did Kadia. They just couldn't keep it going. And I think, for Geeky, Finn, we had him in the interview. You kind of mentioned maybe Zia got a little bit too turned like halfway through the series. And then, look, if Haku and Finn can play like they did yesterday and just kind of live, they're going to be able to compete with a lot of teams.
If they can just live.
I mean, yeah.
Well, talking a little bit about the standings after we talked a bit about how yesterday's matches did end up panning out. We already mentioned it, the 3-0 here for Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro in the standings, allowing them to safely secure that playoff spot here, Johnny. But then for the rest of these teams, it gets pretty scrappy considering how the rest of the schedule is going to look.
Yeah, it don't look good for Anyone's Legend and Team Peps. But it's not over yet. Anyone's Legend, 2 losses. They lost 6 maps in a row, but it was against Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro. Today they get the chance to go up against Kadia. That should be way more even of a matchup. So it hasn't been the best start for Anyone's Legend, but I don't think we expected them to compete with those top 2 teams anyway.
Yeah, but Ash, I mean, you're relying on the Winston magically just kind of ascending.
It could always happen. It's Winston.
Into this comp that works. I don't know if I see it there with Anyone's Legend. I think in a rough spot with the meta. For me, like, Peps, obviously, they're in a rough spot, right? 0-3. They need to win out, and they need a lot of help from some other teams like Anyone's Legend. So, really, that first game has a lot. Basically, it's Peps' entire stage on the line here.
It definitely is, and unfortunately for Peps, it's not like it gets, crazy easy or anything like that, because when it comes down to, even these teams that are more in the middle of the pack, it's still a tough matchup regardless. I think that EMEA, we talked about a lot of the respect that's been discussed in a lot of the interviews here, Johnny, and talking about how close the competition is, how strong a lot of these rosters are, even though the region is looking top heavy. For the rest of these 4 teams, it's cutting it pretty close.
Yeah, I still feel for Peps though. It's like, yeah, we took a 3-0 loss to Virtus.pro yesterday, but we gotta be in high spirits still. We're playing GK today, and that's way more of like an opponent we should be competitive with. But what are you looking at me for, Matt?
High spirits. We're 0-3 and -7 map
but like,
differential.
Okay, but like, you can't just walk into the match and be like deflated. It's like, oh, it's over. It's like, you gotta look in for this one. Yeah, you took a brutal loss yesterday, but you should be self-aware enough to know that Virtus.pro is going to be a tough challenge, and GK is the match to focus on this weekend.
Oh, for sure. But speaking about another matchup that we do have to focus on, another team that is still trying to climb out of that bottom 2 position, Anyone's Legends have that opportunity to potentially grab their first win up against Kadia today. When we're talking about the scheduling that they've had so far, Matt, they had to play the top 2 teams in Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds to kick off this regular stage. And now, for them, I feel like this Kadia matchup is their first true litmus test to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my mode has looked really good. Like, when playing the Vendetta, I thought, Kai's had some good moments. It's just really trying to, like, force maybe some of these Winston-based dives that are really difficult for them. If they can kind of move off of that and, even just a little bit something closer.
You
to
hate
like
the
Diva
Winston,
comp.
dude. Come
well,
on.
Have
why
we
do
seen?
you hate the Winston?
Have we seen it work?
No,
Okay,
but
listen.
it was against the top 2 teams. Come on.
It's against
Easier
the top 2
competition.
teams.
Okay.
Have you
so
not
maybe
seen
today.
the memes,
Maybe
Matt?
today.
Like the Winston can save me memes? Have you seen those?
No, I'm not up on my
Okay.
Winston memes. Sorry.
My guy
catch
definitely
you
picked
up on the
talent
Winston memes
in
later.
game.
Yeah.
I'll catch you on the Winston memes later. But speaking about some dubs, our first opening weekend was actually a huge win for us here on the broadcast and on OWCS. We really appreciated how much you guys showed up when it came down to the viewership and the support. So we want to thank you guys with another gift here. We've got our esports loot boxes in game that you guys can claim, both today and tomorrow being the last day to do so. I know I'm definitely going to be getting mine. I said that yesterday on broadcast, guys. I was so tired that I didn't get the chance, so don't be like me and make sure to grab yours, because I'm going to be locking in and doing that. Overall though, I think that when we're talking about these upcoming matches, talking deeper into this Peps versus GK matchup here, I feel like, Johnny, we know that Peps are sitting at 0-3. They cannot afford any more losses with relegation on the line here, and GK is a tough opponent that they're going to be going up against.
Yeah, I still feel like Peps is going to have an easier time to execute though, and so far from Peps, we've really seen two different compositions from them. First of all, the Hazard composition from last week, it really looked good when they stepped up the tempo. The problem is when you look at the bans from their opponents, it's like, oh, we're gonna ban the Hazard, we're gonna ban the Lucio, we're gonna ban the Kiriko. It's like the teams know what's coming their way, right? And so yesterday they were forced to pick up more of the Zarya, and then they had to adapt to the Mauga coming out of Virtus.pro, and it just looked like all of yesterday they were not in the slightest comfortable with the compositions they were forced to play and how they were forced to adapt to Virtus.pro. So I think in today's series, maybe they'll get away of playing a Hazard a map or two, and then if they could just execute with Dips Vendetta and Willy Zarya, which seems to be the meta right now anyway, that will give them the best chance of succeeding in this matchup. I doubt we'll see the Mauga that we saw yesterday coming out of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and I liked how they looked playing the Zarya yesterday. We talked about how they kind of wanted to play a lot of this Hazard in week number 1. They didn't really kind of go to some of those Zarya Vendetta looks. They went to them yesterday and they looked pretty good. The bad part was that Virtus.pro had an answer with the Mauga for those types of things, right? So in this match against GK, I wouldn't expect to have to worry about something like that, right? You can play a little bit more of the Zarya, and then you can also play the Hazard, knowing like kind of Ziad probably wants to play Diva and Zarya as well. So I think you're going to be a little bit safer in terms of the bans here for Peps.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely the case. I feel like another player to also keep your eyes out on is Diff. Had a lot of impact in the matches yesterday. It felt like Peps, they had these opportunities where they were finding some advantages a little early on, like very micro advantages in that series up against Virtus.pro, but VP were just so good at shutting things down. And now heading into who they're going to be matching up against, here within GK Esports, this is a squad where, opposite of Peps, this is only their third matchup of the regular season thus far. They looked really solid yesterday. I think that Alpha Yi was performing incredibly well here, reinforced.
Yeah, I think this could be Matt's favorite team. Like, I think this team is just great vibes. It's like they just look into the server, very confident in their individual skill. Like Alpha is like, yeah, I'm dominating on Farah, I'm dominating on the Vendetta, I'm going deep into her backline. Siad just like looks in a little bit too hard and pushes too far forward. I feel like this team is just really talented, they know it, and they're good vibes. And so that just suits Matt, Mr. X. That just explains your personality as well, I think.
It's all about just good vibes. Where, for me, I think this team has the best chance of like cracking into this top 2. If you kind of have that tier gap here in EMEA. Like we've seen, Ziad and Labda kind of like ascend to those heights in the region. Alfie is like a tremendous player. And if you get like, Finn and Haku, maybe the first game isn't the best to judge them on, but yesterday they were pretty awesome, like throughout the entire series. And I think if they're continuing that level of play, I think it takes GK to another level, and like they can definitely punch up to a team like a Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and it was nice like hearing from Finn talking about that synergy that he had with Haku as well, and how well they were all like looking to get along. But let's talk about our predictions heading into this matchup now here as well. I know that yesterday it's kind of tough going into this one because I voted for both of these teams in their respective matches, but today I've got to go with GK on this. I think that for this roster, I've always been a really big fan of Labda. He's looked so consistent for this squad, and they looked really strong in yesterday's matchup. Unfortunately, I can't go with the Frenchman.
I want to see Peps at LAN in the worst way. I love their fans. I love how they show out.
The worst way?
But yeah, they're awesome. They're so much fun.
Okay, so
they're going
did you
crazy.
Vote for them?
No, absolutely not. I'm taking GK in this. I mean, look, I think we may need to institute some type of like, fan polling or vote to get Peps to the events. Maybe a fan favorite slot here because they've had a rough go at the beginning part of the season, and I think
I
EK
wouldn't want that
is
anyway.
hitting their stride. Why not?
It's like, hey, do you want to come? You won the fan favorite vote. It's like you didn't earn it to play.
Fan poll and make it to LAN.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, it feels like slightly BM, so we're gonna gloss over that one.
We'll workshop that idea, after the broadcast.
We'll get back
we'll
to you
talk
on
more
that
about
one.
it, Matt.
There's
Yeah.
something there.
Johnny,
There's something there.
Maybe a
who are
show
you
match or
locking in
something.
on?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, you get to go to Japan. Who wouldn't want to go to Japan? So I got GK2 in this one, and I insist on saying GK. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm Swedish or something. But yes, I think they're going to come out on top here. They're the favorite. They've looked really good so far. They have all the skill required. Like Siad, last year, we hailed Siad as like the new superstar young prospect tank player, and he's continued those performances starting this year. Damage line as well. Labda had some amazing performances last year, and Alpha E has been pounding on the Pharah so far and the Vendetta. So I think GK, they're just stacked to the brim with talent. It's just about, are you going to overextend? Maybe push a little bit too aggressive? Like, are you actually going to be disciplined in your approach? That is the big question I have for GK today. It's like, can they actually execute against a team like Peps? And they are the favorite too.
I think that's totally fair. I think that now that we've gotten our predictions out of the way, hopefully you guys are getting your predictions down in chat here as well for this GK versus Team Peps matchup. Matt, Johnny, let's see if Team Peps are able to bring a little bit of bite back with their backs against the wall here, or if GK is going to make it a clean one to close out week 2.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ash. I kind of hope that Pep's able to take this, Johnny, even after picking GK, because like it could definitely make that final spot potentially for EMEA, that 4 slot, like pretty interesting in terms of who gets that, right? If kind of all these teams start just beating each other, dragging down the records, it'll be a
what
Peps,
if you're praying for drama?
Yeah, if you're playing for the if you're voting for drama, you want Peps to win. But for Lijiang Tower, opening pickup for Peps here, we'll get to see what the bans are coming on in. I think Peps is going to be in a little bit of safer spot in terms of like what they want to play meta wise. As we do see the bans. Okay, so a Pharah and a Moira ban here for GK. That one feels a little bit like a throwaway.
Yeah, they're probably quite confident just beating Peps in a pretty standard approach. I don't feel like they have to ban anything. The Pharah is understandable from Peps because obviously GK yesterday they came out playing the Sojourn and the Pharah, which was kind of an interesting approach. Like, we're gonna poke from far away, look for picks instead. And Alpha E was like a fantastic Pharah player, and so I think that worked to a T. And so Peps here coming out with the Pharah ban, respecting the approach from GK quite a bit.
Yeah, and the Moira just a throwaway, right? I feel like GK probably felt like there's nothing they really kind of need thrown into it. And maybe with Peps, you get rid of the Pharah, you feel like you kind of want to run some more of the Vendetta, potentially, right?
Right.
You can play that Zarya Vendetta like we saw from them the other day, but it also feels like GK has no problems playing into that mirror. So we see that a lot on Lijiang Tower. I fully expect to see that in this first one.
Yeah, I feel like the story so far for Peps has kind of been, obviously they've had tough matchups, but they've kind of failed to adapt in the middle of the series to what their opponents are throwing at them. Both yesterday, it was the Mauga from Virtus.pro, but the week before that, it was the Orisa coming out of Kadia, and they're like, we haven't practiced against that too much, and like, we weren't too sure in our approach of how to beat it right. I think GK today is going to be more of a standard meta compositional matchup. I think we're going to see GK they rely a lot on the Vendetta and the Zarya from Siad. So this could potentially be an easier matchup for Peps in that they don't have to adapt throughout the series.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think they won't have to kind of adapt to anything kind of wild coming out from GK. I think GK is going to play pretty similar stuff to them. You just wonder that if GK is at like a different kind of level in terms of team.
I'm praying for
Peps.
Mizuki.
But I mean, we have not seen any Mizuki at all, really. Kind of the only new hero we haven't seen here in OWCS in our first
Yeah, this guy's
stage,
played it one
so.
round. They were real proud of it.
And then it went away. Okay, so mirror matchup, exactly kind of how we thought with the Emre Vendetta, the Zarya, Lucio Kiri. Seems to be like kind of the meta, I think. As teams, this is really what they want to play. As I know, Bubbles there used onto Dip, trying to put some pressure onto Labda here in this back corner.
Yeah, both Vendettas just trading aggression for now.
Nice
Alfie,
nade.
yeah, great nade from Labda, actually combining with Alfie on this Vendetta, and now Team Peps. It almost looks like they're gonna try to disengage this one and wait for Sora to come back.
Yeah, and you actually kind of like just get back to the point, and yeah, nothing you can really do here is the Labda's just kind of hitting everything here.
Mobbing them in.
Well, dude, those nades actually do a ton of like just kind of like chunk damage that like knocks you off course a little bit, and being able to kind of follow those up and finish them off as a Vendetta, it's like a pretty nasty combination. Is you see Team Peps having a tough time even like kind of working through the door here. Is I know dip dangerously low, does get the bubble as Haku's going to get away.
Alfie is waiting here on the flank, so he's going to come in, get on top of this backline. Can he find a kill? Not quite. Has to disengage.
Yeah, puts a little bit of damage. Oh, Dip is in a really weird spot there as going to make it back to the rest of the team. Nice job there from Alfie, just kind of getting through the window, trying to put down some damage, but just hangs down for a little bit too long. Maybe just kind of like they're juggling that corner, maybe thinking he was going to get a bubble, not having it available there is Ziad. So Kitsune Rush available for Peps if they need it. It's going to be difficult. Ooh, they actually just kind of barrel down Ziad. So this is actually really good for Peps. Not going to have to use any of these ultimates.
Yeah, but at the same time, it took quite a long time because Zoro died so early in the round. GK able to stack up 52% already, and we haven't seen a single ultimate being used so far in this round. So all things considered, yes, Peps, they come away with the fight win there, but GK feeling really comfortable having already amassed 52% as Alfie goes for a bit of a touch here, forcing the positioning rotation from Peps.
I think trying to drag them back, right? And you do have Labda here with this Emre ultimate, potentially could use it. Overlooking the point that that'll be Zoro actually using the Emre ultimate here right before. It's going to be a sound barrier here from FD God as Haku not able to build up to it at this moment in time. There's a little battle in the sky. Zoro finally able to win it. That's going to be Finn dropping the rush. So that's actually both ultimates used there. Support ultimate by Peps. It's going to be a sound barrier here from Haku as GK still feels like they can fight this, Johnny, because they have Ziad alive and fully charged up. Alfie here as well. So the later beat there from Haku, not able to save Labda, but enough to get the team to win.
Yeah, that great patience by the Lucio is going to pay off. You know, it's a tale as old as time. If you can get the later beat with the Lucio, that extra overhealth is going to do you a lot of good. So great play by Haku there. And now, Graviton surges on either side here. If you could maybe stall this fight out and combine the Sundering Blade with the Graviton surge, that could be GK coming around with a round win here.
Yes, it takes a while, it feels like, for Peps to kind of get these plays on the point. As that's going to be a nice, Suzu there to try to keep Ziad up, but a nice Sundering Blade, though, on the other end. It's going to be both grabs used. You do end up losing your Zarya here for GK, but the rest of the team pretty healthy. Both damage dealers gone for Peps as well. They have to back out.
Yeah, Peps 92% though. Willis is going to have to come up with the touch here, and that's going to waste the Zarya bubbles as well. So GK, they could dive here with Ziad on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, they dive on in and actually go right around Willis as he's not really able to get anything going. It was a nice boot by FD God to kind of knock Alfie off course. They were able to pick up that kill, but they're not having anyone there to get a touch. A fairly competitive first round, but it goes to GK.
And that was the second time we've seen Ziad flex over to the Wrecking Ball in overtimes, because we saw it yesterday on Havana as well. So that tells you that, you know, these tank players, they're looking for an excuse to swap over to the Wrecking Ball in time of need. We saw the same thing from Twisted Minds in the preseason boot camp as well. I think it was TVNT who swapped over to Wrecking Ball on New Junk City, and then you stuck with it and it worked out, right? So great play by Ziad there, combining for the dive with the Wrecking Ball. Well,
we see a lot of teams, even you know, the supports specifically of Jetpack Cat's not banned, which we haven't seen a ton of. You know, Cat ban here. In OWCS, use the Jetpack Cat to get back to the point pretty quick. It'll be a mirror matchup yet again in terms of comps, which at least on the early outset looks to potentially favor GK. Is you see Labda actually, Johnny, gonna get up to like 16% on the ultimate already. That's like 2 big nades over at the choke, and then he finds Zoro.
Yeah, doing a great job following up on this damage from Alfie. Just has a second one there on FD God as well. You know, if you, like you said, if you can hit these nades pretty reliably, there is great damage.
And I mean, that damage obviously converts into ultimate charge. I mean, just look at like just being able to kind of like, you know, farm these nades over at the
42 against 17.
Yeah, like just, well, one, he went from like, you know, 15 to 22 just by a nade over on the bridge here, just kind of connecting with 2 players. So really impactful out of Labda early on as EK, that they look like a team to be reckoned with right now as Zoro just trying to find an angle. It's going to be bubbles used on the dip to get across it. Oh, he just gets knocked out of the sky, it looks like there, and he ends up kind of falling into the drink.
Yeah, it was Alfie, right, with the overhead strike, interrupted the aerial movement of Zoro and just knocks him down into the pool. I'm kind of surprised that Alfie didn't get the kill credit for that, because obviously he was the one to stop that momentum. But it's a great heads-up play by Alfie, I suppose. I'd love to see his perspective of how intentional that was, but good play nonetheless.
Yeah, it's either a intended heads-up play, or it's one of those plays where you just start laughing and you're gonna do. You had no intent to do it. You had no intent to do it, but it worked out awesome. Is Dip will make the cross here for Team Peps, just trying to like get these players off this bridge. I mean, they have no chance to get across here. Oh, nice shots though. That's gonna be Zoro taking out Labdas. He goes up into the sky there with that Overwatch protocol. So that is a huge pick off there from Zoro, as that was gonna be a huge ultimate from Labda that gets nothing.
Yeah, and a big sigh of relief for Peps there as they finally take control of this point. Another round here with GK just early on able to stack up a lot of percentage, and they still have this Kitsune rush from Finn, so maybe no need to overcomplicate this one. Send in Alfie with a Zarya bubble to create some space and then push through with the Kitsune rush. Keeping an eye out here for Willis. If he can build this Graviton Surge in time for this bridge area, that could be a great choke.
Yeah, it looks like already, though, Alfie is in, and you have this Kitsune rush that's now dropped. You also have the benefits of having the sound barrier if needed as well here, as Haku's going to drop it and end up saving Ziad as the grab comes through from Willies. Zoro just trying some heroics over the top. It's going to be, a 3-person beat here for Peps as they want to try and continue to fight this. So this is getting pretty dire, Johnny.
Yeah, it looked like FD God was hoping that one of his team members was going to stay alive. I think by the time he pressed Q, it would have been a 4-man beat, but an additional member died and just 3 people. That's not the sound barrier you want to see. And now 85%, GK can hold close with this Graviton Surge.
Yeah, as Willies kind of steps up into it. Nothing he can do there. Sundering Blade from Alfie, not even really needed to produce any kills there to be able to kind of take this one. As Zerion maybe makes it interesting, takes out Alfie. You do end up having Zerion and Dip still here. It's going to be Dip with a Sundering Blade. Just kind of splits the remaining members of the team. And hold on, FD God actually knocks off Ziad, so that's quite huge. It's actually going to be a point flip here for Peps, so not out of it.
Yeah, it looked like this round was essentially over, but maybe that boop from FD God made up for the sound barrier and keeps them alive in this one. They got decent timing. With Xerion coming up on this Kitsune rush as well. Ziad swaps over to the Diva here. Going to be tricky against the Zarya and the Vendetta. For now, though, just trying to stay alive, or both teams here as Labda gets some of these projectiles in, but not able to find a pick.
Yeah, kind of puts down some damage. Maybe moves him back up a little bit. You could tell when he was looking at the ground, he wasn't exactly sure he was going to land on the platform. And maybe he actually kind of like hit the roof and slid off, and then there's not really like a momentum, movement ability there from Emre where you could have made it back on. As we do have Ziad over to the Diva here, maybe trying to aid the dive just a little bit, as this one is kind of devolved into chaos here in round number 2. As Peps looked completely out of it, Johnny, and they battle back.
Okay, so GK are coming up on double support ultimate. Haku has to get there, but Zoro has this override protocol. Commit with a huge play now. Oh, it's a lot of damage out.
Oh, I mean, a ton. The Kitsune rush comes down and not able to really get much value. Nice shots here from Zoro, as it's going to be a sound barrier here from Haku. It's going to protect him, Ziad, and Alfie as they make it to the point, but Ziad, he's in a world of trouble. Yeah, just kind of gets split off. Not able to keep him alive. And Johnny, this is one where GK, they most certainly kind of threw this one a little bit. Fantastic plays by Peps, especially Zerion in Dip, able to kind of clutch up, and then Zoro with some big shots with the Emerald towards the end, and Peps ties it up at 1 round apiece.
Yeah, I feel like the end of that round kind of demonstrates the ideas we have about GK Esports. It's like really talented team, but then the round just got away from them. It's like, we're gonna swap over to the Diva for a little bit. Labda tried to go for a play on the flank, but fell off the map, and you're like, what is happening here, guys? Can we just stabilize? Run like a default push? They kind of like overcomplicate it a little bit.
Yeah, a little silly in them. Right there. Towards the end, we take a look at some of the stats. Is nobody really kind of popping off like crazy, so to speak. I think both these teams kind of even here at the moment. As Finn, I imagine, will go over to the Kiri. We'll get kind of like one final head-to-head on this exact matchup where, dude, Peps has looked good playing this style. I'm almost disappointed that they ended up kind of playing the Hazard and trying to force it so much early on.
Well, maybe a step behind when it comes to the meta adaptation, and now they recognize that they need to rely on this style. For the time being, they got control of the point here, but Alfie is going to go aggressive with the Zarya bubble. Can't get value though, and this is the turn from Peps.
As we'll see now as neither of the Vendettas able to kind of go in, get anything there with those bubbles. As you see Alpha He getting right in Zoro's face.
Good name.
Yes, Zoro and Labda may be the ones who end up kind of deciding this. Is nice shots there from Zoro, not able to actually get the finish on Alfie, but it feels like he's doing enough here to keep himself alive. But both damage dealers quite low on the side of Peps. You do end up losing Dip. You see Alfie kind of getting up into the mix, able to make it back onto the map just barely, as they want this kill into Willie so bad. It looks like, he's gonna back off, but FD what? That's a double boop. I mean, that's unreal. That's gonna turn the tides most certainly in this fight.
Are you kidding me? Another excellent boop by FD God to just save Team Peps when the odds looked stacked against them. Like, this is the FD God experience. 3-man beats and double boops.
And dude, look at this. I mean, it's kind of farmed all the way up to a sound barrier, right? I know the environmental kills, some healing. I mean, he's already there. You kind of playing with house money on some of these ultimates here. If you're Peps, they are looking to steal map number 1. Labda now with this Emery ultimate, this is a pretty nice angle. It's going to be FD God going with the sound barrier here, going to go quite fast. Want to just kind of deny the space from that Emery. It's going to be Finn using the Kitsune Rush in return. Just going to keep everybody alive on the high ground as they jump down. It's going to be Peps answering back with a rush of their own, but Labda in a great spot here on the Emery, just trying to drop some nades, take down Willie's, as Willie's doing his best to survive, but he will eventually crumble. As Zoro, I mean, dude, this is an Emery ult, Johnny, where they only have 3 players up. We'll love to maybe kind of have that coming back into the next fight. It's finally a flip here from GK.
Yeah, questionable usage there, but at the same time, you got out both support ultimates from GK, so we kind of reset the ultimate economy here. Both teams are getting close to the Sundering Blade and the Graviton Surge, so all things considered, not too bad from Peps right now. They have an opportunity to claw themselves back into control of this point. Let's see how they approach the point here. As they go for a bit of a split. Willis towards the white room, looking for a Graviton Surge here on Alfie.
Yeah, I mean, they find it on Alfie, but I don't think anybody else can make it around the corner or put any damage down, because Zoro is actually sucked up in the grab from Ziad and finished off there with some help from Haku. Oh man, now you lose Willie's. Yeah, no bubbles here for Dip. You're going to have to back up, and I mean, Ziad is so charged up. He's able to find FD God on the exit, but a huge fight win there for GK.
I mean, pretty disappointing Graviton Surge, gotta say, from Willis, right? Like, how do you expect the follow-up to be there? If you don't have, like, a Sunbear or something, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, so he does fine Alfie, which I think is somebody great to kind of get out. It's just his team is just getting pressured by Ziad in the choke. There's no way they can turn the corner and just ignore him, right? There's no one able to kind of get any line of sight to put any damage down into him.
Yeah, well, Labda here with an Override Protocol himself and Finn on that Kitsune Rush, so GK definitely in a really good position here to just close out the round, man.
Yeah, I mean, the Override Protocol here available from Labda, as they're going to use it in combination with their Kitsune Rushes. This is really bad for Peps. They're so split. You see players just kind of have to hightail it. As this Emery ultimate kind of comes on in, is Zoro trying to make his way towards the health pack and also needs the point. It's going to be FD God. He's going to get on, get a touch. Zoro's going to have this ultimate. He needs to go absolutely massive. FD God with a solo beat here. Nobody else kind of gets the benefits of it. Maybe he thought he was going to catch Zoro, but Zoro kind of moves around the corner. And just like that, should be the finish. You have Willie's coming back here on the ball. It's okay, a rush here as well from Zerion, but the beat from Haku connects with 3. Labda doesn't get the benefits of it, but it's going to be really difficult for Peps to turn this fight. They're extending it here with Willie's kind of doing the dance on the point. FD God will end up getting a touch. Nobody else there in the end, as GK wins a very close map number 1.
Yeah, crazy start to the day here with this Lijiang Tower map. Still a little bit disappointed there by the execution from Peps. You know, they made the round close, but did you ever feel like Peps were truly like on par with GK Esports? They won a couple of fights there because FD God got a couple of nice boops, but it didn't really feel like they were in control of the Zarya Vendetta matchup.
No, I never really got the sense that they were in control per se. I don't know if the gap is like that big though between these two. Is Finn and Haku with another really good game where Finn there obviously loses the damage output battle to Zerion, but no over 4K, no extra healing, and then Haku as well, right? I know loses the damage battle. I know the damage dealers, the supports as damage dealers for Peps, definitely putting in the work. It's just the supports for DK just able to heal it all back up and doing a nice job kind of keeping each other up. As we take a look at some of the highlights, Zoro had some great moments this game here from Peps.
Yeah, came in clutch a couple of times there with the override protocol, especially on guard, and that second round did a great job. But I've been keeping an eye on the Vendettas as well, Matt, and I feel like Alpha E has really combined beautifully with Lambda throughout, and I think that's the overhead strike which pushes Zoro over the edge there. But I feel like Alpha E has been the better of the two Vendettas when it comes to pressuring that backline, and I think that's showing in the scoreboard. So when you talk about Finn and Haki doing a great job surviving, that's about them. That's the double boot, by the way. That's with them dealing with the aggression from Dip, right? That's making life so much easier for the rest of GK Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that was the grab that you were talking about. You were wondering where the follow-up was. It was right there around the corner, sucked in a grab as well as GK. They handle business there in map number 1, and now even more pressure on Peps, right? Can't lose this series. Need to, ideally, right? You win this series 3-0, 3-1, right? Kind of massage your map count differential as well, right? Because that's going to be impactful if a bunch of teams get tied. They need to get on the scoreboard in a big way here, Johnny. What do you think they're going to go to? What do you think they decide to take us to?
I mean, this is such a tough call because so far, we've seen them really comfortable on the Hazard. No team is allowing them to play the Hazard Lucio Kiri. And so maybe what we've seen from Peps the last couple of days of just playing the Zarya Vendetta, maybe they're like, okay, this is a comp that we're decently practiced on, and the enemy team is going to let us play this composition, right? So I think it's really up in the air here. I couldn't say. They're going to go towards Atlas, which is the map we've seen them dominate on. They did so good against GK, playing the Hazard composition on Atlas. The problem is, you can only protect bans so much, and so I doubt GK are going to let them get away playing the true Hazard Lucio Kiri comp.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder, like, what do you ban if you're Peps here? I was like, do you ban Vendetta and go like Hazard Tracer, like with like but then I feel like Geekay could answer and ban the Hazard, right? And then
right, I feel like essentially we're kind of gonna handshake agreement on just playing the Zarya Vendetta, because I don't think you can get the Hazard composition through.
Yeah, because if you did ban Vendetta, right, they ban Hazard, you're basically like what, Diva Tracer at that point with EMEA, and I think you'd probably would favor EK in that, right? With how good Ziad is on the Diva, and then Alfie, no slouch on the Tracer as well. It puts Peps in a really interesting spot, right?
I guess does GK want to move away from the Lucio Kiri? Are they the ones to deploy the Kiri Lucio ban? Maybe.
I mean,
I feel like they are the ones who also want to play similar to Peps. So it's a pretty interesting matchup, because I feel like both teams are kind of similar. Peps obviously have the Hazard comp, but I think both teams want to play pretty straight up, and so how impactful are the bans really going to be?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the bans could either be extremely impactful or they could be Moira. That's kind of where we could go with this. So we'll have a chance to see what Peps decides to do here. It's really kind of the ball is in their court, right? Map pick, first ban, see what they kind of elect to do. Let's see, okay, so Peps, they banned Soj, and then it's a Hazard ban from GK. So for Peps, Lab is obviously very good at Sojourn, but maybe this is also to kind of like protect like Emre and Vendetta, like that's kind of like what you want to do. And maybe they're okay with the Hazard ban coming out, because like you mentioned, they'll just kind of match and play that Zarya.
Yeah, a couple of things to speculate on here, and that's all about what we can do with these bans. Sojourn would be really good against a Mauga, and so if Peps were like, actually VP, we're gonna be the ones playing Mauga. I mean, you could do that. But yes, it's probably to protect the Vendetta, because I feel like Alpha U would just be so happy moving over to something like a Tracer as well. Maybe you feel like that damage matchup is a bit neutralized with both Dip and Alpha U onto the Vendetta. But otherwise, I'd say the Sojourn ban is pretty unusual. We haven't seen it banned maybe once or twice so far this stage.
Yeah, not like a contested ban really, since kind of Emre has come into the mix. I will say we did see Peps play Atlas earlier in the stage, and we saw Willies play the Hazard. They looked unbelievable. I mean, they ran through their opponent on this map. So maybe a little bit of that magic kind of left in it, but this is a much different comp. They were playing the Hazard then. That's kind of where Willies looks awesome. And be playing the Zarya now is Finn giving us a little bit of a assault. Dude, the vibes are so good with GK. I mean, look at this. Yep.
They are pretty chill. Like even Finn, I feel like just our interview with Finn yesterday, he just slots perfectly right in with.
He's like, yeah, no, he's like, Haku's just like a cool guy. He's like, it's like, oh, tell us about your support line. He's like, yeah, Haku.
That's World Cup champion Haku to you.
Yeah, I met him and he's just like, he's pretty chill.
Yeah. Who would have thought, Matt? We're on Zarya then.
Yeah, it'll be a Zarya Vendetta matchup.
I love that against the first pick again. Like, dude, it's just history repeating itself.
His nades are on point. I mean, he must have played a ton of Halo 2 growing up. I mean, he is just nailing these around the corner, man. I mean, it's kind of, you know, the kid is kind of reminiscent of a game like that, right? Where you kind of have like the 3-shot burst and the nades, and like that was always kind of the kind of key there is kind of landing the nades and kind of in that type of genre where, yeah, I mean, you're already seeing like the nades. That's like, because also you don't want to like have the Zarya bubble like a, you know, Zoro getting hit with like a nade from the opposite emery. I mean, that's like such a waste.
I mean, maybe you do. Maybe it's better than dying.
Chunk them down. Yeah, I mean,
the big thing is like you need the Zarya bubbles for your Vendetta, right? And so you're already seeing here they're pushing in a lot of damage here. Like you say, you want to use these bubbles to like push your Vendetta in. You don't want to use it for like a protective kind of stance, right? So yeah, Lambda is definitely getting so much value.
I mean, Peps has to back up. They've just given so much charge over to Ziad, and then just constantly, I mean, dip. Now he's going to get the bubble, but he's getting the bubble to like hightail it, and the rest of the team just has to run as well. They make no progress trying to break through
75%
this choke, as now they finally do. They've kind of given themselves a little bit of a chance, and okay, well, there's Lambda, you know, long range nade there directly onto FD-God, and then also with the pistol finishing off Dip as he's just kind of dominating now on the Emery.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I know it's a team effort, but the fact he's getting so much value out of these nades. That's the first round. Bro literally just got first picks with nades a couple of times. When I'm in my games, I'm throwing these nades out and just hoping for the best. This guy is intentional.
Well, I mean, that is a waste. So, you know, maybe don't throw as hard in your ranked games, but
I feel like I'm speaking for the majority here. Twitch chat agrees.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we throw him out.
I mean, that says a lot about their gameplay as well. Lambda does have the override protocol here. Is this gonna be so nasty? Like what, Peps? You think maybe you can use the Kitsune rush and kind of push him behind this, but you imagine they're gonna use this override protocol here as Yada gets dangerously low. It's gonna be both support ults used here for GK, so that's actually quite good for Peps. Unfortunately for Peps, a few of their members are falling. But getting both support ultimates plus the Sundering Blade out is not the worst thing in the world for Peps.
Yeah, it is a silver lining that you still have this sound barrier coming up. The big problem is Ziad, you know, is going to have this Graviton Surge, and they kind of get to pick their poison. Like, where do we want to utilize this Graviton Surge? And maybe even follow up with the override protocol. Like, I feel like the sound barrier has to be used defensively here, which is not going to allow Peps to get those picks they want with it.
And yeah, Peps ended up using their grab in the previous fight, John. It doesn't really result in much. Override protocol from both Emrays here. It's a little bit of a battle up in the sky now between both of them. Is Lambda just kind of like putting shots near Zoro. Doesn't exactly want to allow him to kind of like push on up. As dude, we're already above 60% for GK on this point, and they lose Dip. I mean, there's no way that Willies can get any line of sight to be able to kind of give any type of help over to Dip. This is going to be the sound barrier, plus it's going to be a grab from Ziad that helps finish off these players. Dude, point number 2 is going to go over to GK as they are just farming Peps.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult spot to be in because I think everyone right now are paying big attention to Dip just dying first in these fights, right? But that's the kind of role you're forced to on Vendetta. It's almost like you're playing a bit of a Winston where you're going aggressive and you're trying to make space for the rest of your team. He's just catching himself in awkward situations where he goes in with the Zarya bubbles and then he gets punished by it from the enemy team, and he is the one ending up looking quite poor here. Peps just in general, they've not looked as comfortable as Willie swaps over to the Ramatra.
I mean, dude, what do you think about the Ram in this matchup? I mean,
talk about a mental boom. I mean, Like, what does Dip do here? No sorry bubbles for the Vendetta now.
I
That
know,
has
right?
been having a
And
tough
he's
time to
already
start
had a
these
difficult
fights.
time of living, so it just feels like it's gonna make it worse. You see Dip, like, he's gonna have to be
He's having a
cautious about
think, like,
even-
what do I do here?
Right, like, he's not even, like, really trying to engage. I mean, like, what do you do here? You have to, okay, cool, he put some pressure down onto Lambda, but has to just hightail it straight away. Doesn't exactly want to fight in the front line either. So the Ramatra will be pretty strong here with inside this Kitsune Rush that's dropped from Zerion. So maybe this is where the Ramatra can be strong. But as I say that, Willie's just kind of putting up the block, trying to live for as long as possible, ends up falling. Ziyad still in the fight here, Johnny. Fully charged, but the kill's going in favor of Peps at the moment. But it's going to be Lambda. He's going to try and turn this. He's going to use that override protocol, and it's going to be one that comes out from Zoro as well.
Yeah, I love that. It's going to buy so much time for his team, but Zoro finds the crucial pick onto Ziyad here, so realistically, this should be enough for Peps, but Alfie has a say in it, and Lambda finds another pick on the Aftergod. This could be the entire map.
I mean, this
Just
could
be over.
I mean, this is going to be the sound barrier there from Haku. I mean, you're just going to keep everybody alive as they're just chunking down through Willie's. Maybe the Ramatra, you know, use the kind of combo with your Kitsune Rush there, but it just kind of leaves Dip here out on an island. The grab there thrown in celebration from Ziyad, and that is a fast 2-0 for GK.
Man. Wow. What a map. That is a mental boomage of a map, Matt. You were going into that map and you were like, okay, let's lock in. We can bring things back. But that felt really bad for Peps. Moving over to the Ramatra as well. They have no confidence in their ability to play that to match GK.
Yeah,
that is a brutal scoreboard.
Yeah, Willie's with a tough one. 1-6 there.
I mean, wait, come on. The fights were over by the time he walked in there.
I mean, yeah, it's just really, you know, 6 deaths from Dip as well, right? Those two players kind of connected in terms of their synergy, and just does not work out. Is even off the rip, right? They weren't even really to kind of get anything going on this first point. They just kept getting beat back through their own choke.
Yeah, I mean, it does a huge difference. Like, it's not too complicated. If you have an Emre who can throw in those nades and deal a ton of damage, and Alpha Yi, you know, we've been singing Alpha Yi's praises. Like, he's done a great job at knowing his limits on this Vendetta. Like, look at this. Like, getting it to the back line, forcing the Kiriko teleport, doing a great job. And if you put that much pressure on early, by the time Peps are like, oh, it's our turn, we gotta go now, they're already at like 70-60% of their health. By that time, it's like over.
Every moment we saw Willie's, he was just kind of like blocking SRAM, like never, like he was just under so much pressure. I mean, not able to do really anything there. And they, for whatever reason, they kind of felt not confident in their Zarya Vendetta, because that, I mean, they looked good up until that point, but I think that's really where GK kind of assert their dominance. Is Johnny, the chat knows, I just want to make sure you're aware, we have more drops this week as we take a look. You know, the gradient ones, you kind of see. You got the player cards, the spray, the name card. You know, I kind of low key, the battle pass skips are kind of clutch. You know, sometimes like this day or two playing some Overwatch kind of makes up some of that. And then that esports loot box, I opened up mine this morning.
Okay, let's hear it. Yeah.
What did you think it was?
What do you mean? There's like hundreds of things in there. I don't know.
Well, what do you think it could be?
Was it Swedish related?
I mean, I don't think so. No.
You don't think so? You surely would know. Okay.
Well, how would it be Swedish related?
I don't know.
So,
brig, badges.
I got a
arms.
Winton classic London Spitfire skin.
Oh!
And then hold up. And then I got a Gladiators homestand and Justice homestand sprays.
Wait, that's actually a packed loot box right there. I mean, on the scale of like things you could get in the esports loot box, I feel getting an OG Lona Spitfire Winston skin is like up there.
I know that one was packed directly by Sean Miller. He was like, these are the goods right there. You need these.
What does that say about me getting a Junker Queen Lona Spitfire?
Oh yeah, no, I packed that one.
Sean, what's up?
What happened with my loot box? I put that one together. But no, I mean, they're a ton of fun. You never know what's going to be inside of those. So hey, hang out. 15 hours, not that much time. It's probably like, you know, just both days watching some good Overwatches. Peps, they take us to Midtown, Johnny. This one's confusing because like this, like I mean, do they not want to play? I mean, they're going to play Lucio, right? I mean, except D-God.
Right, but at the same time, this map kind of lends itself to the, you know, you can even play some Kiriko Juno, some Juno Brig if you want to. It's going to be the Kiriko ban from Peps. That is quite telling that they want to
Yeah,
move away
here
from
we
this
go.
stuff. You can't even bring out like the Wuyang Kiri, so this is going to be the Juno Brig coming out of Peps here on Midtown.
We said that Geek had a little silly in him, and Pep said, "Hey, pass that over here.
Oh
we'll take a swig as well." As okay, so an Emre ban here, well, which is wild because like Lav has been awesome on the Emre, but maybe they think there's gonna be something that like Lab obviously Unreal and Soj can just kind of use that hero maybe a little bit better, kind of farm up those railgun shots. As I mean, this is like, you know, I feel like the beginning of this series was last chance for Peps. I mean, to get 3-0'd here would be miserable.
Yeah, that it would be essentially be a wrap on the stage for Peps. I don't think their chances would be totally gone, but essentially Peps would be out of the running here. They'd be sent to promotion relegation with a loss here. Actually, I think with a loss here, they would practically out. I'm not going to speak on it. I'm not a math guy. You know, someone else can calculate the chances. It'd be bad. It would be really bad for Peps if they lost there. So GK, you know, they have
calculator, Johnny, and I can tell
I
you,
get the calculator out.
yeah,
But
being 0-4 and losing by almost sweep every time would be bad. That would be bad. I can confirm.
The Ember ban is interesting, right? Because we've seen GK do this before when they want to play the Pharah, and they have played a lot of Pharah Sojourn before. Now, I've seen a little bit of Pharah here on First Point Midtown. I wouldn't say it's a go-to pick for most damage players, but curious to see what they bring out here if they're just gonna keep playing the same stuff. It's going to be the Widowmaker from Alpha Yi here. Just take a look.
Yeah, this is probably just a swap here, as it'll be DK on offense here. Is okay, so Tracer here. So Tracer maybe better a little bit here, playing the Wuyang Juno. Maybe you want to play the Tracer with that combination. Is we're gonna see Wuyang Brig from Peps with like a Zarya Vendetta, so a much different look. Is the Wuyang can obviously pump out a considerable amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm worried about Dip here a little bit in this Tracer matchup. He's getting the armor packs, gets a nice pick onto Lava here actually, but gets figured out from Finn. So this is GK. They're getting some position, taking this side angle towards the point.
Yeah, this is a really difficult kind of angle to now fight from here if you're Team Peps, right? You kind of give up this firehouse area, and just really good angles to fight out of if you are GK. As Peps needs to be dangerously careful, as Labda now in the choke. They're going to start to move in as he gets back towards the rest of the team. Ziyad has to use a bubble, keep himself up. I'll take Ziyad taking a ton of damage, and he will eventually fall.
Yeah, I think GK, they were setting up to kind of pinch their willies, right? Have our Sojourn and our Wuyang shoot from the main as Finn gets a pick onto Serion there. But GK's comp, they're all about poking, prodding, trying to open these fights up. They have the Wuyang and the Sojourn on one angle, and Alfie and Ziyad working on the other.
And now Finn does have the ultimate here. You can kind of use this on the Tracer, kind of
catch a break maybe?
Yeah, send Alfie on in. Yeah, maybe you kind of catch a break here. As be the Tidal Blast used here by Alfie. Does find one. Nice job there by FD God, though. Going to keep Zerion alive for now. Oh, nice plays from Alfie. He is going to find 2-1 with the pulse. Both supports gone via his Tracer, and that'll be the first point most certainly taken by GK.
And this is why we think Peps wanted to force that Vendetta matchup, because Alpha Yi very capable of playing this Tracer. You know, I think this roster from GK looks really exciting now, because not only can you excel playing something like the Vendetta because of Alpha Yi, but you could swap over to the Tracer and the Sojourn, like Lavda on the Sojourn. Unbelievable performance.
Johnny, what do you think? What do you think of these backlines with Juno, Wuyang, and then obviously the Wuyang with the Brig on the other end?
I mean, Peps are just trying to get away from what hasn't been working for them at all. They did play some Wuyang with good success last year when they qualified for the World Finals in Stockholm. So just feeling like maybe that is a good backup option for them, as Diff finds a pick on Lavda here on this side angle. A lot of attention to the Tracers here, because they're going to be pivotal in setting up these neutral fights.
Yeah, recall here from Dip. Just trying to put some pressure onto Alfie. Just trying to also not let Alfie just kind of run into the backline and just, dominate. We saw in that first point as orbital ray here available for Haku. As it's going to be an overclock here used from Lambda, getting nice positioning up in the high ground. He's just going to take out FD God. It's going to be Tidal Blast used there, gonna knock down Labda. So a trade 1-for-1 here as Haku still holding on to this orbital ray.
Still holding on for Ziad drops the Graviton Surge actually, but Dip is doing a great job on the Tracer here, trading out in the backline of GK Esports. And the dynamic of the matchup has changed here, Matt. We moved away from the Lucio compositions and more of a push-pull, right? Like looking to engage, disengage. This is way more mechanical. Trying to fight for the side angles, having your Tracer, you know, work the neutral here to try and get an edge on your opponent. So Team Peps thinking that if we can change the dynamic of how these compositions play, that could work in our favor.
It's going to be Willie sending up. He ends up using his grab. It looks like the Tidal Blast given over to Ziad to kind of keep him alive and deter players from moving on up. As now GK, they've gotten control over this high ground, Johnny. Is still this, I know FD has had the rally for a very long time. Now it's going to be the orbital ray here. Used by Haku up on the high ground, but it's going to be an overclock here from Zoro. It just kind of rips him out of the sky. So not going to get much value out of that orbital ray at all. It's going to be the rally now from FD God as he is trying to keep the rest of Peps in it, as this most certainly will be a Peps team fight win. So kind of chases him down. Is the orbital ray really kind of didn't contribute much there.
Yeah, that was really the time for GK to push forward, and maybe their best chance at getting that payload as Finn is going to move over to the brig here at Alfie onto the Vendetta. So they're kind of abandoning this Tracer matchup now and fighting for those angles. Instead, they want to play more straight up. They want to bubble Alfie on towards this high ground and then push up and gain that positioning with the rest of the backline.
Yeah, we've seen Juno Brig backlines in the past. This is something that can be pretty common. As Brig is a good combination there with the Juno. As now this kind of feels a little bit more explosive here from GK as they use the speed ring of the Juno up at the high ground there, and they'll try and drop down here to the payload as they don't actually kind of have to like really all out in this. They can allow maybe Labda here to kind of farm a big railgun shot from the high ground as you see a lot of pressure there onto the back line of Peps. Dip has to fall dangerously low. He's gonna work here with Willies trying to finish off some of these players with a Tidal Blast, but only able to find one. So they do end up finding Alfie. Ziad falls here in the mix. Pulse Bomb here for Dip doesn't really feel like he kind of needs it because no Ziad in the fight. Willies will get the cleanup as Peps holding strong in the second point defense.
Yeah, but the matchup looks so different now. Notice that previous fight, how slow Peps are taking it. You know, it's essentially only Willis contesting the payload and the rest of the team sitting back. They get that Tidal Blast in time on towards Willis, and by that time, GK have made their push. They have pushed up and tried to win that fight, but they're caught because of Willis turning that thing around with the Tidal Blast. And so GK, not as comfortable in this matchup per se, but a lot of ultimates on the board.
I am worried here though, Johnny, right? You give up this high ground to Labda right away, and he's got this overclock. It's going to force players back around the corner. This is going to give a lot of space to GK. It's going to be an overclock here for Zoro. See if he can even find anything. It's going to be a grab here that's dropped down from Ziad. Everybody crumbling here for Peps. No opportunity to use a rally here. Zoro's overclock goes for nothing, kind of gets pushed back into that corner, loses the line of sight, and that allows GK to take the second checkpoint. And I think, Johnny, it kind of starts with just giving up that high ground control right away when Labda has the OC.
Yeah, it is quite difficult. I think they wanted to re-push there, you know, if Willis is able to build that Graviton Surge. But it's an awkward timing, I think, for Peps there, because they definitely had a few ultimates to make that push, to do what they had done the fight prior, but it doesn't work out for them. Still, though, Matt, I still think you have to be quite happy with all that time drained on the second point. A minute remaining here on the third point, and usually we see some pretty solid defenses here as Dip gets chunked away, recall force there. This is the big fight here with GK having double support ultimate.
Yeah, and I think the orbital ray is going to make way more sense here. When you have the Vendetta fighting in it, it's going to be the orbital ray plus rally used here for GK, so they are really kind of pot committed. It's going to be FD God using a rally of his own. Nice stun there on the Yalfi, preventing him from just kind of flying into the backline. Sundering Blade available here for Alfie. Is going to get back around the corner. Some help from Ziad. As seems like GK still wants to keep this pressure. You're going to be back at full strength now with players coming off the spawn.
Let's see if Peps can make a play here. Alfie, some good pressure right now onto Zoro, who's built that railgun. Sundering Blade. Nice. Good job by Peps there, shutting down Alfie, and this could be them turning things around. 10 seconds remaining here, Matt.
Yeah, it looked like a railgun shot there hit Alfie, and then the rest of the members kind of finished off the remaining players from GK as Zoro now on the Soj, just kind of getting around the corner here, finishing off a second player. Haku not able to touch, and that is where the cart will stop on Gike's offense.
And I gotta say, Matt, I think that was a pretty good defense, don't you think? Like, you stopped the opponent on the third point. Yeah, the payload pushed a little bit further than you would have hoped for. But considering how one-sided it looked on the second map, Atlas, and even the first map on Legion Tower, I'd say GK were in full control, right? It finally shows, like, Team Peps, they at least find a style that they might be a little bit superior against GK. And now they have an opportunity to at least get a map win here. It's going to be tough, but there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to need a really good first point offense for Peps, right? It's got to look clean. You're going to have to give yourself some time. I don't think GK is going to, on the defensive side of things, play a little bit like Peps, where they're going to be willing to kind of concede that high ground and give, like, those angles to Zoro. They're going to kind of fight for that position for Lambda. So I think if you are Peps, you got to get off to a fast start here. Gike, they will come out on defense. They'll actually kind of now move away from Tracer kind of all the time and go over to the Vendetta yet again.
Yeah, I'm curious though if Dip is going to stick to this Vendetta. I feel like in a matchup like this, attention has to be on Siad, because we saw even yesterday, like in the Kadia match, that some of these Zarya players, they can really be caught with no mobility cooldowns, obviously. And so, when it comes to juggling, touching the point, but you're quite vulnerable to all the different angles that are available to the offense here on this first point. It's really tough to play this Zarya to stay alive, at the same point getting to touch that objective, right? So I think a lot of attention on to Siad, how he's going to perform on the defense.
So this first fight could be pretty impactful as Willie's trying to make way over towards the side room here. Now kind of putting some pressure on Ziad on the stairs, as it looks like GK was potentially going to look to kind of rotate into that subway, as now they're going to play just straight up onto the point.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity there. I think Dip had a good opportunity to secure a frag, but couldn't quite hit it, and instead Alfie is the one turning things around. Bit of a fail there from Peps. I think they had a good initial setup, but GK used the fact that Dip couldn't secure value on the Vendetta itself.
Yeah, as Alfie gets in, finds Arion is...
Oh, the hazard.
And, oh, now we're going to get the hazard. Okay, so this is really like kind of what Peps wants to do, ideally. Now, I mean, you find yourself down 0-2. This is an opportunity to potentially go for it. How do you think the hazard plays into this, though, with the Zarya on the other side of things, and also the Soj?
Oh, well, he's going to try to isolate the Vendetta, who has a lot of mobility, so that didn't work out for Willis there. But, the dive is going to come through here from Willis and Dip. Just a matter of, like, can they trade this out? Because GK is just in the back line right now, Peps.
Yes, Willis does find Ziad, but you do end up losing FD God. Is trying to make a play here for Haku as well. Haku dangerously low. It's going to be one tick on the point here for Team Peps. Willis just kind of finds himself in no man's land here. Like, what do you do, Johnny, right? It's going to be Alfie makes it back towards them. Mega kind of gets right on by him, gets up to the high ground, as you're going to have Ziad coming off a spawn here on the Diva.
Yeah, and you should probably be able to chunk down this Diva, but Alfie comes in. Great pick on the Solar. The re-engage from GK is there. So even though Peps getting a couple of points here on the objective, it is all GK as they coordinate like a beautiful dive with the Diva.
Yeah, as GK now comes in strong on defense. They'll kind of wipe up the remaining members. So Ziad makes a swap.
Haku,
then we
don't
get
do it,
a little bags from Haku there on Willis. I know Fitz like Haku's such a nice guy. Then we get a little
That's chill.
spice there out of GK's main support. It's GK has a huge advantage in this fight, Johnny, right? I mean, you're going to be pretty stacked with ultimates. You're going to get below a minute here for Peps. Things are starting to fall apart.
Oh, they're going for it. Just look at that. They're ulting into the spawn doors. This tells you all about GK and their confidence level.
Yes, they're getting quite aggressive. Lambda taking some damage there, but not going to back up. It's going to be the overclock here for Zoro, and oh, he falls. He gets hit with a disruptor shot right there, and there's some extra damage from Lambda, finishing him off as Arion in a really rough spot. It's going to be the orbital ray used basically here in spawn in combination with the downpour. Yeah, they just do that to get rid of Alfie. It's going to be, look like it's Finn actually who was caught in the downpour there as well. So they have to use absolutely everything there, Johnny, just to kind of make it out of their spawn. Is Finn will fall. Ziad's still alive here, just kind of keeping it contested, keeping it rolling, just kind of burn even more clock. But that aggression from Geek on defense. Team Peps, they take advantage of it, use that orbital array and downpour push on in, and they actually get that first checkpoint.
Well, the aggression worked when Peps didn't have any ultimates, and then Peps are thinking, finally, like we built up the downpour, we built up the orbital array, and we can turn things around ourselves, and GK get punished. And Peps, they stay alive just for now, fighting for their life here in stage 1. Want to avoid that promotion relegation, and they're on towards the second point here. Dip has to Sun Invade FD God with the rally as they look to contest here on the high ground.
Yes, it'll be the rally from FD God to kick things off. It looks like the remaining players of GK, they just gonna want to back up for now, have to keep Haku up, falls dangerously low. Now this is actually allowed Peps to get some decent car progress, Johnny.
Just go.
And also that's a nice play there from Dip. Finds Labda quite low, gets him right around the corner. This is gonna allow them to get high ground control and also get significant payload progress.
Honestly, back off a bit and then just go again. All right, that's what's worked for Peps so far this stage. Is this relentless aggression? So here comes GK storming towards the point. Can Peps turn things around?
Gonna be a self-destruct here from Ziyad as he's not gonna be able to make it back in mech. It's FD God and crew getting rolling. It's gonna be another downpour here. It looks like everybody dodges it here for GK as they have their own rally going, as they still desperately want to fight this. They don't want to give up so much card. Is on nice plays here from Alfie. Can he finish off Zerion? Not exactly. Can find him down up on the high ground. Is it's gonna be Ziyad who ends up getting a touch. Willie's gonna go directly on by him as Ziyad just trying to burn some time here. Is Willie's over. I mean, you see how good he looks on the hazard. Gets right up in the face of Haku, and that's the second checkpoint here for Peps.
Yeah, and once again, it's the turn from Peps. The initial engagement from GK, and then Peps. The downpour from Willis doesn't catch anyone, but it just buys enough time to wear off that rally from Finn. And now, yeah, the honor from Finn here on the third point. Those long sightlines, they want to utilize them and make the most of it.
I mean, also, like, there's nothing that, okay, so Dip switches right away. I actually kind of like this for Peps, that they make that adjustment straight away. It's definitely going to be harder to play the hazard, though, right? The bio nades, the sleep, the constant poke damage that comes down here from the Pharah. So,
this is going to be a Diva swap.
Okay, so yeah, they're going to swap the Diva. I mean, the Diva's good here now. I mean, I like these adjustments here from Peps. Not willing to kind of like, oh, let's keep going with, like, what we had. We're kind of rolling, realizing that you're going to be at a pretty sizable disadvantage against this comp, so they actually decide to make some pretty serious changes.
Oh, and Finn is in spawn, swapping to Brig as the action is unleashed.
I mean, Haku doesn't use that orbital array, so they end up kind of holding on.
They weren't all there.
No, I mean, yeah, you kind of have to kind of hold on. I think they know that one player is there. Alfie's in a lot of trouble here, Johnny. Oh, it's going to be Zoro. Railgun shot finishing him off as GK is kind of crumbling here towards the end.
Orbital ray from Haku. Peps again going to disengage here. Just try to wait this one out and then look to turn things around. Alpha swaps over to the Vendetta in spawn here. A minute 30 here, so Peps, they could buy their time as they may try to go for a bit of a rotate here, but it's going to be the dive from GK.
Yeah, they have to stop Alfie. Obviously knows Arya can help with the Vendetta at this moment in time, but still he's so difficult to deal with. Is Dip just gonna trying to dodge as many of the overhead slashes as he can. So get back to the rest of the team. We are gonna get below a minute here. Team Peps, stage life on the line. FD God taking some chip damage, needs to stay alive, and oh, Johnny, he ends up falling. He would have had the rally here in a brief second. You lose both supports. Now you're gonna have the full reset here for Peps. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, that would have been a great fight opportunity for Peps, but now 2 opportunities to fight gets reduced to the single one with 35 seconds remaining here. FD God, he has this rally that could crucially help against Ziyad, but Peps, they don't really have any offensive tools whatsoever. A single railgun shot from either Labda or Zoro could dictate the way this map ends.
Yeah, it's gonna be rallies on both sides here, as well as Willie's backed over to the hazard. It's going to be a rally here used by FD God, and he's stunned up and taken out right away. That is brutal here for Peps. Somebody moving the cart, though, here for Peps. It's going to have to be GK who gets all the way back. It will get contested at this moment in time. It's just Dip here for Peps, and he ends up falling, and that is all. GK Esports with a 3-0 over Peps.
Oh, it really felt like Peps were in that one. And a minute 30 on the timer, and they couldn't get a single good fight. It was GK who pushed aggressive with the rally once more, and FD got caught. Great individual play by Finn to secure that map win, and a dominant 3-0 by GK Esports essentially means that Peps are going to be sent down into promotion and relegation.
I mean, that is a brutal way to lose there for Peps. Had a few opportunities to make it interesting towards the end. As take a look at some of the numbers here, as Haku had a pretty good game on the Juno here.
You love Haku, man. Just Haku. Best. Dude, what a great game.
He is like, for me, he's like the make or break for this team, it feels like. Like, yeah, if he plays well and like performs like this, and we've seen it, right? On like we talked about how he was the support for the Saudi Arabian Overwatch World Cup winning team, but it feels like when he plays well, like, dude, they could hang like with some of these top teams. It's interesting. We were talking about how with 6 teams, like, it's really like, obviously, Alcatia from last year, they kind of split up across multiple different teams, right? And they've kind of, Landon, I obviously think, has like changed the way that people view VP, and has obviously made a huge impact on that team. But then it's also kind of spawned this GK team, which is also of a contender for that number 2 slot. As they looked quite good here today against Peps.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the roster, you're like, this is an interesting roster. And I think for someone like Siad as well, who, we always talk how good about Siad is, but he lost someone like Landon, right? Who is really good in the communication and maybe like helps Siad excel as well. Now you're looking at this roster and you're like bringing in Alpha Yi, you're bringing in Finn. Like, no doubt the communication structure for this team is vastly different to what Siad was used to on last year's Katsia, right? And so, yeah, they got tons of individual skill on their roster. We sing their praises all the time. But this GK team, they're still trying to figure things out. But this is a good matchup for them.
It definitely was a good matchup there for GK, and we saw Peps have that bite back that we were saying that we were hoping to see in this series. Unfortunate for them, not even being able to take a map means that their playoff streams do essentially feel like they get dashed in today's loss for Team Peps. But GK, I feel like, I don't know, this is a squad where we've always known that the individual pieces, like you're talking about here, are so strong, and players like Labda popped off today. Alfie had his moments there as well, and Haku was just such a great support line alongside Finn there for the side of GK and Matt. But where do you think things kind of went wrong? Like, do you think GK maybe went in too confident into this series to kick off map number 1, and that's why we saw Team Peps bring it a little bit closer here and there? Or do you think it was just Peps more so stepping it up?
I think, like, that second round on Lijiang Tower, it just got a bit like, GK was like on the verge of closing it out there, right? And it just kind of they let it slip through their fingers. I feel like that. I think obviously Peps has something to do with that, right? But I would probably say it definitely falls more on the shoulders of GK, kind of letting that one slide. And then maybe it's a little bit kind of like what Finn said the other day, is like, hey, they're still kind of trying to figure out, like, Ziad wants to go aggression all the time, and maybe it's just still trying to figure out kind of that push and pull in terms of the tempo. And it feels like once they do that, it'll be really smooth sailing for GK.
I mean, when they push in and engage in some of these fights, they look so coordinated. Like, there's just Overwatch talent like overflowing, right? Like, they have a really good grasp of the game if they can all get on the same page. And I think you saw in this matchup against Peps, it's like for the most of the duration of this matchup, they were on the same page. Like, their dives with Alfie, getting tons of value on the Vendetta as well, and then Labda just following up with the nades from the EMEA as well. It's like, when this team is clicking, they are looking really good.
They were definitely looking really good, and bringing us into our standings now with GK netting this win for themselves. They take it 2-1 pretty solidly into that 3rd place position for now. Katsia pretty close behind them. They would need 2 wins to be able to bring it there, and hope that GK also take a loss in the coming week. But overall, I feel like we're really getting a good idea, Matt, of how the standings for EMEA are starting to shape up. It's definitely been looking quite like top heavy here and there, but GK are looking like a very strong contender with how consistent they've been playing, trying to mesh this core together.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they break into the positive map differential standings, and also obviously get to a winning record where A lot of pressure on anyone's legend, right? With how they've kind of looked as of late, they still now find themselves in a great spot, right? If you're able to beat a team like Kadia, you get to even, but obviously you would hold a head-to-head there. You're in a great spot. So I think anyone's legend, I'm looking at them as maybe somebody you can come in and sneak on into that 4th spot.
Yeah, it's really interesting from these results now that Peps essentially down into promotion relegation and GK essentially safe, right? I think a lot would have to go wrong for GK to find themselves in promotion relegation after such a convincing win, right? So ending week 2 like this, it must be a big relief for GK.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite interesting to see how everything has been panning out. Still definitely scrappy for that last 2 spots with how the standings will necessarily shape out here for EMEA, but we do have another match to come. Before we go and send you guys off though on a little bit of a break, I want to remind you guys that we do have the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle that is going to be supporting the OWCS Champions Clash and features some amazing skins, name cards, and icons here. And I think that overall, sorry, I think I said skins, but overall, wait, no, I'm lying. Guys, it's been, I need coffee.
Ash,
I need coffee.
it's everything.
But everything
Yeah,
was
it's
good.
all
You
good.
get it
Everything-
all. You get it all.
There's a
You get
lot
it
of
all.
stuff in there.
And I think like it's so dazzling that I lost the plot there. And I think that's why you guys at home should definitely grab this bundle to be able to support our teams heading into Champions Clash. But we do have another match underway here for EMEA. So you guys don't go anywhere. We will be back after a quick break for Kadia versus Anyone's Legend.
We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and my broken heart and we're moving on.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Oh, this feels like home, yeah. This feels like every time we touch, it feels like every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling. Pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it. Yeah, you mean it. So don't try to deny. Don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No, we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side. Yeah, yeah. When I say it, I'm not lying. That every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA. We've got Kadia versus Anyone's Legend coming up, and this is a rematch, guys, from the qualifiers to the EMEA OWCS, where Kadia was the ones who actually knocked Anyone's Legends down 3-1 into that lower bracket. Johnny, are you expecting it to be kind of a similar storyline heading into today's matchup, or do you think Anyone's Legend has maybe potentially leveled up since last time they faced off?
I mean, Matt would say that based on stage 1 performances, he doesn't think too highly of Anyone's Legend Winston composition. As an Overwatch, committed player, I don't choose with talent, okay? I'm riding with Overwatch and Winston over here, okay? So I fully understand Anyone's Legend. They've had a tough start to stage 1, but I'm holding on hope for Tama and the boys, all right?
Yeah. So Ash, what you heard there is he is basing his prediction
Copium.
and opinion on Anyone's Legend off of the lore of Winston
No,
stopping
it's just
the bad
my love
guys.
for Winston.
So take that for what you will.
Who doesn't love a little bit of Winton, though? Who doesn't love a little bit of Winton?
See? Ash gets it, Matt. Such a
I get
pessimist.
it. I see the vision.
If
I'm a
Winston was so
lover.
smart, how could he not see all of those Talon airships coming at him? I mean, he built a base on the moon, but
What do you mean so smart?
Okay.
Oh my.
Come on.
We're not
Get
gonna,
this guy
you know
out
what?
of here.
We're gonna get the slander out of here, Matt. We're gonna focus on Kadia first. With a win, they ended up moving into a pretty favorable position with 2 wins here for Kadia. But overall, I think that this is a team where we're still looking for some adjustments to minor mistakes that we're seeing in yesterday's matchup. Matt.
Yeah, I think this Kadia roster, obviously, a ton of potential with the players that they have on this team. The backline has gelled a bit better than I think I would have expected. And then I know Taejong and 8, they've looked really strong at times. It's just kind of that this is a Vestola and Taejong kind of like combining maybe with the Vendetta, and the Zarya isn't as consistent as I think some of the other top teams.
Yeah, I think yesterday's match kind of just told you everything you need to know, is that both this team and GK, they're kind of figuring things out. Because I look at this roster with Kadia and I'm like, okay, Gala and Sermajed being a backline, like that doesn't make a ton of sense. But like, honestly, they've looked pretty good and like they've started to gel together. And I feel the same for Taejong. It's like, yeah, maybe you went a little bit too aggressive on the Vendetta yesterday, but if you can scale things back, I do think that this is an underrated damage duo that could take it to some of the better teams in the region, right? So this for me is a team that, took a map of Virtus.pro, which is a, good showing from them. And if they can build on that as we get closer to the stage playoffs, you have to get there first. This is a team that could play spoiler, maybe a little bit of a dark horse.
Ooh, okay, I like that. Now, talking about who they're going to be going up against in today's match, Anyone's Legend, they opened their season up against the 2 most difficult teams to play against, up versus Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro, and they were very, very stompy games, if we're going to be quite honest here, Matt.
Oh, it's not
but
pretty.
that also didn't really give an opportunity to see what this roster can actually bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, two really rough draws, right, at the start of the season. I really like what we've seen from Maimon, and then I know we joke about the Winton. I actually really I rate Tama pretty highly. I think Tama's like really strong. We saw him kind of come on towards the end of the OWCS last year. Some really good performances. It just doesn't seem to be the hero that's kind of the go-to in the meta at the moment, but this team most certainly does have potential, especially to win a game like this, and they control their own destiny, which is the most important.
And even though they lost 0-3 yesterday, there were still some good moments from Kai playing that hit scan, right? And if you can secure a couple of teamfight wins on the back of your hit scan player, opening things up on the Sojourn, it was yesterday, but obviously the EMEA is the preferred hit scan character of choice now. That just helps the rest of the team in that you can preserve some of these support ultimates and make things easier for Tama as well, right? So I'm looking out at Kai for this roster to help anyone's legend get an extra little bit of a push there to help the rest of the team out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to bring to the table today, and hopefully potentially have a bit more of a hot start considering, you know, the more difficult schedule that they were given. And they have the opportunity, again, today is one of 3 matches ahead of them to potentially get some wins under their belt, move up within the standings. But let's talk about predictions for today's matchup as well. As much as I would love to see anyone's legend taking the win here to be able to get their first win under their belt, I had to go with Kadia on this one, Matt. I think that this roster is just so impressive overall, and although they had a slow start in yesterday's matchup versus GK, they also really ramped things up in those couple of maps towards the middle end, and we really saw their ceiling there.
Yeah, I want to say this one's like a 5 mapper and it goes to Kadia. It could also be Kadia in a pretty dominant fashion. You know, considering like you look at like how good GK may be, and then kind of Kadia playing them that close. So I went with Kadia in this matchup. You know, I think anyone's legend does have the potential to keep this one a pretty competitive game, though.
Yeah, I'm going with Kadia here as well. I think they should be the favorite going into this matchup, but I do feel like anyone's legend, you know, if Tama moves over to that Winston, this could be a matchup that could favor no, because hear me out, okay? Like Kadia, maybe not the most well-practiced Lucio Kiro backline. They want to play like the double flex support backlines, and I think a dive character like Winston could make a big difference there in setting up some of these dives with my Moan. And so I think this is going to be a way better matchup for anyone's legend compared to the very 2 tough previous challenges they've had against Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds.
I do agree with you on that. I think it's a better opportunity for them. They have a bit more of a closer matchup here as well. But I still think it's funny that you're like hyping up this whole Winston storyline, and then he goes, "Yeah, I predicted Kadia anyway."
Okay, but like, all right, yo,
They're gonna give him
Tamasaria.
It's gonna be crazy.
I'm so excited for the Tamasaria.
Kadia.
That's going to be so good. I can't wait for them to play Saria Vendetta. That's going to go so hard.
Okay, well, we'll have to see if the Winston does make an appearance in today's matchup, or if it's going to be Zarya all the way here. You guys, let's just take it straight into today's match of Kadia versus anyone's legend.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would love to see Tama come out and play some different stuff, because I believe he can.
Matt,
I think he can get there.
I'm interrupting you. I'm interrupting.
Go ahead.
You, okay. You spoke at my wedding. Okay, we're really good friends.
Do you just not want? Do you not want to see Zarya again?
Call me out. Call me out. Am I talking too much about Winston during this broadcast?
Well, I mean,
Winston got banned.
So. Dang it! Well, it's a jetpack cat ban from anyone's legend, then a Winston ban. Hey, so Johnny, what do you think about the Winston ban?
You know, that's respect right there. They know Tama. They're fearful of the Winston. They're fearful of the scientist. And that just tells you everything they need to know. They need to get it out of the battlefield right away.
Yeah, I think look,
I'm so tilted.
It's something that Tom has obviously had success on in the past. We've seen it like a lot from anyone's legend here. But with Kadia being able to now kind of like force, whether it be D.Va or Zarya, a lot of questions on like what we'll actually see here from the main tank on anyone's legend. So obviously some time. For some changes to kind of arise. I thought Maimon the other day we kind of highlighted looked really good on the Vendetta. Can play some Echo as well. Now coming back to EMEA after a stint last year in NA as anyone's legend, right? Like, it hasn't looked pretty in some of their matchups, but you got to kind of consider strength of schedule in terms of who they played. Maybe they can make this one close here against Kadia as the doors open. I imagine we're going to see Canale swap here as gonna go over to the Kiri. So it's gonna be an Echo versus a Pharah. That's the main difference. And Tama gets knocked off the side.
I didn't see what happened. Was that the Pharah?
It had to be a conk. Yeah, it had to be.
It had to be.
He can just walk off the side. It had to be like a.
But why didn't Taejon get the kill credit? That would have been some great ultimate charge. Oh man.
Yeah, maybe we'll. We're gonna Get a look at that one. That's a
He must have
pretty
been
good point
pushed
there, but-
onto the very extreme edge and then like accidentally walked off by himself, because that
Yeah,
can happen.
maybe.
You get caught off and get rid that's a tough
That is
start.
going to
Anyway,
allow Kadia to get control of the point first, as Maimon gets dangerously low. Has to now kind of like hide here on the Echo, as another conk there over by the bridge. Tama taking a lot
Scary.
of damage here. Yes, it's already happened once, as they're still putting a lot of pressure on players from Anyone's Legends. They're trapped on the other side here. So nice sticky mines there onto Aid. It's going to be the Suzu that comes out from Surmajet, just keeping that Emery alive.
yeah, this is scary, very scary now for Kadia, because with no Suzu,
Oh,
a lot of opportunity here for dude. Can these players stay on the map? Like, I'm getting anxious right here. Kadia, they do survive that will dive coming through from Maimon, and they're looking solid so far, 36% and counting. So yeah, but Maimon has to be the bit of a playmaker here, Matt, right? Because you're thinking the Echo kind of favored in a matchup against Taejong here, and you can see him lurking around these angles, trying to open these things up. It's going
Has to be so
make
careful
life so
for
much
Aid
easier
as
for the rest
well.
of his team.
I mean, has to be so careful for Aid.
Right.
Everybody on Anyone's Legend taking a ton of damage from the Pharah coming across the bridge, right? And they just kind of get split. Not the best of spots there for them to play from. So a few shots here from Taejong. That's going to get him his perk, and then also going to get his ult as well. So he's kind of lurking really high in the skybox. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here, and they knock Tama off the side yet again. So before any type of push can begin, it is just stunted here. That's just the rush there he had to use. I mean, dude, you're getting dangerously close to like the end of the game where Crispy here and even Gala, on the winning side of things, may not even build up towards a beat. You may not even see Sound Barrier be an impactful ultimate in this one. Is a few kills coming through, a few damage opportunities coming through. Here's the choke here. It's going to be Override Protocol here from both Emrays. They're going to be firing some shots at each other up in the sky. But somebody's going to have to touch here for Anyone's Legend, and there goes Crispy. It's going to be Kitsune Rush here used by Anyone's Legend. Nice dupe there from Maimon, going to be able to kind of keep himself alive when that barrage comes down. But all the kills going in favor of Kadia. And it'll be their point to take as they go up 1-0.
Bro, what was that round? I mean, did Anyone's Legend get like a proper fight? That was
Not really.
that. Did those kills after the round ended? Did those count towards the scoreboard, or did they legit like get frags in the middle of the round?
I think Kai's came like right before, so I think that's kind of where that one comes from.
Because I don't think they do count, but I don't know. I saw the scoreboard now and I second guessed myself.
Kai obviously coming out on top in terms of the damage with 8, so that's something positive to look at for Anyone's Legend.
I love you and your silver linings, man.
The rest doesn't exactly look that awesome. Okay, now we're gonna get a head-to-head matchup here with the Zarya Vendetta look. So this is like really important, right? Anyone's Legend, you're gonna be have to like kind of contend with this type of setup as Tama gets dangerously low. Same with Maimon. I mean, dude, Taejong's doing a ton of damage here.
Yeah, well, you gotta respect Kadia. Like, this is a formidable Zarya Vendetta team, and I think in a matchup like this, when Tama is forced to flex over to that Zarya, this is when Kadia should dominate. They should be the better team on this kind of a meta composition. And I think you're seeing just that. Tama looking quite uncomfortable, getting exposed on this Zarya so far. Perhaps bubbling Maimon to go in on this Vendetta and try to gain some grounds. But that leaves him exposed by his lonesome, and Taejong takes advantage of that.
Anyone's Legend gaining some space. Nice overhead slash there from Maimon. Going to put down some damage there on Nagala, but he just gets taken out. There's no second bubble available, so I mean, you kind of going in, not going to be able to be kept alive whatsoever here. Is now everybody backs up for Anyone's Legend, back out to their spawn. Is just 2 fights here in our second round, Johnny, but this one's not looking much different than the first round.
No, it's not at all looking too different. And you're seeing Anyone's Legend, they're struggling to gain ground with this Vendetta. That time Maimon peels the wrong direction and maybe expecting a second Zarya bubble to come through, but didn't get it and gets shut down early. Now Kadia 40% then ticking as they're building towards this Kitsune rush from Surmajet.
I mean, you're going to have Rush here. I mean, Taejong with a huge lead in terms of Sundering Blade. Same with Aid. In terms of the Override Protocol here, as Taejong already has the Sundering Blade, just kind of poking a little bit at range. So Surmajet now with the Kitsune Rush, you're going to be able to go in and engage with this. It's going to be Kanale getting his at the perfect time as well. But Surmajet finds a kill through that rush as everybody now will fall for Anyone's Legend as they just get put in the blender here by Kadia.
Yeah, training Kitsune rushes, and obviously Anyone's Legend They're in the tougher spot there, kind of grouped up in that narrow choke point. And 75% are Kadia. Looks like they want to play close with this Graviton Surge and Sundering Blade. Maimon goes for a bit of a flank here, trying to set up this angle.
I mean, you do have
This should be Kadia dominating with these ultimates.
You do have beat for anyone's legend, so you should be able to kind of live through some of this as Maimon dies to Gala off camera. So it's going to be Aid going over the top here with the override protocol. The beat actually comes down. Nice timing there from Crispy. It's going to be able to keep Tama alive, but it's a good grab there from Vestola. Connects with 2. Gala's sound barrier lasts a little bit longer here as Kai trying to do anything with the override protocol from an off angle, but it's just going to be Maimon here to try and get a touch, as that is a really quick map number 1 as Kadia looks dominant there.
Well, that was actually not what I expected. I would have thought that Anyone's Legend maybe could have taken it to Kadia, but that was as dominant could be. Kadia looking really comfortable playing this Zarya Vendetta composition, and that I think is going to be quite telling for the rest of this series as we take a look at the scoreboard, and there's nothing to see here. I mean, this is all...
They never really got many fights. Like, you kind of
No,
called
they
it
really
out.
didn't. I mean, Maimon, 0-5, like...
You called it
He's
out.
playing
It was
Vendetta
like-
and he got 0 limbs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough one, but like, you know, they just you know, you'd lose a player here, player gets knocked there.
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's
Kong.
kind of how that one happened. The Kong comes through, and I mean, dude, that's just a brutal way. I mean, that's the start of the series, right? Like, your team is so hype, you're getting ready to start the series, in the first 3 seconds, your tank gets knocked off the map. It's like, oh man, like, here we go again. It's you know, Taejong, look at his HP the entire time. It's like basically like full health the entire time, you know, going on in. So even here, right? You know, 225. He's like you know, rarely low in terms of HP. So fantastic stuff from Kadia early on. Anyone's legend. I mean, they gotta search for a different type of playstyle or answer here.
They don't want to play that.
Too.
They don't want to play the Zarya Venom anymore. And you know. Okay, Matt, I'm gonna like compete with your silver linings here. The Winston ban is out.
Okay, that's,
so you
that's
don't have
an
to
absurd statement.
You don't have to protect that.
We may need to bring in Ash here, but we'll get you out of that box.
But like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? It's just like, oh, do you want to go to Atlas and like keep doing the same thing? It's like, no, they obviously cannot compete with Kadia playing this composition. I would want anything from Anyone's Legend besides more of the Zarya Vendetta. They're not going to beat Kadia that way. And so we've mostly seen the Winston from them. If they bring out anything besides the Winston, I'd be happy with that too. But it can't be the Zarya
I mean, we've seen Tama play like, you know, some like Hazard Ball. Yeah, I was like, you're not going to see really that. It's just a meta that's not really kind of conducive to those types of heroes at the moment, which is a pretty rough look. I thought they actually would have looked better than they did playing that Zarya look, because I thought Maimon was pretty good on the Vendetta the other day.
No, Maimon is a great player. I have lots of respect for that guy.
Yeah, not like the first you know, map, obviously kind of like as brutal for everybody. Do you give it another go on a different map? I mean, eventually you're gonna have to play it, right? So it is Blizzard World. That would lead you to believe they don't want to give it another go, because like you can play some Diva, Winston type of compositions here if you wanted.
Right. But I think this is going to be quite interesting, because this could open the door for Kadia to, you know, shy away from the pretty typical Lucio Kira compositions. You know, that could lead them to play like a double flex support on Blizzard World, like the second point, great sightlines to enable you to do something like that. But that is where Peps, given the fact they get Mapic and first ban, they could target one of those support heroes while protecting for themselves, right? And then maybe you just settle into whatever damage heroes that comes your way. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, they got first point held last time they played Blizzard World, I believe. So not the prettiest look, but way better chance here against Kadia.
Oh, okay. So the map on the graphic said it was Blizzard World. It is actually an Nimbani pick.
Oh, well.
For anyone's legend. So
all right.
This is another one where you kind of control the high ground. You can play, you know, Winston Diva. Kind of falls into the same. The only one, if they would have picked Midtown, I would have had to been like, hey, we need to get comp ops to make sure that is correct, because that is one that I don't think that anyone's legend would want to go to. But Blizzard World or Nimbani, either of those works, and it actually is Nimbani.
Yeah, and look, you know, I think it's a good map that suits anyone's legend kind of playstyle here. There's some solid high grounds on both the first and second point that could lend itself to their styles. I mean, the Zarya is going to be a little bit tougher to, force here on the first point, for example, because you are kind of limited when it comes to the vertical mobility, of course. And so I think this is a solid choice, only because also it removes the mid down. It removes the Blizzard world if Kadia get the map pick of their own later on in this series,
What
right?
do you
So
ban
maybe
here? If you're anyone's legend.
No. It's
I was almost like,
maybe
do you have to ban Diva?
well, yeah, actually, I mean sure, that'd be a solid ban, but they're gonna go with the
They
Freya
banned
here, actually, which is
Freya
really
here.
potent against the Winston.
Okay, so yeah, they ban the Freya, and then it's a ball ban for Kadia. That just kind of feels like a little bit of a throw. It's a oh wait, hold on, they actually deferred. If there you go. The graphic is correct. They deferred the ban, where Kadia got rid of ball here.
What's going on here?
Well, so that would lead you to believe that Kadia wanted to protect Diva, Zarya, right? And then the Freya, we haven't really seen at all throughout this tournament, just yet, right? Like, we've seen a lot of Soj and we've seen a lot of EMEA, not a lot in terms of Freya gameplay.
So I actually spoke with Backbone this past week, and he hinted towards, he's the assistant coach of Anyone's Legend, and he hinted towards, like, there's been some Freya experimentation. Obviously, falls pretty flat against something like, a Zarya, EMEA, Vendetta composition. But, that definitely has its, Freya has its niche, especially when it comes to dealing with something like a Winston, right? And so if you're thinking we want to play Winston comp and Nambani, removing that from Katsia's arsenal, I think it's a pretty solid
I would have liked to see if Anyone's Legend just ban, because, like, if you would have banned the Diva, right? Then you're forcing them to play like a Zarya into your Winston?
Well, you got
like,
second ban, so you want them to go first ban and ban the Diva.
I wanted them to take the first ban and then
Right.
get rid of the Diva. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't have wanted them to kind of concede that. But yeah, maybe they've seen some stuff in scrims from Kadia that they would want to kind of go to something a little bit different against the Winston in terms of like the damage dealers and taking that away. And then Kadia feels like for them, maybe they didn't want to ban burn another kind of like impactful ban here straight away.
Yeah, there's lots of small little decisions that are going to be pivotal throughout the rest of the series. How you choose to deploy your bans. Do you want to target ban, very strong bans early on, or do you want to save them for later? Maybe when Kadia get their own map pick, right?
It's also Anyone's Legend basically forcing Kadia to protect Zarya Diva, right? Like, because if let's say Kadia would have gotten rid of, I don't know, let's call it Sojourn, for instance, you would have had a complete like open lane to get rid of one of those impactful tanks if you're Anyone's Legend. So you're kind of like forcing Kadia to kind of make that call whether they want to protect that tank slot or just kind of let it slide through.
Yep. I think it's a good choice, though, to get rid of the Freya after all. And obviously, they've had a lot of practice with this Winston composition. That's been their go-to. And so if they think that the Freya ban is more impactful than the Diva one, you got to trust them on that instinct, I feel like. So we'll have to see as we load into the second map. This is an Anyone's Legend team map that, their back is kind of against the wall here. They need to come up with wins to avoid promotion and relegation. And I think we're looking at Kadia as one of those teams that it's a bit of a must-win for Anyone's Legend.
Yes, they still kind of control their own destiny, does Anyone's Legend, right? We talked about how they've already played our top two teams in EMEA, an opportunity if they can kind of run the table. You finish like in that third slot potentially. At least kind of make it pretty comfortable to get into that top four. They obviously need to win here against Kadia. That would be kind of the start to that run here for Anyone's Legend. It'll be Kadia on defense, Johnny. It'll be Kiri Lucio, seems to be the standard here at the moment. Then it'll be Taechong playing that far yet again in combination with a Diva, and it looks like we're gonna get some Winton Overwatch here on the other side of things. So it'll be Tama piloting that Winston with Maimon, gonna ditch the Vendetta completely here, gonna go with Tracer.
And this is where you want to see Anyone's Legend get off to a really hot start. They looked so poor on Legion Tower the first map. This is them playing their own style. It's their own map pick. This is where Anyone's Legend need to come alive and have a good showing. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve with this Winston comp. And well,
I mean, dude, that's the thing. It's like if you allow Diva, like EMEA, Farah, like the bubble, you're just going to get knocked out of it like you just saw right there, and then just kind of, I mean, Winston just evaporates. I mean, it's just not able to stay alive, but that much damage output coming on down, so...
Well, it's a really tough job because Maimon kind of needs to work his way behind the team, right? And Tama, initial lead, needs to be very safe. Like, you can't be exposed, you know, like this, dropping the bubble right here. You have to know that the D.Va's going to fly after you, so expect a very safe jump from Tama coming up here, trying to protect himself from this damage.
Tama does see that Taejong is actually kind of like rotated back out to the choke. A few members quite low here on Anyone's Legend, but they do find Gala, so a pick here from Anyone's Legend off the rip. Maybe that can kind of turn things, as now Tama finds Taejong, so this is starting to work out pretty well here for Anyone's Legend, as they will drop to the point. A does find Crispy, so still a few members here of Katia at the choke, and Tama does find Sir Majed, so Tama's starting to come alive a little bit on the Winston. Taejong will come back here. He might be able to actually get a touch on the point. There's actually a few players rotate here to the choke, trying to get some of the remaining members from Katia out. It's actually Aid is going to use that override protocol here, going up on the high ground. Kanale for Anyone's Legend will end up dropping the Kitsune Rush here, so just kind of deterring players from Katia getting on the point.
Got a touch.
Dangerously low. Yeah, they will have to get a touch here. It looks like it is contested for now, and nobody able to get there in touch for Katia. As Anyone's Legend, they unlock the point.
But I feel like the fight that opened things up there for Anyone's Legend, that is what we want to see. Maimon setting up the flank, and Tama just jumping towards Sir Majed there and just keeping himself safe. That essentially means that you have two people towards the back line. Maimon is setting up on one flank and Tama on the other. And that means that you can collapse onto Katsuya, you know, when they're setting up that D.Va themselves, right? And so Kai, he utilizes that space to his advantage, finds an opening pick, and that is going to result in Anyone's Legend eventually capping that first point. Now, Tama with this Primal Rage as well, that added survivability is actually going to be really helpful, as once again, he's probably going to get into the backline of Katsuya and then try to build enough space for Kai.
Yeah, Maimon on a little bit of a flank here as well. It's Kitsune Rush from Sir Majed. It's going to be the Primal popped here by Tama, just trying to keep himself alive here. A lot of damage coming down as Aid finds Kai. You do end up holding on to the sound barrier here if you are Anyone's Legend, so you don't exactly burn that here at the moment. You're going to have it for this next fight, so you'll have sound barrier and your Emery ultimate, but Aid's building up to his pretty quickly. So 3 minutes, Johnny, not an eternity here to get through the second part on Numbani. This is historically very difficult to do.
Yeah, Tama jumps in there, doesn't have the Primal Rage this time, but again, it buys enough space here for Kai to pop this override, but it doesn't get any value from it whatsoever. And this is going to enable the turn for Katsuya to maybe come back with their own sound barrier and their override from Aid.
Yeah, Taejong just kind of working on the off angles here on the tracers. Aid is going to end up popping his override protocol here, putting down some serious damage on Tama. Nice shot connecting on him in the air. So Vestola was kind of chasing him up for the follow through, but it is Aid who ends up finishing off the Winston. Maybe this is the fight though, Johnny, right? Double support ult available here for Anyone's Legend. Maimon putting some good pressure on the background. Oh, nice! Oh, nice. Pulse Mine's gonna be the recall though that ends up keeping Taejong alive.
I mean, you can't ask for much more. He did his best there, hitting the pulse onto Taejong.
They use the rush on the other
clutch.
side of things, so they don't have their tracer. It's gonna be a player down. They end up using their rush.
Yeah, they saw a moment there, tried to capitalize on two members being away, but can't get the value. And this again, this favors Katsuya now, coming back with the entire roster.
Yeah, I mean, Katsuya does have their sound barrier and Kitsune Rush is available as well. So, you know, maybe Anyone's Legend thought there was a window of opportunity they could capitalize on there, but the window was so small, if any, as Tama gets up towards that high ground and tries to kind of jump across. Maybe planning a dive here with Maimon is... Man, Kai dangerously low. Some help from the rest, though, of Katsuya as, you're not able to kind of keep up Kai there for Anyone's Legend as, Vistola gets in deep and Taejong is, look at this. I mean, they push back Anyone's Legend all the way to the spawn.
Yeah, well, you just kind of have to take that fight loss, right? Because you try to go for a play with your own Kitsune Rush from Kanale, and then you're suddenly at a disadvantage when it comes to the ultimate economy. So Anyone's Legend, they have to kind of take that fight loss as Taejong here. Waiting for Maimon. It's a good one clip, forces the recall. This is going to buy some time now for Katsuya here, with Maimon out of the mix.
Yeah, I mean, recall now used by Taejong, just tried to kind of almost assassinating Maimon there as T-Jung takes some shots, gets back to him, make a health pack. There'll be an override protocol here from 8. It's going to be a sound barrier there used by Crispy. It just connects with him, Kaneo, and Tama. Better beat comes in late here for Kadia as Tama gets chunked down there in the end, not able to get up towards that Primal Rage. As you see the cart, Johnny, it has moved back as a few fights in a row Kadia has put together.
Yeah, and again, another crucial ultimate that you can't really get any value out of. And now Anion's Legend. This is when I really feel like they're on the back foot. They don't have that Kitsune Rush yet. They've expelled their sound barrier. And now you need an individual play from someone like Maimon or Kai to help get this point across the second one.
So the Kai using the override protocol here. Everybody kind of runs here for Kadia. They know they have some time to work with. So they will have to make it back towards the payload to get this contested. It looks like Gala kind of leading the charge back there as Tama just trying to find anyone. Nice job with the Primal Rage there, just right on top of Surmajed. Not have a TP there on the Kiri. It's going to be a pulse there from Taejong, who takes out Kai. It's Kadia not out of it just yet. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush here, though. Dropped from anyone's Legend, just searching for any type of kills. And actually, Johnny, somebody slipped off of the point, and it doesn't look like Vestola is able to get a touch. So that's the second checkpoint here that comes through from anyone's Legend.
Yeah, that's gonna feel good, getting that second point cap for anyone's Legend. That Kitsune Rush just too overwhelming in the end. This is now going to give them an opportunity to finish off this map. A minute on the timer here. Crispy is building up towards that Sound Barrier, but this double support element from Kadia is going to be an uphill battle that anyone's Legend will have to find a way around.
Yeah, but maybe Maimon goes crazy here with like a stick, right?
Maybe.
Like a pulse bomb here.
They have
would be
Susu,
like,
but still, yeah.
I mean, it would be the moment, though, for anyone's Legend if you are just trying to get back into this series for Maimon to go crazy here with a pulse bomb. So, do I have Vestola step up? Can I control the payload here at the moment? Yeah, they getting quite aggressive. I mean, Tama gets a big chunk of damage here from that nade, and on that they decide to go. Yeah, there it's going to be Kitsune Rush that comes in here. As oh, dude, look at the burst fire there that comes out from 8 while inside of the rush. As 8 will find 3, make it 4 in the fight. As that is nasty work on the Emre inside of the Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, for a moment there, it actually looked like anyone's Legend were going to escape with their lives, but Emre just too good at distance, cleans up Tama. 10 seconds on the timer here.
And they're
Legend, they're coming up to the ults, but this early hold from Aiden could spell
you're
trouble.
walking into this override protocol. They gotta have to use the beat in their spawn. It's a later beat here from Gala and Kadia as Aid does find Crispy. Can Kaneo stay alive long enough to get a Kitsune Rush? It's gonna be a Primal Rage from Tama here. That's gonna keep him alive here for just the time being. Kaneo needs to be able to stay alive. Nice Suzu on himself, gets the rush down, but nobody there to capitalize on it as Tama will fall. So this is where the push will end here from anyone's Legend. So they get that second checkpoint. They get right around the corner here on the way to third.
I might be admitting that Winston ain't it, man. I'm real close now. This it spells trouble. I mean, I also think you have to kind of consider anyone's Legend approach here as well to defer the ban and not get that div out of the mix, because, you know, maybe you could have let the Freya through and then relied on someone like Maimon or the Tracer to deal with the Freya, or at least make, you know, your life a little bit less difficult. But I think it's quite obvious that Vestola holding this front line on the Diva is making things a lot more difficult for Tama on the Winston.
Yeah, it's that's kind of where I would have liked to see them get rid of that Diva. Like, imagine if they had to play Zarya right now, it would obviously look much different this game, as Zarya is obviously not as good as controlling some of the high ground. So letting that Diva just kind of walk on through feels like a bit of a miss from anyone's Legend, because to remind you guys at home, anyone's Legend, this is their map pick. They obviously have the right to ban first. They defer it over to Kadia, and Kadia bans the ball, which prevents any other tank ban coming in on the other side.
Yeah, maybe they were expecting... No, surely not. Maybe they were expecting something like a support ban instead, but protecting the Diva just feels like the right choice from Kadia. But it's not as simple as like, oh, Diva counters Winston. You know, but you see the tempo itself that anyone's Legend throughout that attack, they're just, you know, a little bit trigger happy with dropping the Kitsune Rush, dropping the Sound Barrier. They feel like their Winston is so vulnerable to taking a lot of damage that they have to use their support elements just a second or two too early. And it almost makes it easier for Kadia to disengage and take a step back instead. So it just changes the dynamic of the matchup itself. And Kadia just looked like the more composed team throughout that first attack.
Tama has to be so careful. You see, just gets knocked out of the bubble there by Vestola. All the armor completely ripped off of the Winston. As now it'll be Kadia who gets on the point. I think Tama just trying to figure out who is the dive target up on the high ground. You see he jumps right on top of the Emre, but it's going to be D.Va getting up there, just knocking him out of the bubble, knocking him down to the low ground. And as that's going on, Taejong does find Kanale, so just down to Lucio healing here for anyone's legend, which is not going to be good enough to kind of keep them healthy enough to contest the point, as it looks like here. And maybe a touch towards the end. Yeah, Tama will get there, but
I mean they're just bullying the Winston.
He's getting knocked out of the bubble and just disintegrated there. That is going to be a fast first point take here for Kadia. It also looks like Kanale may have used the TP. Yeah, used the TP to actually go to Maimon over by the point and then kind of got stuck there. So you're going to lose the Tracer and the Kiri towards the end.
But even at the first point, you saw like Tama jumping in that initial dive onto the high ground, and Kanale's like, all right, my Winston, he dove there. I got a TP and Susu. But that just leaves Kanale exposed as well, and he's the first member to get picked off anyone's legend. So anyone's legend here kind of still figuring things out here, as they're forced now to have a pretty good second point defense to run some of this time off the bank. Sermajet has his Kitsune Rush already, so Kadia looking good going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to jump away as anyone's legend, kind of kite this Kitsune Rush. It is going to allow them to get a lot of space, but I say they're going to kite this, Johnny, and they lose Kanale and they lose Tama. So you might end up giving up the second checkpoint off of this. I mean, this is brutal from anyone's legend.
Yeah, this is terrible news. Because again, like, even if you get a touch here, like your Winston is just gonna dove in to the point, and then 8 has the override protocol. This is horrible for anyone's legend here. This is a really bad spot. They're just gonna let it go, maybe. Maimon gets a touch.
Yeah, I mean, but
he's dead.
Then he's gonna get knocked back. I mean, yeah, this is This is gonna be another death. Man, this is just 531. You can already see the golden box of victory here. I mean, there's really not much here from anyone's legend. They never really not given much of anything here on the defensive side of things. This has been a speed
they have 5
run
ults, Matt.
From
5
Kadia.
ults. This is the fight. Surely.
Do we even really get a great fight here? Is somebody is going to have to touch here? Is it is Maimon from the corner? Is it's gonna be A just trying to pump damage into Tama. It's gonna be a sound barrier here that connects with everybody from Kadia. So a later sound barrier potential here from Crispy, and anyone's legend. Crispy will get the better beat off. So you will end up getting a fight win here from anyone's legend, or at least you should. Players still on the flank here from Kadia. Vestola still with an opportunity to self-destruct here, get a mech back as the Winston bubble will pop as well. Somebody has to get there to touch there in the final second. Nice pulse bomb from Maimon, takes out Gala, but Taejong will return on the other side of things. Yeah, Vestola finds Kai in the baby D.Va for him here. So you just have Tama over by the objective. No supports. You're going to have everybody coming back off the spawn. For Kadia as anyone's legend, an opportunity there to at least get a fight win on defense. And they cannot. Kadia with a 2-0 lead.
Oh, that stinks. You were kind of hoping that it would be some relief here on Numbani, that like, oh, this is going to be our map pick. We're going to get back into the series. But like, where do you go from here, Matt? 30-1 for 8.
30-1. I mean,
31-1 for Taejong. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's not going to produce many wins on the anyone's legend side in that way. I mean, Kanale had a rough one there as well. Tama, tough time staying alive there on the Winston. 10 deaths, but as you talked about, I mean, 8 and Taejong just dominated that game.
Yeah, and I don't think there's too much pressure on them either, because even though you're playing the Winston's job is not really to contest like the Emre. It's about wrapping around, getting to the back of the enemy support line, and then just trying to stay alive, right? Create enough space for Kai to perhaps pop off instead. But I don't think that Kadia, they mind that too much. It's just like, okay, there's a Winston in our backline. You know, we could just focus down the Winston like they did for all of that. But like, we could also just shoot back at Kai. Even it doesn't matter that Kai has those sightlines. Like, we're feeling pretty good. So, this is an anyone's legend roster that is fighting to stay away from promotion relegation. And right now, they have no answers.
I mean, you defer that ban, you could have maybe gotten rid of the D.Va, made it a little bit easier, but
yeah,
now,
like the fourth time we're saying that. It's, you know, what else? It's tough.
But like, what do you want to do here if you're anyone's legend. I mean, a few opportunities, you know, for some map selections. But guys, if you're logging in Overwatch, just take a look in the store. I was in Overwatch earlier today. It was literally the first thing that popped up. The Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. Support your favorite teams going to Champions Clash today. All 3 of those skins, you get the player icons, the charms, the nameplates, a ton of awesome stuff. It might be low-key best Lifeweaver skin.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Matt, do you know what the definition of Elysian is?
I tell you, look, I am no, I don't. I'm surprised you would even ask me that. As
well,
no,
I was curious. I was just like, I've heard this word.
It looks very
like,
cosmic, very you know, futuristic.
Relating to or characteristic of heaven or paradise.
Oh,
and so
okay.
you know, do you get yourself the paradise bundle? Yeah. Apparently, it goes back to like Greek mythology and stuff, about like Elysium and stuff. I went down the rabbit hole, dude. And then as well, like there's a movie with like Matt Damon called like Elysium or something. So like I got the entertainment for tonight. Buy the bundle. Buy the bundle.
But why would you ask me if you already knew the answer? As okay.
Because I didn't know it.
Coming in for Tama. So this is the first time we've seen AMDP. You know, in these in stage 1 here in EMEA. So a tank swap here for anyone's a legend, looking to maybe make a little bit of a reverse sweep, a little run back here. I mean, this is a tough spot to bring AMDP in. Hey, we're down to 0-2.
Conjure something up.
Our season's on the line. We're down to 0-2. Hey, you want to just fire up and get into the server and save us? Yeah, look, I mean, rough go for Tama. First sub, I believe, maybe even of EMEA as a whole. We haven't had many subs really at all. Think about, you know, Overwatch Esports historically, right? It was like hockey. We were getting full line changes in between each map at some points.
Seoul Dynasty 2019, A and B team.
London
One side you got Wikid,
like
and the other thing you got like
hybrid roster. I mean, it was insane.
Yeah.
So AMDP comes in here, maybe the saving grace for anyone's legend, as we will go to Esperanza, Johnny, for the next map.
Yeah, so MDP has, you know, goes back with this team a little bit, because this is a mix, anyone's legend is a mix of players from like Vision from last year, and AMDP was on that roster participating in Saudi E-League. And so he has some experience with this roster, and obviously not going to play the Winston in this one. A tank pool that preferably lends itself more to the traditional slower heroes, like, you know, maybe we can see the Zarya or something like that come out. Esperanza, it's definitely going to be indicative of maybe playing more of these like Lucio Kiriko compositions. I actually don't think we're gonna see too many strings here.
Okay,
the
here we
ban.
go.
Yeah, here we go. Now's the time to drop it.
If I'm Tama, I'm pissed. I mean, I'm getting beat down by divas for the first 2 weeks. And then MDB comes in, and the first ban they use was to get Diva out. I mean, so it'll be an Alari ban for Kadia. They get the second ban, but now what? I guess maybe we see some Zarya action. Maybe they feel like AMDP might have a better look there. There's some absolutely hilarious scenario where they sub in AMDP and they play Winston again. That would just be mind melting. No. But no, it feels like bringing him in to play some of the Zarya here.
It wasn't the right cup of Winston for us. Let's bring in another Winston player. No, I mean, look, like realistically, you're probably thinking that, right, okay, we have to win Numbani without deploying the Diva ban, so that we can win Numbani and then we can win an additional map player in the series deploying the Diva ban, right? Because you want to stagger the map and the hero bans to give you the best chance possible at winning 3 maps in the series. So if you were to pick Numbani and then also ban Diva,
yeah,
maybe you're thinking that like, oh, we're at a really big disadvantage come like map 4, map 5, when some of these bans are starting to run out, right? So that is one way that anyone's legend might be thinking about this. Is like, we need to save the Diva ban for later in the series if we want to win this series, winning 3 maps.
Let's see if AMDP can kind of turn things around here for anyone's legend. Really kind of, you know, a lot on the line here, right? We're talking about how they kind of control their own destiny, and you get a win here against Kadia. Obviously has a chance to kind of turn things around completely for their first stage here in EMEA. Kind of they get blown out in the first 2 maps. Now to come in here late, trying to save the day. A tough spot to be in for AMDP is Kadia. Looks like they won't actually play the Vendetta. Really kind of going for something more of like a counter to the hero here with Taejong on the Pharah.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen from them before last week it was against Peps, and so they're bringing out once more on a different push map, this time here on Esperanza. So, you know, a lot of pressure on Maimon here to avoid a lot of this poke damage, but at the same time setting up the rest of his team as he goes in there, getting 2 bubbles, I believe, from this area. And he's dead. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a lot of focus fire going down onto Maimon, and even with those Zarya bubbles, right? You're not able to keep him alive on the Vendetta as...
oh, man.
It looks like a bubble there used by MVP, trying to just keep Crispy alive. Is doing his best, subbed in here on the Zarya. But still, same results. A fast team fight win here for Kadia.
Well, I mean, we should maybe ask ourselves now, like, have we been underrating Kadia? Because this is a team that took a map from Virtus.pro, and they are looking really good here. Vestola, another early pick onto Kai, like it's mental boomage all over the place right now.
Well,
this is like Kadia roster. This is looking really good.
Yeah, they go to 5 with GK as well, right? So I mean, this is a look with Kadia. It was never really a question of like, oh, can like we know these players can obviously play at this level. It just looked like a really weird roster on paper, right?
Yeah.
Players they would never expect to kind of team up together. But if they can kind of like, you know, obviously start putting together games like this, they can definitely be a force to be reckoned with in EMEA. And Johnny, that's checkpoint. So anyone's legend not able to actually get, they've kind of like flipped the map here. Anyone's legend taking some like high ground control. But
if they can get this both through the choke, this is really bad because they have the superior position already. They're just gonna keep going.
And they have the far to just kind of keep chunking down through the choke. So this is a really weird spot to be playing from anyone's legend, as I feel like they're just gonna end up losing this fight.
Yeah. I mean, this is 100 meters and counting. And you got double support ultimate. You got 5 ults essentially, because Vestola is going to build his as well. This could be speedy here, Matt.
I mean, yeah, Maimon switching over to the Echo here. But that this feels like desperation mode, right? I mean, you're gonna have every ultimate available for Kadia.
It's been desperation mode.
I mean, you're just trying to get around the corner. I mean, double support ult available for Kadia. Override protocol, and look at where the bot is. I mean, he's very close to kind of getting into the distance, so some nice shots here. Ooh, Crispy gets dangerously low as Taejong up in the sky, gonna use the barrage, finish off 2. It's, Maimon in the back line, not able to get rid of AIDS, so the bot will continue to make its way towards anyone's legend spawn. This will be one of the bigger blowouts we've seen in ages, it feels like, with how good Katia's looked.
Could be a really bad timing for anyone's legend before they get the sound barrier and this graviton surge. A lot of pressure on Crispy to get this off.
You may just try and grab the Zarya here, just like solo. It's actually they don't even keep the solo alive. Maybe you heard the Suzu go off there. Maybe it actually didn't hit him there, because dude, I mean, you keep this solo alive, you get a grab there. I mean, you might end up just kind of completing the map.
I mean, that was an amazing opportunity to complete the map. Like, you had the leg up with your already secured graviton surge and sound barrier. Now you cannot let anyone's legend back into this push map. And don't get me wrong, like, the odds right now are like, Kadia are going to win this map 95, 99%, because they have a 139 to 0 meter lead. But I guess the push will keep going on.
Yeah, grab used here from both teams. Going to be a sound barrier that comes out a little bit earlier from Crispy, but they do end up dealing with Vestola, so this is pretty good here for anyone's legend. They're trying to keep Taejong off of Maimon up in the sky. MVP does a nice job tracking him, taking out that Tracer, so you'll start to get some progress here for anyone's legend. Looking to see if they can kind of hunt this kill on the Surmajin, not able to find him, so at least a fight win here from anyone's legend. Get the some positive momentum in the series.
Yeah, and they've had no positive momentum this series, so if there was a comeback here, it'd be nothing short of a miracle. It is so unlikely that this team is going to be able to find momentum here to close out this Esperanza. A lot of things are going to have to go their way to kick things off here, but they're putting some pressure onto Taejong here. Forced to recall already.
MVP,
only they can get an opening pick here.
Okay, they use Rush, but the bot is being run away, though, by Kadia. So they do end up using the Kitsune Rush. It's going to be a later rush here. Surmajet's going to use his as soon as they try and actually get back over to where the bot here from anyone's legend, as Kai using the override protocol. Can't really find much of anything. Ooh, a late shot there. Connects onto Vestola, but dude, Taejong just cleaning up players. They're now with the Tracer swap right into the Echo on the other side. It's a matchup that favors Kadia in that DPS head-to-head.
Yeah, you essentially just have to apply this Echo duplicate ultimate and then, you know, try to swap back to maybe the Tracer yourself there and take that duel, right? But this fight is going to be all about preventing the full cap from Kadia here, as Taejong actually gets knocked down by her Kanale. Nice kunai there onto the Tracer to buy some time for anyone's legend to push this spot that.
I mean, anyone's legend trying to do the people a favor here, extend this one. 15
Get the
hours for
drops.
that. 15 hours for that loot box at the end. You know, games like this, I mean, it's going to be, they may have to start giving them out. It's going to be a sound barrier here used by Gala. It's going to be 8 actually up in the sky there, Johnny, using the override protocol. So even with the grab that comes down from the dupe from Maimon, not able to get any type of follow-up, right? Because 8's up in the sky, just the threat of all that damage coming down can't push into it.
Yeah, and if you're anyone's legend, you're kind of wanting to build these ultimates very close to the sound barrier, the grab on surge, but Kadia going to apply the pressure immediately, and Kai goes down.
Yes, I don't think you're going to end up using any of these ultimates here if you're anyone's legend. You're going to have to live to fight another day. So they do end up building up towards a beat and grab, as you mentioned. You're going to have a beat plus Kitsune Rush and Pulse Bomb on the other side, as Maimon now going to go over to the Vendetta. So both these damage dealers, Taejong and Maimon, just trying to do the best they can to kind of counter the opposite one, making these hero swaps constantly throughout this round. Yeah, they're going to try and just murder Bestola, and they do a great job of it. Crispy ends up using the beat here, Johnny. I don't know if you actually needed that.
No. They definitely felt like they had to go and make a play, obviously. And maybe they had coordinated early on that, like, hey, we're going to use the Graviton Surge and the Sound Barrier this fight. But as soon as they got that early pick with the Graviton Surge, the Sound Barrier was no longer necessary. And if you're Kadia, you're like, we just traded a Kitsune Rush for a Grav and Sound Barrier? That's great news.
Yeah, and I mean, now Taejong on the flank, right? There's the way he's playing, there's a great opportunity for him to kind of find a pick with a Pulse Bomb, as see some of the bubbles there going on to Maimon, is just trying to find anything on the Vendetta, creates some space, but you've got this situation again, Johnny, where the map is kind of flipped. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush here, drop down, Vestola throws in the grab into it, and the Pulse Bomb there from Maimon, from Taejong finishes off Maimon. So, you know, even with the rush drop down from anyone's legend, with the map being flipped, you know, Vestola ends up dropping that grab right into it. No answer there from anyone's legend as the Pulse Bomb comes in, takes out a few.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the few times we've had a chance to see this Tracer Vendetta matchup. Like, the Tracer is having a field day, just cleaning things up, and Taejong racking up the frags here, but Vendetta kind of agreed upon the stronger character overall. The big question is, how can they deal with Taejong here? As that override comes out from Kai, but a nice disengage from Kadia. Oh, great angles here to try and land these shots and try to find an opening frag.
Yeah, just, I mean, let's see. Oh, AD being a little, I mean, he was asking for it a little bit, though. Like, he was trying to put some shots in. I think also, like, Aid knew he was probably, like, one shot, a little bit of a tick of damage away from having his own override protocol, so maybe trying to farm that up and, you know, get it in that moment, but needs to kind of play his life in that type of situation. Now it's allowed anyone's legend to kind of get control of high ground. Still a lot of time, you know, a lot of meterage to make up, though, for anyone's legend. I mean, you don't even have first checkpoint yet, and we're below a minute 30 on the clock.
All right, well, if you can get, you know, the checkpoint here at least, you're not going to be favored in this one, because Kadia are coming up on that double support ultimate. Doesn't look like they're going to get that checkpoint after all. Smaimo goes in for a bit of a dive here. Can't get caught here, though.
Yeah, nice boot there by Gala. They're just having a nice nade there as well. It's a lot of damage coming down here from Kadia. You see everybody on anyone's legend just trying to get out of this situation. Is oh, nice TP there from Kanale. Going to get out to the rest of the team.
It's been a very patient Kadia team. In another situation here with 50 seconds to go, Taejong is in the back line.
These players aren't going to make it. Yeah, these players may not make it out, right? Vestola here with Taejong, they have pushed up so far.
Oh, okay.
For a second, I thought he was going to walk back into it. The grab comes out, though. I mean, they could have comboed there. Just messed up the timing a little bit as Kanale still alive here. Kanale trying to get back to the spawn, uses the rush, but that is the map. That is a beat down. Kadia, they dominated anyone's legend from start to finish.
Yeah, that was incredibly dominant from Kadia, and I feel a little bit bad. I feel like I misled the viewers here, Matt, going into this one. I was like, oh, I know.
Yeah, he most certainly did. Yeah.
Hey, you never know about the Winston. And
you never know.
This was...
Look out.
That was a disgusting series.
I mean, man, that was...
Sorry Sorry.
That was an absolute bloodbath. I mean, look, I thought I predicted Kadia in this series, and I thought they could win in this nature. Yeah, it's not something that kind of, I'm gonna put that on my bio or anything, but I thought it would be like closer, like, and maybe we've underestimated Kadia as we take a look at some of the highlights here from this map, because I mean, dude, they looked awesome today, able to play multiple different styles with this Zarya, whether it be with like Pharah or Vendetta or Tracer, right? Gala and Surmajed, they looked awesome as a backline. Maybe we've like underrated Kadia just a little bit, because there's a world, right, in which Kadia loses to Geeky. Like, there's a world in which like they look like almost like undefeated at the moment, and then we're kind of talking about them contesting with like a TM or VP type.
Yeah, this damage line is really underrated, and lots of respect to those guys. I mean, Taejong popped off right there, and dare I whisper it, Matt? Dare I whisper it? I do think that Aid against Virtus.pro maybe took it to Kevster a little bit on the hit scan, so don't sleep on the damage duo of Kadia.
Well, I mean, that was quite the series, guys. I did not expect it to go by as quickly as it did. The 3-0 sweep there for Kadia. They're looking really strong on the server, but I think that, again, we had expectations from Anyone's Legend for good reason, with players like Maimon on that roster, like Tama. Unfortunately, we didn't see Thomas stepping up today, I think, to the level that we know that he can. The meta not really working super well, I think, for how Anyone's Legend want to be playing Overwatch right now. But overall, Johnny, I think that Kadia, you're talking about how we were potentially underrating this team. And in this matchup, like, I think it gave us a real taste of what they bring to the table and how these synergies are all coming together, despite the fact that on paper, this roster at first looked a little bit funky.
Yeah, no, it looked really funky, and we're thinking, like, how are they going to put it together? Because how many times have we seen a team cook up like a double flex support lineup, and we're like, oh, this was not in the offseason. And so I think it was quite fair to have your doubts about this team. Like, you're just bringing in like a Korean damage duo and just hoping for the best, and the best turned out to happen. Like, this damage duo is fire, and your backline has figured things out. And they showed this composition today, playing the Zarya, the MREP, like pretty default stuff. But they could flex over and play different things as well. Like, they have that support line optionality. And so this has suddenly become like a really interesting team. Obviously, they're still not nearly on par with Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds.
No.
But they get a couple of weeks more of practice, and who knows how the meta is going to develop.
Yeah, now, Ash, you look, for me, it's like they conceded the first ban in the map number 2. Maybe there's a better reason why, but like, if you're going to have Tama in there, at least give him like a little bit more of a chance to succeed and get rid of the Diva there. And then kind of like, if you were gonna sub in AMDP to play Zarya for the map 3 anyway, like, what's kind of the point, right? We know that Kadia wasn't gonna ban that or anything there, so like, maybe there's some adjustments they could have made in terms of what they decided to do in terms of like the bans. I don't think that changes the series whatsoever, though. Kadia just looked on another level compared to Anyone's Legend.
Hey, makes sense. I mean, they just looked insane. But checking out these standings now, things get a lot more interesting, I think, Johnny, when it comes down to, again, how this is gonna look here. Kadia, this is a very important win for them. Anyone's Legend, they really needed to be able to get this one under their belt, but it looks even more difficult, I think, for them to break through into that top 4, though. However, we do have an interview on the line with Gala from Kadia. So excited to talk to you. Congratulations on your win today, Gala. I actually wanted to talk a little bit about a conversation that Sir Majed had on the desk last weekend. And he talked about how, I think people had questions about the double flex support here for your team, and how you and him were both working on little improvements within scrims, looking to make some adjustments. And your squad looked really strong today. I wanted to hear from you what those improvements were looking like from week 1 into week 2.
Yeah, so we have been testing a little bit around double flex comps. We tried Juno Kitty before, Juno Larry, Papi Larry. We tried so many stuff. But at the end of the day, we have to play Lucio Kiri at some point. Have been making adjustments for that. I think we have been improving so much lately, playing against Twisted Minds, especially in scrims. And I think it has been slowly showing in our matches.
I mean, it definitely showed today. You guys looked awesome playing a lot of those comps. I gotta ask, how did you guys come together as a team? I know it's obviously players who played at like the highest level before, but like a lot of players from different teams. How did you guys form, and how has it been gelling with the rest of the squad?
I think our communication is really simple. I try to make it easier for our Korean players, especially for 8. Try to make it simple, really easy. Play for our win condition, especially our win condition. And it has been working out for now. I have to get better at some stuff, but I can't say I'm proud. We have been getting better, yeah.
Yeah, I think this team is looking really exciting, and it was a dominant showing today, so great job on that. I want to ask about your position, you know, come stage playoffs perhaps, if you make it there, like Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds. It feels like they are on the next level, like they are so strong. What do you have to improve upon to be able to take it to those two teams?
I think especially is our biggest problem right now is our map understanding. We have to make better impact around the map.
Positioning and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Off angles, healing angles, Kyrios, pit turns. But I don't think their mechanics are much better than us, to be honest.
Makes sense. I actually wanted to call back for my last question. In map 2 for Numbani, you guys actually received like the deferred ban from Anyone's Legend. Did that catch you guys off guard? What was going on like through your head, through the team's head when Anyone's Legend allowed you guys to go get that ban first?
Okay, so we thought they were gonna ban Diva on Rialto, Gibraltar, or even Numbani, but they decided to ban second, so we just decided to protect our best tank hero pool, and that's it. We'll have to figure out in match.
That makes sense. It probably surprised you that they allowed you to get that ban first. I don't think any of us were expecting it. Thank you so much, Gala, though, for this interview, and congratulations on your win today, and wishing you the best of luck with the rest of your matches.
Thank you so much.
Some good insight that we got to learn today, guys. I think that Johnny, they were just as surprised probably about getting that ban opportunity as we were.
Yeah, I don't want to like speak too much ill about it, because Anyone's Legend, you know, obviously they cooked up like a game plan, like how do we win this series, not how do we win one map, how do we win this series. And so yeah, I think at face value it looks a little bit odd, but I'd be curious to hear them explain it, and I'm no doubt that they're eventually, like, some player or coach is probably gonna explain, like, what went into their reasoning. They probably had a plan, it didn't work out, it ended up looking quite poor, and so I think it's face value here in the broadcast. It was not the showing they wanted to put forward.
For sure. I really like that take. I think that there's definitely obviously a lot more depth to it than what we ended up seeing, but overall for Kadia, they had a dominant showing here today for EMEA. But that's actually our last matchup of EMEA for the day. I want to give a big thanks to Matt and Johnny for joining me on the desk here for the EMEA region, but we do have 3 matches of NA coming up next. Matt, before I send us off to a quick break though, which one are you most excited for?
Well, I think probably SSG and Fuel are pretty close to qualifying in NA, so I would look at either of those. And then, I mean, the SG Team Liquid is interesting for lots of reasons. Maybe at the end of, like, I think the fans definitely want to see DSG come out on top, but it's still a very tough opponent there in TL.
Yeah, Disguised taking SSG to map 5 last week and then taking the loss here against Extinction yesterday. It was not the repeat in form that we kind of expected from Disguised. So a tough opponent here against Team Liquid today. I'll be keeping my eyes out for that last match of the day.
We'll see if they're able to make the adjustments that are necessary from day 1 into day 2 of week 2. But before I send us to a quick break, I want to remind you guys that you guys actually should probably stay tuned while we're on break, because we've got these drops coming in. We also see the ones at 12 hours, 15 hours. So get every single minute in that you can. And if you haven't already, don't forget to connect your Battle.net accounts as well to your Twitch. This will be going on until April 9th. So there is still more time to rack in some of these hours. But for now, I'm going to thank Matt and Johnny for joining us once again. And we'll be back with OWCSNA.
Vice President Singania, the ceremony will start when you're ready. I've loaded the latest speech onto your datapad if you'd like to.
I'll handle it. I've designed this entire awards ceremony to maximize budget and spectacle. Every detail in place is a balance of impact and efficiency. And they would test my patience now, just moments before I'm set to take the stage. Well, I suppose I should be well rehearsed. Let's see what they've written for me now. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to present this year's Vishkar Award for Excellence in Reimagining Architecnical Applications to a most worthy candidate. But before I speak of our honoree, allow me to introduce myself. As you surely know, my family... Oh, they can't be serious. Bringing up my family before even mentioning my own achievements. Introducing myself as if everyone doesn't already know who I am. The Singania family's connections to Vishkar are... Connections? Once I say connections, I've lost them. They'll think only of the Singania name on the plaque outside, and my grandfather's legacy. Vishkar isn't a dynasty. Well, I suppose it is. But it's not as though I was handed this position. I've trained years, proven my worth. What utter drivel! They truly expect me to spend 3 minutes extolling our architects, prattling on about their expertise, about how this company would be nothing without their hard work and dedication. Enough. I am the one in charge here. My fortune bankrolls their academies. My contracts secure their assignments. I've already dedicated an entire evening to their success. I hardly think they deserve more of my praise. This speech is useless. I will speak for myself. Again, Vera, in your own words, from the beginning. It is my duty as an executive for the Vishkar Corporation to project the same lightness of being that we manufacture and provide to our partners across the globe. As an architect and an entrepreneur, I have found a wealth of success. Some have called me too generous for sharing my victories with the company, but a rising tide elevates every ship, as they say. And under my oversight, no single group has risen higher than Vishkar's talented architects. To those present in the room tonight, know that talent alone may only take you so far. It was my drive that carried me through my schooling and earned me the position I now hold. Proud as I am to bear the Singania family name, I don't solely attribute my success to my upbringing. Their support was always rather specific in its focus. As critical as the public can be, one's own kin can sometimes be far crueler. Though my family may not have bought into my initial forays into heartlight manipulation, the care and resources I subsequently put toward mastering the craft taught me more than any academy could. I learned not to tolerate anyone who would question the merit of my work, or insinuate that I have not earned my position. Certainly, there's value in the artistry of hard light manipulation, but What about the art of negotiation, of presentation? Shaping oneself to be perfect. Crafting not just a reputation, but an image. Something untouchable. Something worthy. That is the true test of talent. The real... Oh, what are you saying, Vera? Even if it were the truth, no one would respect you. Let alone believe you, if you shared your own perspective. No, just give them what they want. Deliver the speech. Hand out the award. Smile. You're Vera Singania, heiress to the Vishgard dynasty, keeper of the family fortune, inheritor of innovation. You will be the one to lead Vishgar into its better, brighter future. They want you to be perfect, Vera. It's a good thing you are. Now that's perfection at work. The story continues in Overwatch.
Now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and my broken heart and we're moving on.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it. You know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. That every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch. in these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me waiting. I'm lucky when you're by my side. Yeah, yeah. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like.
What a clean fight for Disguise. Is that will be the team kill?
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Side bot.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Course has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS. We kicked the day off with 2 EMEA matches, and now we're here in NA. Again, I'm Ash, and I'm joined here by Jaws and Avril. And yesterday, we had an insane day, I guess. Like, it was pretty quick overall, Jack. Especially surprising, I think, how that both of those matches, honestly, went being 3-0s.
What are we doing out there, man? Like, those games are supposed to be super close. We get 2 3-0s just like that. I mean, Avril, we both said, like, look, this is going to be a fairly close series, and this is going to be the battle for some of the top seedings, and we just get 2 smackdowns like that. Like, it didn't feel like a day of Overwatch we expected.
Especially the second game. I think the first game, you start realizing, like, okay, you know, Team Liquid, they're still working through their roster. The first time seeing Kaluj, by the way, which is a bit of a change up to the team, because, you know, we looked at last week's Liquid. Infected wasn't really playing many of those meta tanks, so they're going to bring Kaluj in to try and play some of those Divas and the Zaryas, but it was still a 3-0. At least, though, this Gibraltar with Tree's performance of Water was absolute fire. That was the saving grace of that 3-0.
Yeah.
It definitely was. I think that it's pretty crazy with how like well Tree was playing that even made that last map there close there for Team Liquid. And then the fact that Extinction and for PDK taking their very first win here within OWCS was absolutely amazing. I think now taking a look at these standings here, Avril, overall, when we're taking a look specifically at Dallas Fuel versus SSG, these matches today for them are so important when it comes down to securing their playoff spots early.
And it seems like they have basically not a guarantee, but a very, very, very high chance of doing it. Dallas versus Lunex, SSG into Extinction. They win those games and they're guaranteed in the playoffs. Once you hit that sort of 3-0 mark, even if Dallas or SSG go to 3-2 in the standings for the regular season, they'll still be in playoffs, mathematically speaking. So, yeah, really big games for them today.
Yeah, I feel like today is the day you'd call for 3-0s across the board, but considering yesterday, I actually don't know what's going to happen. You expect Dallas Fuel to win 3-0 here. You expect SSG to probably win 3-0, but Extinction have a look good. And you expect Team Liquid to win 3-0 over Disguise. So I don't know if it's going to be a 3-0 weekend here for North America, but anything can happen. I mean, maybe even SSG Extinction go to 5 maps. I'm not sure.
Hey, you never know. But locking in on some of our later matches today, SSG playing Extinction around 2:30, and they're 1 win away from, as Avril was saying, clinching that playoffs spot. Extinction, though, Jack, are running a high after their win yesterday as well, but this SSG roster is one to be feared of.
Yeah, it didn't look good yesterday for Disguised. Extinction did kind of roll over them. They took a very close game against Team Liquid, so I'm expecting the same. But then again, I mentioned yesterday, it's like, okay, well, they also lost to Lunex 3-0. So yeah, I'm not sure. How do you feel, Avril?
I feel like looking at the other side of the table, the SSG, as we saw in those clips as well, SSG are on the run here. They are the ones challenging Dallas Fuel for that top position or that number 1 spot in the current region. And we don't get to see them play until next week. But today, we get to at least see them back-to-back playing against their relative opponents. And maybe we can get a bit of a glimpse there as to who we think is going to be the stronger of those two as we head into week 3. Because right now, it is a race between them. And we do expect them both to probably win today and clinch that playoff spot with a 3-0 in the standings. But what an amazing meta for Hawk specifically as well for SSG.
Yeah, it really is. And speaking of the race to playoffs, the race for standings here, talking about this DSG versus Team Liquid game that's going to be coming up later as well. Disguise, they're on the back foot right now. Avril, like being down 0-3, not getting any maps up against Extinction was insane to see with how important every single map is when it comes down to that final spot. And then Liquid as well, they're trying to continue to cement themselves in that top 4.
And DSG, they pretty much have to play for tiebreaker at this point because given their current scoreline, the only way they can maybe clinch, like, say, a 4th place in the playoffs, they can even get into playoffs, they're going to need some sort of tiebreaker at the end of the regular season, hope that a 2-3 is good enough to get them through, and they'll have to do a tiebreaker versus another team that's probably 2-3, right? So they need maps. And the problem is they went 0-3. They didn't get a single map yesterday, which is a huge issue for them. So they need to get some wins, like ASAP, starting today, really.
Yeah, and you said they're on the back foot, Ash. They might not have any feet after this against Team Liquid. Like, Liquid, they might just roll over them in a 3-0, and that is going to then put you in relegation spot in that 5th, 6th, guaranteed. It's not a good start here for DSG. And honestly, I expected the team to do a whole lot better, and I do continue to hope that. But, you know, even taking a couple of maps off of Team Liquid might be that saving grace, but then it's like, well, there's only 3 weeks to play. The fate is not in our hands. We need others to kind of trip up so then we can step over them. So yeah, tough spot for DSG today.
Yeah, you don't want to have to rely on others' downfall for you to be able to get into a better position. But speaking of it only being 3 weeks of play, to kick things off for our regular season, it's been insane to see the support from you guys at home. And I just want to remind you guys that as a big thanks, with the opening weekend being one for the record books, that we've actually got an esports loot box in-game for you. You guys make sure to log in to claim it during the break, during the broadcast, whenever it may be, as long as it's before March 30th is over. I know that I opened mine earlier. I got a Farah Toronto Defiant skin, which was pretty sick. My Toronto stomping grounds there, so I was pretty happy about that. I want to hear what you guys get in the chat. But overall, I think now heading into our first matchup of the day here with Dallas Fuel playing up against Lunex. What's really interesting, Avril, is that last week, talking to Dallas Fuel, we actually got to hear that Lunex is one of the teams that they've been scrimming the most. So for Lunex, there's the opportunity to understand, okay, they know how Dallas Fuel like to play.
And Lunex, they've already got a win in the season so far. So, I mean, this could be a good opportunity for them, if not to potentially get a win over Dallas, but to take maps, right? Because we talk about the tiebreaker scenario that DSG are probably in at this stage. I think there's a good opportunity here for Lunex to start punching up a little bit against a team like Dallas. And what a huge upset it would be if they can actually beat Dallas.
It's just so hard, though. Sonjin and Chronic look unreal right now. I said it yesterday. Sonjin is probably the best DPS player in North America right now. And then Chronic is hitting like crazy work on the Sojin, on any hit scan, to be fair. And they're even bringing back some of the very greats, Nanoblade and Reinhardt as well. I think there's a lot this team can do, and I think there's also a lot this team has probably not even shown us yet. I think the flexibility is there. Kellen's always been that guy. It's like, I'm going to perma-run Wrecking Ball and then just feed. But, like, he is an exceptional tank player. He just needs to turn it into overdrive and pop off. It's just, when he's on the Winston, he just does take over the game.
It's an absolutely scary team to be facing up against here within Dallas Fuel, where for all of the reasons that the both of you just listed, the flexibility, the experience on this roster, and just generally the consistent performances that we've seen from them. But we're already talking about how Lunex is one of these teams that has been scrimming it's one of the squads that Dallas Fuel has been scrimming the most, and we haven't seen them in a week. No matches from Lunex yesterday, so we don't really know what improvements we can expect heading getting into day from this squad here, Avril. But overall, I think there are some fan favorite players like X10, like Zomba, on this squad, Zeb as well, that have the opportunity to be those playmakers here for Lunex.
Zomba is probably the player that I was most impressed with, especially last year. I was thinking like Zomba is a player that I'm looking out for in the future of OWCS. Has a lot of potential to carry the team and just sort of push whatever team he's on forward. So Lunex has some real decent talent on this roster. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to do versus Dallas. I think maps should be taken here. I don't know that we're going to have a full 3-0 day.
Yeah, it feels like if I had to put a score to it, I think it would be a single map for Lunex. If it can go to a map 5, then that's great. I mean, they 3-0'd Extinction in week 1, so you're like, okay, there's actually some bright spots here for the team, but you're going against what I think is the best team in North America right now. So.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way with how Dallas Fuel are looking so good. But let's talk about our predictions heading into today's first matchup of OWCS NA. I had to back Dallas Fuel here as much as I really like some of the individual pieces on the side of this Lunex roster. I've always been a big fan of watching X10 and watching her perform, but this DF roster looks unmatched right now, and the energy they're bringing into this server is so hard to beat down here, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Dallas Fuel as well. I agree. When X10 is kind of switched on and hitting heads, she is insane. But you're going against Sonjin and Chronic. So yeah, Dallas Fuel, and I'd say a 3-1 if I had to put a number to it.
Dallas Fuel for me as well. It's hard to not back the favorite. Dallas Fuel do look like the number 1 in North America. I think 3-1 is pretty fair. I think this is a Lunex team that has the potential to take maps. They're experienced in terms of playing against Dallas, at least in scrims. So they know what they're up against, and I feel like Lunex should be able to, especially based on how good they looked last week versus Extinction, have the capability to take the map.
Knowing their scrim history, I'm so excited to see these two take it toe-to-toe in the server. And as a reminder for you guys at home, every single map here is so important for Lunex, even if they can't take that series win, to continue to keep some sort of edge up within this top 4 here within standings for OWCS NA. Let's get straight into the game.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. Here we are. Here's the map pool. Lunex starting off with a pick, going to Oasis as our first one. And to remind you as well, Lunex is currently sitting at 1-1, but they are 3-3 in terms of map diff. So a flat 0 here. So they do need those maps to actually close the gap on some teams that might be fighting for that clinched 4th seed. Now, Dallas Fuel, they end up banning Lucio and a Diva ban for Lunex.
Lucio's been played. I mean, Lunex haven't really strayed away from the typical sort of compositions that we've seen. A lot of X10 on the EMEA, Z and NY playing Lucio, Kiriko. So we're going to start moving away from that immediately from map number 1. Zeb wasn't playing that much Diva anyway, so Zeb has largely throughout the game being played. Seeing the Arissa in there, some of the Ram in there, a lot of Dominant, actually one of the only players that's really bringing out their Dominant full force. So on Oasis, we'll see what Zeb ends up bringing to the table. Even hovering the Hog, I know it's crazy, but Hog has historically actually been played on City Center of Oasis before.
John Bin moment. John Bin from Crazy Raccoon, what, 2023, I want to say? Went insane with the Hog, yeah. But dude, there's just no way. I mean,
all the way, yeah, not this time around because we've already got the hover on the Zarya instead, but I also remember like back in 2022 when Kaluj was on Shock and he even brought that one out.
Kellen Ball?
Here we go.
Oh, he's actually playing the ball. Okay, not bad on this map
either.
Yeah,
this is actually applicable. So we'll see. And at that stage, Zed might actually be thinking, should I go Hog just to deal with the ball?
Yeah, like legitimate use case for the Hog at this point. Kellen's back on the ball though. They're repping the Dallas Fuel skins as well. High ground control is going to be rather tough. Kellen's going to be goofing you off a lot of the time. Zeb just trying to beat Kellen down. There's a lot of bubbles there and a lot of defense, at least for the backline, Avril.
Very greedy backline for the most part for Dallas Fuel, but it's going to work out. X10 punished super early on the Reaper, by the way. Bit of a rare hero to see in current meta.
Booster forward all day here. Love to see that. Lucamino on the Alari. Yeah, it's a greedy backline, but it works so well on this map. Like, it's very easy to kind of rotate. And Kellen is also kind of putting you in a box as well on the ball, so it's hard for you to rotate onto the backline of the Dallas Fuel. So, yeah, tough. We'll see if Lunex go for a change. Looks like Zeb is sticking with Zarya.
Well, we got X10 on the cast, which I think is really good because you're going to have double value versus both the ball and the fire at the same time. Some very consistent damage there, some shutdown versus Kellen. I don't think it's going to be enough unless Nenwai's also got something in there. But you are going to lose out on some of this range capability, which is what Chronic's showing at the moment.
He's in the spawn. Kellen is touching the spawn doors. I like this forward position as well, just forcing them to push out. And even UCD, Zomba, like, double blinked behind this wall to the left-hand side here. Had to recall because Lucamino was just pounding him.
Luke's, by the way, really quick on this ult charge. Likely to be the first support to get there. Actually, maybe Z will find the orbital ray a little bit earlier due to the healing. Lunex finally actually breaking out of spawn, but already flanked. Sonjin's just on them.
Yeah, nice little flashbang grenade there from X10. She ends up halting Kellen, but Kellen is a wrecking ball, so yeah, it ends up getting away, but not quite, actually. Z, she chases them down. Now Lunex have a player advantage, but unfortunately, Zomba tried to go for something nasty in the backline, shut down by Lucamino. Sonjin with the barrage as well. I mean, it's going to be tough to actually get it off here. However, 66% for Dallas Fuel, and a quick regroup is required now.
Z, the one getting the kills at the moment. 2. Should be the player advantage required. Lunex, as mentioned, already got that flip, but Kellen's back to play, and obviously still have to keep an eye on where Sonjin's going to deploy this one. As not a lot of defense versus the barrage.
Nice shot. Yeah, really nice actually there. X10's going to explode. Killen takes the kill. And now, well, Z's actually just going to activate that orbital ray, but unfortunately, the rest of their team has already gone down. Nemwai Zomba instantly killed this orbital ray, looking lackluster. Lost in orbit as Dallas Fuel end up taking the point again.
Oh, the team got really split there in the middle of the engagements with Orbital Ray. Unfortunately, just not going to be much of a team ultimate when everyone is so off to different places on the map, and split by the Dallas Fuel as well, with Kellen making a menace of it, minefield in play in that last fight. And now the map control back in action. 80% about to be claimed by the Dallas Fuel. Sonjin is another player that just very well at hiding around the map. Lunex approaching, get intercepted pretty quick.
Amazing slam. And then Chronic just lines him up with this overclock, and now it's 10% to go. So, good luck. Good pulse bomb, however, from Zomba, and Nemwai lands the whip shot on Kellen. Must have been hitting the pile driver there, just sent over the edge. Zomba is at least on the point here to kind of pressure and trigger OT, Avril.
No health, though. This is a bit of a problem.
No recall either.
As well.
Yeah, there's just no way you're getting away from that. Any other touches, though? I mean, Nemwai, they end up getting there. And Zeb is back as well. So 10% away from the grab, but he still needs to actually deal with the Dallas Fuel, which against this comp is going to be mighty tough, especially without a stun bash. Going to try and rotate onto Chronic, but so safe.
This will be the first grab for Zeb as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it's taken quite a long time to find a single grab, and solo that one onto Kellen. Hopefully you get the kill, actually.
Nice,
but Kellen's been healed up.
Yeah, it's just too much healing there, man. Unfortunate. Lunex backline ends up dying. They can't sustain X10. And that'll be Dallas Fuel with the first point.
A little bit of action coming from the Lunex side. And ultimately, I think they definitely didn't expect the ball to come on through. I'm not too sure how they were going to deal with it either. I did like the Cassie pick, however, unfortunately, is a very clear and easy dive target. When you have Kellen on ball as well, you talked about the power driver, the setups for Chronic to be able to hit those rail shots. Sonjin, fairly uncontested as well. When you're receiving that much pressure from Kellen in the front, you don't have a lot of time to look at Sonjin, and you're unfortunately not within range to deal the most amount of damage, and that's maybe one of the weaknesses of Cass versus the Fire at that typical type of range. X10 did move back to the right towards the end, but not enough time to set up for anything. Zeb only got the one grab, didn't get them any kills. As we're gonna move into the original.
There's 2 boops on the enemy team and you're against the ball. Probably best not to go high ground, and Nenwai, unfortunately, she learns it the hard way. Lunex with the Zeb, by the way, back on the Orisa, which is something that Zeb kind of popped off on last year, so we're seeing the same success can be found.
Yeah, he's showing up in the meta, particularly in Korea. We're seeing a decent rise in the Orisa gameplay. I do think personally the Orisa is mostly there to deal with Vendetta and just have some CC. So when you're not against a Vendetta, I don't know if it's as good, but you'll have something to play against Kellen nonetheless. This team fight's gone.
Man, this is painful. Well, I guess at least Sonjin dies, but yeah, it's not looking good for Lunex.
Making the ball work even on University is going to be quite interesting. Not what you would normally think of as a ball map. But Lunex is struggling against the ball. Dallas Fuel will continue keeping that one above them. Just going to look for the drop.
Slam, whip shot away, even spear spun into the wall, but Kellen kind of shrugs that off, unperturbed now, as all the Lunex players kind of cowering in the mini room.
40% gone, not a lot of movement from Lunex, struggling to maintain any type of positioning, taking poke damage from all angles. This is kind of what Far and Ball can do. Constantly assaulted from multi-angle, and Zeb's trying his best to stay alive in the corner, but not going to happen because Barrage has come through.
Yeah, insane barrage. It's just so hard to do anything, like you said. Everybody's attacking you from like 17 different angles. Like, good luck. Not really much anything you can do apart from maybe lock someone down, but everybody's so mobile as well. Like, how do you even get on top of somebody?
Well, right now you need to group for a orbital raid team fight. Unfortunately, though, on the other side, CJ, Kellen ready to fight against it. It's going to be a slight backup from Dallas Field to just let the orbital fight out a bit, and then CJ ult afterwards.
They mines, X10's down already. 4v5 on the point. You even got the double support of Dallas Fuel. Z falls, Nemwai as well. Zeb alone, unfortunately. And they're probably going to try and stagger too. Okay, not quite as long as stagger as I thought, but I mean, Lunex got the point. They got 11%, but Dallas Fuel in the lead.
Craziest thing is, towards the end there, you start to look at CJ wondering, do we even need the Kitsune rush anymore? Because the mines got the initial kill on the X10, which is pretty wild. Orbital Ray comes in, Kellen drops mines and leaves, and then Dallas Field, they already have a 1+ advantage. They hit the last fight now.
A nice little couple of booms there. Look at Kellen go. There's going to be a rally to push them forward here. X10 rips the ult. Chronic ends up going down. Override Protocol doing enough damage here to clear the point. Double kill for X10. She clears it, but still needs to come up with a kill on to CJ. Fancy footwork from the Kiriko there, or almost at full HP again, but X10 getting healed up as Lunex gain control.
That was well played. X10, really good job using the override, getting in the air, not being battered around by Kellen and stopped in the rotation. So I'm going to allow Lunex to finally get some really decent kills, get that cap point under their control for the first time. Luke's going to go over towards the bat, potentially for this fight. Not the only one really, the ultimate to play through for the Dallas Field side of things. It's going to be quite threatening. Luke's can only do so much against it.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Looks like they're going to just try and jump on Lucamino. Pops the lamp down, instantly killed by Z. Honestly, good push. There is going to be a slam in response here by Kellen, and actually an overclock being thrown out by Chronic. But what a spear, actually, from Zeb halfway across the map. Sonjin at least trades one kill, sure, but can't really do much else after this. They end up capping to deny some percentage points as Sonjin taken out with a spear spin.
This is kind of what Lunex need, right? They need to be a little bit more aggressive, take some initiative themselves, and now you're starting to see these spears really land, shutting Chronic down mid-OC. Pretty massive in that last fight. And now you've given more time for Z's to build up another orbital raid. Very important ult of these team fights before CJ has Kitsune Rush, by the way. So these two ultimates will be able to interact. The next fight.
Yeah, I mean, pole spawn on the Wrecking Ball. Not so great, sadly. Mines on the point now. Almost went for a slam, but Kellen on the floor now. Mines are going to stop Lunex from kind of holding here. And actually, it looks like Dallas still might be actually taking point for free. Good little spear stuns Kellen for half a second, but Sonjin just lays death from above. Running down X10, she falls to that barrage. They end up using that orbital raid to stay alive on the point and continue to hold Avril. There is going to be a rush now, actually, as Zeb falling extremely low. These later support also is coming through in a big wave for Dallas Fuel. Sonjin with another kill as CJ solo Zeb down below. 99% for Fuel, and they're just going to clean this up.
Unfortunately, Zeb going into the hole in the middle of the map is not ideal. Not too sure if that's on purpose or not, but no tank on the field, on the point itself means that Dallas Field can make their way through, get that flip over, and confirm map 1 win against Lunex. Started, Jack, to see a little bit of signs of life from Lunex on the secondary half of that final round on University. First round, unfortunately, all Dallas Field all the way through. Lunex, very slow going. But gotta say, the Zebarissa started to do some real work towards the end, but just too little too late.
Ooh, CJ sitting at a clean 16, 15, and oh, looking real good on the Kiriko. And a classic Kiriko moment, more damage than healing. You love to see that. Same actually with Lucamino too as well. I think that was a 7k to 5k. So yeah, W support gaming on the Alari and the BAP.
Those stats really tell you the story of how little pressure was put onto the support line of Dallas Field, because it's Kellen taking the majority of the attention away on that front line. Sonjin doing a lot of poke damage on the far end, being a nuisance at every point in the entire game. You're trying to rotate into whatever position you want to get to, being pelted by rockets the entire way through, being pile drive by Kellen mid-rotation as well. Meanwhile, the supports on Dallas Field are free to just deal as much damage as they need. Part of the reason why I think you look at CJ's damage versus healing, he's not had to do much healing, if we're honest, because his team's not taking that much damage in comparison. He's free to just throw out the kunais, and this moment at the end, you see CJ dueling Zeb in the bottom of the map. That's the winning moment right there. Zeb not in position, sadly, to help the rest of his team, and it's all over from Lunex from there.
What if we're going to see more Zeb on the Orisa? I actually wouldn't hate it at all, because Zeb, best hero probably Orisa at this moment in time, and you can then kind of pivot to maps that fit that Orisa more, less like divey, that Kellen could take advantage of.
Definitely one of the only players, I think the only player that's seriously considering Orisa. Like I said, it's been played in Korea a fair amount. Bernard's back on the horse. Obviously, I think he's likely the best one in the world, but from what I can tell, Korea's playing it mostly to deal with Vendetta, whereas Zeb's playing it more for comfort. But at this stage, I do also think when you look at Lunex, you do just want to kind of be on some of your best heroes. But it's also a bit of a confusing game because we're absolutely not in a ball meta. Kellen bringing out the ball is a bit of a shock to the system, and if Lunex aren't prepared for that one, like maybe Lunex and Dallas, they scrim each other a lot, but Feel aren't particularly maybe bringing the ball out. And so this is something different. You know, you're used to playing against Dallas one way. Now Dallas do something different to you in the actual official game, and you're not ready for the ball.
Yeah, I love it. Kellen hero swap maxing. Wrecking Ball, little Winston. A lot of other things as well. Very flexible tank overall. I'd say Kellen, especially if you look at his overall career, definitely not. He used to be like perma slotted into like Winston and stuff, but pretty opened up the hero pool as of late. Runasapi is going to be the choice for Lunex, which honestly a mode that you can play Orisa on, right? You don't have to play Wrecking Ball or Dive or Diva, or like it's probably best to play Diva because Diva is very strong right now. But an Orisa favored game mode, I mean, this is probably what Lunex want to go to. Slow it down, make it a ground tank.
And the thing is like, at what point do you ban the ball? Because now it's seriously on the table. Now that Dallas have not only shown they can win with it, they kind of dominate on it. There are quote-unquote ball maps available. Servas is one I'm looking at immediately as a ball map, quote-unquote. So that's going to potentially draw a ban at some stage. And that's a huge boon for Dallas because you know that you can sort of just hang that ball over their heads again, you know, in the literal and metaphorical sense, and draw out a quote-unquote free ban that most teams probably wouldn't actually ban against you. If you do want to ban the ball on Runasapi, ball can be played here. It would also enable the Orisa in the sense that you're going to protect the Orisa in the same move for Lunex, so that could be a consideration.
Let's have a look. They're not going to protect the Orisa. In fact, they're just going to ban Wu Yang instead, which, to be fair, with the amount of poke damage the Orisa is going to take, taking Wu Yang off the field, like, yeah, not too bad. Don't mind it. Don't hate it. Dallas Fuel, though, opting for a Tracer ban.
It's a really directly targeted ban towards Zomba, removing one of the key carries away from Lunex. This is going to push Zomba likely onto Vendetta, so we're going to look towards a Vendetta matchup, which means likely Zarya start for both teams. If we are going to, I mean, it's hard to, Sonjin might think about the Pharah again. Could be one of those type of tricky plays, right? Because no Tracer, that's like the key hero that otherwise you might want to consider playing here. Vendetta instantly slots in next. Pharah, Echo are considerations. Korea, we've even seen some players, not even lying to you, bringing up May. So I don't know that North America is going to go that deep, but Vendetta I think should be first port to call.
It's just so good. It's just such a good hero right now. We'll see if Zomba ends up picking it up. I mean, yeah, like you say, it kind of makes perfect sense at this point. Put X10 on Emre. She's very good at that, and any kind of hit scan, to be fair. Even, honestly, even just the Cassidy, again, to at least prompt some kind of response, or even like people be scared to dive in against the flashbang, right? Let's have a look though. Gates are going to open in a couple of moments.
Such a long range though. I think the Emre or Sojin would just be so good considering like the sight lines. You know, this is a very classic Soj map. I think Emre could also do a lot of work here. Cass sounds a little too close range to me, but yeah, first of all, you do have Zomba locking the Vendetta with the Zarya to combine with that very expected opening. Sonjin, I mentioned, you know, might think about the Pharah, which plays well into, if you know the other team's going to go Vendetta, Pharah is extremely good into that. It's going to force attention away. Extin has to now consider where the shots are going to need to be landing.
Yeah, it feels like a very common pickup now for Sonjin, just to rock Pharah. Yeah, I agree. I think it's like super good right now, especially with how prolific the Vendetta is. You just start chipping them away, and then hopefully, well, you just get a railgun to follow up and insta-kill somebody. As Chronic has done over and over again. Or to be fair, Chronic just solo carrying on the Soap. So it's going to be a ramp for Kellen though here, Avril.
Which is very North American coded. This is not something like, you know, I've typically seen in Korea too often. Probably the rest of the year more likely here. Sonja's already dead, which is really crazy. Zed taking him down.
Yeah, I mean, just way too close to the ground. Took an off angle, obviously, over the center portion of the map. And now Dallas Fuel on a very tough off angle here. They are just going to get kind of picked off one by one. An uncommon death, I would say, from Sunjin there early on.
And this is one of the moments where, if you know the enemy is going to play Vendetta, Narissa actually would go pretty hard here. For Kellen, you have a lot of value. Lunex, though, winning that first fight, getting the initial push. Getting some decent ult charges. We talk about it, Luke Mino. Potentially looking to make the swap over to something else, a little bit more utility. See if this ends up working out. Juno and Kiriko. Lucio is available though, so it seems a little weird.
Yeah, maybe just happy with the additional damage. Plus, I guess if you want to go super aggro, it's like, well, we have two giant support ults that like win fights like straight up. We're not like using any kind of beat to stop a grab coming in. We're expecting Kellen to get solo grabbed and we can pocket Kellen through it. It's like a very greedy strat. You gotta stop Sonjin though. You gotta shoot him at the very least. There you go. Okay, Sonjin is out. Takes a railgun to the back, but gets healed up. Very
He's got ult. Lunex go time. They don't have to wait. They should know they're ahead of ultimates. They know that Luke Mino swapped, so he's way behind on ults. Lunex should just go right now. They have the ults plated.
Yeah, it feels like it. Okay, there it is. She ends up ripping that ult on the point now as they run on forward. Ken a little bit too far forward there. Was actually on top of the jump pad almost as the corner's going to get swung by X10, but they still need to kill Kellen. They do trade Nemwai for it, but that's fine. Sonjin Kellen down. X10 searching for another in Chronic. Fully charged railgun and an overhead swing to kill Chronic as Lunex cap.
Yeah, first cap pretty quick. 2 minutes and 30 in. Nenwai still has beat as well, which is massive for the next fight. Do have to wait slightly for Nenwai to come back in, as it was the only one that actually went down on Lunex, but still in a good position. Even if Lunex don't win this next fight, you have a huge ult rotation from both sides. You're forcing a bunch of Dallas Fuel ults on their side of the map, forcing them to use ultimates just to reclaim the bot. That's still a big economic win for Lunex.
Yeah, we do have the PhD in pushonomics on the cast, luckily. You should write a paper on it, I'm serious. How to play push. How to win it. Oh, Sundering Blade. Kellen was trapped in a corner and got dominated. An orbital ray from Lucamino, but it's going to be a long-range grab, and over the top goes the Vendetta. Good damage from Zomba, and that is going to be an increasing lead now for Lunex.
Yeah. And Z's going to rotate back into another ultimate, so this is crazy. Z's about to lap CJ. I think CJ's still on the first. Kitsune rush. Z's about to be on her second, so Lunex in a position to threaten the 100-meter mark. Throw Kitsune for Kitsune. I mean, okay, just back out a little bit. Oh, they're going to... No. Okay, never mind, unfortunately. Kellen catches up with you.
Yeah, I guess so. Zomba almost making it to the spawn doors there, killing Chronic, but Coloring got it. And, well, okay, there's the cleanup. But still, though, 94 meters to 4. So pretty far behind. 6 minutes to go. Where does that land on the kind of theorem meter?
Not quite. You'd have to be on... Officially, you'd have to be on 104 to 4. So it's a 100-meter gap.
Right, okay.
For the
So 10
arrow
off.
to be activated.
With 10 off.
Yeah, they're 10 meters off. And I think they would have had it if CJ waited a bit longer, or if Z actually managed to get the Casino Rush in time. That would have been a huge fight for Lunex. Would have forced secondary, maybe tertiary ult out of Dallas. So another economic win, even if Lunex end up losing the fight.
They're looking for Sonjin right now. That barrage is going to force 2 bubbles almost instantly. Beautiful use of the E there from Kellen as well. Drags everybody down and also just locks them in place too. That combo was just insane from Kellen and Sonjin. That's one way to win a team fight, and they might get cap here too. A very quick team kill with Zeb and Zomba respawning first.
So you used ult there as well, so it's going to be 1- in terms of the ult bank for Lunex. But yeah, hard call in that situation because Dallas just kind of comboed out Lunex and crushed him in a very swift fight, so no opportunity to really get the extended use of the Kitsune Rush to be impactful. There could still be a contest here before the cap, but Lunex need to get in there quickly to stop this, otherwise the cap does come through.
Zomba's in, had bubble as well. Extend receives another one, so no bubbles right now for Zeb. We've got to be careful. Well, Annihilation popped. X10 in trouble, but still, thought she managed to get out, but shut down by CJ. Traded for Sonjin, though, but this Annihilation is kind of ripping and roaring through the front line here. There is going to be an ultimate for the Alari, too. I mean, Lucamino's in such good spots to use this. Pops it, hits 2, the explosions come out. A lot of that being absorbed by Zeb's bubble, but honestly, it's enough. Forcing CDs with that is perfect. As Dallas Fuel, they're flipping the script.
X10 did a ton of damage to Sonjin early on, forced Sonjin out of the fight, but Kellen with the Annihilation just blasting through and healing through the entire way. NY didn't quite have the beat yet, so it could have been a really impactful pull for Lunex. We'll have the beat for this fight as CJ looks towards Kitsune Rush once again. Must-win fight for Lunex. If Dallas win this fight, it's going to be a flip.
If and only if. But Chronic has got ult, right? Got the railgun. You just need to kill NY. Unfortunately, she does have sound barrier, so as long as she plays safe, they should be good. Although, with 3 and a bit minutes and Dallas Fuel kind of holding here, they could just wait for this rush to come online, which is in 2%. Chronic's going to rip it first. There's the sound barrier. Pedal back now for Dallas Fuel to use this rush. Now, how long can they actually stay alive in the front line here? As Chronic ends up popping that Nemesis form and now walking up. Bubbles used and exhausted by Zeb, and now a return rush from Z. Marching everybody forward as the Dallas Fuel once again push back. Lucamino just carved in half as Zomba steps up to the plate.
Really important timing there for Z. Just managed to get the Kitsune Rush in time, surviving against CJ. Nimue popping the beat to counter what Chronic is doing on the OC. And now payload control back in Lunex's favor as we look towards grab. Next should be a free one as no one can stop the grab coming on in. So whoever gets grabbed, you imagine that player has to be gone.
Whoa, okay, hang on. Sonjin just dying there to not even a railgun. Well, probably like a railgun and a couple extra left-click bullets there from X10. Good early pick. Oh, no. That's a bad trade.
Zomba a little far forward. Zeb was not quite there just yet, so Zomba basically solo in the front line. The bubble was used prior, by the way. Looks like Zeb still wants to go for the grab.
Zeb is kind of running it down right now. They're splitting up this team fight. Something crazy.
Backline's dead.
Yeah, Nemwai ends up going down. Z really low as well. Zeb having to back up. A bit of a miscommunication, it feels like. Yeah, the whole backline from Lunex now down. Nemwai C dead. Zeb alone. No bubbles left. Well, 1, but soon to be 0. 195 HP. I mean, you're gone. That was a big overextension there from Zeb. That cost him big.
Honestly, if they grouped as 4 and still moved around the map and play for the grab, I could see a scenario where they still win that fight, but the split of movement from the team players, Zeb going one way, the rest of the supports being held back behind. You could just see the flip right now. In fact, it's going to happen. So that one mistake is going to potentially cost him.
Oh, there's the captive son as well. Oh, attempted dodge there. X10 too hot on the trigger, though. Sundering Blade ends up coming out, and they've denied this lead yet again. Avril, look at how close it is. It's barely a meter. Barrage from around the corner. Zomba ends up going down, so Dallas Fuel aren't out of this fight just yet. CJ pops the rush, runs around the corner. Zeb's got this Graviton Surge to try and hold on, but will it actually be enough? A good return rush once again from Z, and the grab is good. Sonjin down, Annihilation to make sure Kellen can stay alive, but the sound barrier to counter. It is just counter after counter after counter. Lunex reading these fights extremely well.
Everyone's throwing every ultimate into this one. It is very costly for Lunex, but, you know, if the prize is preventing the flip from Dallas, every single ult here is worth it. Currently, Dallas are going to limp away, still with OC in hand. Going to have to wait another day to use that one as we start heading to the final minute. It is still actually anyone's game. We're well away from any possible theorems being activated now. It's so close. Kellen's still in the mix, though.
X10's low.
Barely.
Chronic ends up using that overclock there, almost sniping X10, but the follow-up will be there from Kellen. Again, Avril, they are split. The team fight is completely split here. Zomba needs to come up with some kills. Ends up hitting the right-click there as well. Z Zomba gets some damage in, but the Dallas Fuel are still pushing.
Zeb.
0.92 meters with Zeb sub 100 HP. Has to back off, requires healing, gets the mega health back, but can they actually stay alive on this point?
Yeah, they absolutely required. If Zeb doesn't live there, I think the flip comes on through. Zeb absolutely getting away with his life, minimal HP. Zomba as well. Zomba much quicker and able to just scurry off. 20 seconds left to go. I mean, this could be the fight that decides it, honestly. This one right here.
Yeah, I can't believe how close this is. Been fighting over this for such a long time, and the flip around here from X10. She's found a way into the backline, and Sonjin gets sniped. Her and Nebwai managed to get in the backline without Dallas Fuel doing anything about it. Kellen now down, 5 seconds to go. The bot doesn't even need to be pushed. Lunex are just going to run Dallas Fuel down as they're going to take this map in their stride. Lunex tying us up.
Look to the moon for favor there, and I did see in my eye a potential map win from Lunex before we even got into the series. And that is now officially on board 1-1. Dallas Fuel crumbling a little bit here on Runasapi. They made it close. In fact, what a ending. That's a photo finish. You had barely a meter between the two teams as we come to the OT. But as sort of mentioned here, Jack, it is the one fight right at the end that can make the difference. Sonjin goes down. It's a -1 in terms of members alive for Dallas Fuel. Kellen can no longer hold on, and it's all over from there. What a map from Lunex. Pushing to 94 and then playing defense the rest of the way through, barely touching. I don't know if you remember the fight where they lost. It looked like the flip was going to come through, and then Zoma flies in and barely touches in the last half second.
It's a hero play, really, from X10. X10 and NetY end up like speeding around the side to get the pick on Sonjin to open us up, because Sonjin's like playing on the roof, you know, like poking away, dipping and diving out to make sure they don't end up getting sniped. But X10, she lands the rail on Sonjin, who's not even looking at them.
Yep.
And then they win the fight from there because they have an off angle. And then everybody from the Fuel is kind of like on coast. An amazing glow up there from X10 at the very end. Yeah, incredible map. Like literally a meter.
By the way,
Avril, literally a meter. And the counterplay from the ultimates too. I must remind everybody how good it was for Lunex at the very end.
And a lot of that comes down, you talk about the ultimates. Z lapped CJ. That ultimate battle would have been a lot more difficult if it wasn't for the fact that Z was so far ahead in Kitsune Rush. Literally, lap CJ was a 1+ on the Kitsune the entire map. And there was even a case, if you scroll back all the way to like the 94 meter push, that could have been +100. Z was so far ahead, but if she was slightly even further ahead by like 5%, she would have had another Kitsune Rush to match CJ's first Kitsune Rush. And then whether you win or lose that fight, you would have just drained the entire ult bank out of Dallas. But if you win that fight, you push 100+ easy. So it would have been even more disgustingly ahead for Lunex had that happened. But credit to the Lunex defense most of all, because Lunex, after that, they set the stage for where the line was going to be drawn for what Dallas needed to do on their own push. But the defense was so solid that Dallas never got the flip.
Yeah, don't forget as well, the first LAN event in Tokyo is right around the corner, and you can pick up yourself the crowdfunding bundle, the Elysian Keeper. Yeah, it's got 3 skins, 3 charms, 3 profile icons, and obviously the banners as well. So make sure you go check the Esports tab in the store in-game currently. And when you log on as well to grab the bundle, you can also grab a free loot box. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, make sure you go check that out right now, or after the show, or you know, whenever you like. Yeah, but getting back into that last couple of fights there, Avril, I just like the ultimate response. I think the backline now from Lunex, they struggle a little bit on map 1. Like, you're gonna get picked, you're gonna start feeling a whole lot of pressure when Kellen Ball can do things to you, but like being able to read very well of like what ult we need to do next, it's just a testament to their comms too. Dallas Fuel, map pick, we're going to Gibraltar.
And it's going to be a Diva ban as well. You have the option for an asymmetrical ban here. Kellen maintain player versus Zeb, not quite as confident on a Winston. I think a Diva ban would go pretty hard here for Dallas Fuel. We do trust the Kellen Diva, obviously, but if there's a way to sort of kneecap the potential of the other team in one swift move, this would be it. So Kellen can then go either towards the ball or the Winston. Already shown how good he can be on the ball today on Oasis. We also been notified there's been a tank substitution, so I'll look at what's going on. Might be Cardi fan?
Cardi fan, yeah. Cardi fan for Zeb.
Doom? Is that what's
yeah, it is. We saw this last time, but like we were kind of talking about this in the build up to this, in the break before NA started. Like, Doom's just really not that good. But I mean, Cardi fan is an exceptional Doom player, so like you're expecting it to maybe win. But how do you deal with this if you're Dallas Fuel? Because if you're Kellen, it's like, yeah, I mean, we have first ban, right? So ban Doom Fist, and then you're forced to play Diva or something. Like,
I don't even know what Cardi fan's rest of the hero pool is, because I only know Cardi fan is playing Doom. So
Doom, yeah, exactly.
We're about to figure out what the. Or actually, no, you don't ban Doom because you you bait Cardi fan and Lunex into playing Doom, knowing that Doom is not a threat, which is pretty nine-head.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You're like,
that
yeah, play Doom. Doom's not even good. Play Doom. Who cares?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just play ball, play Winston, just like whatever all evens are. Like, who cares? Like, yeah. I mean, Doom, yeah, very tough character to actually make work, because it's not like solo queue games where the Doom Fist just is unkillable when everybody's shooting the block. Like, you're not going to be able to get the same level of proficiency in these kind of games, especially against the fuel.
Oh, they didn't protect Ana.
They didn't protect Ana. No, they're going to ban D.Va instead. Yeah, no protection of a support ban.
Don't the subs happen first and then the bans happen? I'm pretty sure that's the current order. So, you know, Kadia fans in. Why ban? So I've been told that is the correct order of play. So you know, Kadia fan is in. You still ban D.Va, which would have been. I did say D.Va ban was going to be what was happening for Dallas. However, knowing that Kadia fan comes in changes the strategy in my mind a little bit. I would have then gone for either a Doom ban or likely what would have been smarter is an Ana protect, because you want to bait Kadia into playing the Doom anyway, because you know Doom isn't very good, so you don't bother going for the D.Va ban anymore. You do a support ban of some kind. I don't think any of it really matters. What hasn't been banned by Dallas yet? Either Lucio Kiriko, whatever they haven't banned yet in the current series. Yeah. That protects the Ana. You get to play the Ana into the Doom, and you're having a laugh. That's exactly the game plan, but they didn't protect the Ana, which is sad. Oh well.
Oh well. Yeah, Lucamino going to run the Illari though, so that's pretty sweet. Decent damage to the Doom Fist, and being able to outburst as well away from Doom's engage is pretty nice. Plus, you can sit super far away, so you're kind of chilling. Best emote in the game, by the way. Still, I don't know if this can really ever be topped. The skateboard.
Doesn't Malga have like a one where he's like moving on a sleigh or something? You know the one I'm talking about?
How does that beat the skateboard, which you can literally jump while using the emote? How does that beat that?
Fair enough. I'm just saying that's the closest one I can think of. You know what I'm saying? Like,
CJ is literally hopping around, bro.
You do some ollies, you can do some tricks.
You play some 41 in the background, you got yourself a skate video. Is all I'm saying. Kadia fan ball.
Overwatch Pro Skater.
Yeah, actually though.
Are we discovering new heroes for Kadia fan in real time?
So, well, Wrecking Ball is definitely kind of parallel to Doom, I suppose. Is on that same like wavelength of Doom players. I feel like a lot of Wrecking Ball players too. So yeah, you know what? Mad respect. Got the Illari too from them. Why? I like this backline from both teams.
I'll check in with Quake to see if that's true about Doom and Ball.
It's gotta be, man. They're both movement heroes. You just got that movement, you know, like the movement brain, like the movement virus in your brain. It's like the sim players. They have the sim virus in the EU. It's like, okay, I know how to play sim perfectly, and like they just plague the region with it. And it's the same thing with like movement heroes. I think it's the same kind of like same kind of bug.
Extent was on Freya for like half a second then. I think part of the reason was you see the fact that there's Kellen on Winston, so you're going to go for one of the classic Winston counters, but realizing that Freya is probably overall not very strong, now over to more standard M range. Still outranged by Chronic, so not willing to challenge on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, Extent kind of getting owned, sadly. I mean, trying to peek around this corner when you have both Chronic trying to look for you and then Lucamino also kind of chunking you. You're in a headshot with the Illari. I mean, you have to back off if you're a DPS. You can't really stay around in case Kellen drops on you, hits a bubble, and you die. So they're going to slowly take this high ground here, Avril. In fact, trying to push away CJ, knowing the CJ has teleport, though. They can't push too far in.
Chronic's not really done that much either, though, so far at the moment. It means to be hitting a lot more shots. At least Sonjin's able to just delete an NY. That'll be a bit of a hamper on Lunex's efforts. Just as he's about to get ult as well.
Nice kill onto Kellen there. It was a really good slam, actually, by Kadia fan. Kellen's like jump was like like half animation. It looked pretty weird there. And the Suzu ended up coming in and try and save, but Kellen ends up going down. So a lot of free space actually granted off that single kill.
Can't quite continue to rush just yet, though. You want the payload to be in the right position just above the car wash as you get into the final stretch, the 100-meter dash towards the exit, and Kellen's going to respawn before that. You now have to wait for another opportunity. Luke's going to go first.
Oh, I like this. Straight over the top, Extend very low, and there's the detonation from Lucamino. Straight up to the high ground as well. Holding blue box, so powerful for the supports. Kadia fan is out and then back in again, straight to server room, trying to chase down Sonjin. Sonjin eventually slain. Okay, big pick.
It's time. This is it. Now you have the 5-4. Z can go for the Katrina rush. Now he's got an extra ultimate on top of that as well.
Dude, help my man, Skellen, please. Oh, they missed the pulse bomb onto Chronic, sadly. Chronic missed the headshot, though, on a Tracer. No too surprise there. Oh, the capture's done in the small room. That's not good, but Kellen's still alive with that Primal Rage. They've got to get to the point, though. 0.5 meters to go as Sonjin gets back into the action. A nice double kill from Kellen and the Primal Rage. Both rushes used on the point. Very stock standard here. Those double kill with the Primal from Kellen, about as common as a Northern Lions stolen joke on a Navarre stream.
This is so weird, the timing from Lunex. They had the 1+, they got Sonjin down early. previously, Kitsune Rush was already available. Captain Sun available for an NY as well, and they played way too patient. Halo was in the correct position. They were in the position to Kitsune and just go for the win while Sunjin's still respawning. They let Sunjin respawn. He comes back, gets a kill. Primal's ready for Kellen as well. Suddenly, you just don't have the same firepower. So now 30 seconds left to go. They're risking full health.
Wow, amazing there from CJ. Really good read, actually, that the ball was coming in. Kadia already extremely low. Override Protocol, a lot of damage on Kellen, but just kind of walks away. Because there's a lot of doors, unfortunately, for X10 to fight through. Whips out the pistol. Chronic's got the rifle, but X10 a little bit stronger there. She ends up killing Chronic, and this is a good start. Lunex just needs to be able to sing this payload in. Kellen's going to come back in just a moment, but without much healing. Only Lucamino's pylon, really, to do anything. It's not going to be a long day here for Kellen. In fact, pushed out, and that will be the cat. 2.5 minutes in the time bank.
Credit to X10. A brilliant set of kills to push Lunex forward. Cap now finally confirmed. And with barely a moment to spare as well, onto the overtime potentially, which means it's going to be a bit of a struggle to finish the map. You need a really good snowball now through B. You have mines ready to play through, but hard to really get too much value at the moment. Do need to clear the shuttle though. That might be a good use case for the mines.
Yeah, I mean, mine's been laid down. In, like, directly inside the ship. Yeah, I mean, sure thing. Sure thing.
Like I said,
not really getting too much, sadly.
Well, it clears the shuttle, which I think is still important because you need that position on the map. Sadly, after the mines got played, Dallas Field just sort of rotate out and take the fight. Sonjin going full sicko mode there.
Yeah, a minute and a half to go. Sure, as like Watch.pro in Gibraltar, like law dictates, that's LORE, not LAW. That we will eventually get to third, don't worry. Second point is kind of a meme. But, I mean, it's looking like a little bit more of a struggle than they're anticipating here. They have got rushed, but it's such a tough point to use it on as well. Just so much high ground. Kellen pops the Primal Rage and straight to the backline as X10 booped out of the way. Good isolation from Kellen. They just got to find the kill. Chronic hot on their trail. X10 goes down.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Kellen got a little low there. That was a pretty aggressive use of the Primal otherwise, so I'm not too sure if I fully agree on that.
Yeah,
one.
I think the nade hit from X10, and that's why he popped Primal.
On the other hand, though, time is now seriously running up for Lunex, but on top of that, Dallas still have 4 ultimates, so end of the day, might still be able to get away with that one for Kellen. Lunex got to go. They got to find the opening. They don't have, they just, at this point, if they don't cap B, just get a good push in.
Oh, there's the Override Protocol right now, straight from the high ground. Lucamino taken out by Zomba. Good tag team effort there from X10. And the Tracer. A lot of damage being sent Chronic's way as well. I mean, good slams from Kadia. Basically set up X10 for success and then end up picking up the kills. 20 seconds to go as the retreat comes in for Dallas Fuel.
Capable now as well. Dallas will have to be in position to actually use this Kitsune Rush, which can be matched by Z on the other side.
That's mines,
so another
though.
X10 brilliant fight.
Mines are going to come in just a moment. They've got to be able to touch this point. They're going to get there eventually. Mines deployed. Now, who actually touches? Back of the point looks pretty safe to me, but they're just dancing around this right now. Lucamino goes exceptionally low. Dodges out of the way of the pulse bomb, though, but CJ's already dead. Only now the Alari 2 heal up, but a good little kill on Zomba might just about do it. There's going to be an ult from NY as he chases down Chronic, but taken down by their silver bullets. This might just end on point 2 here. Kellen jumps to backline forces, sees TP, takes out the little pylon turret as well. Only place for Z to go there was on the point 2. Kadia swinging around but taken out. 0.96 meters and Lunex halted on second.
Man, Lucamino is just superior. Is that a 3K in that fight as well?
Domination.
That shot that we saw onto Zomba, disgusting. Outplays the pulse bomb on minimal HP and then finds like a 180 flick onto Zomba to stay alive, then heal the rest of the team, and then find 2 more picks in that very critical fight. In a fight where you noted was mines available for Kadia. Basically was at 0.9 meters, so under 1 meter to get the actual cap. And you still have the capability for Luke Meta to get there in time. He was the one that was actually touching payload, if memory serves correct here. So what was potentially looking like a pretty rough fight, because the fight before, X10 and Kadia playing off each other, it was Override Protocol pushing everyone to the side room. Kadia meets them all in there, corrals them with pile drivers, and then X10 arrives for the cleanup. But dude, if Luke Mito doesn't have that hero play, I'm not too sure that Dallas will be.
Yeah, see if this is going to be a classic Watch.pro Gibraltar for Lunex. I mean, they got pushed to OT before they capped first. See if Dallas Fuel can do it any quicker. I'm scared though. On this offense for the Dallas Fuel, Chronic has his choice of DPS. Like, you can just go straight back and swap. I really like the Widowmaker on this map. Like, it's still so scary for X10, although decent range on the M-Ray. It's still so scary to pop your head out. You're going to get smacked.
To put the fear into the opponents, though, I do think you need to be a little bit more threatening in terms of actual kills. It's what we saw at a Tree. I think Chronic had a little bit of that at the start versus Liquid yesterday, but just kind of slowed down. I didn't see much out of Chronic's defensive Widow having that same throw. You could see just on the damage or the percentage for the old game that it wasn't enough. So I think Chronic maybe not feeling it. So the cast a little bit more stable, particularly versus Ball. You want to have some shutdown.
There's nade damage there from X10. Hit like 3 people. See how much free space they actually give them here. Of course, Ball not being able to kind of hunker down on the point and perma-stop it is kind of annoying. This is also kind of annoying. Unlucky. A little pause. I'm not sure what this is. Hopefully it's just a quick tech issue, and we'll be back in just a moment. But yeah, sorry about that. Back. We'll have that attack on your screens in a sec, as we just see a very small push from Dallas Fuel, but nothing to write home about.
Apology accepted, Jack. Thank you for that one.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Same lineup of, and just taking a look at what our last moment in that map was, but very, I guess, exactly the same comps for both of these teams as what we saw in the previous, minus the Chronic onto the Cass. Defensive Ball is always an interesting one. And I do think it's interesting, though, like, you have an Ana ban, which, by the way, is also good for the Ball. That's just great to be able to play Ball knowing you don't have an Ana on the other side. But beyond that, this would have been a good setup at the start of the map for Kadia to think, like, maybe I can just play the Doom here. But the team's saying, you know what? No Doom. We can play the Ball. And the Ball has actually been pretty good out of Kadia. I've been impressed so far. So as we unpause this one, let's see what the Ball defense looks like this time around.
Say normally not as proficient as the Winston, because Winston can like juggle point very easy because of the bubble. So yeah, we'll see. Good setups though from Kadia fan again, just kind of making sure X10 can get a couple of shots off. Not quite as good as like the Soj with a full railgun, but decent.
What do you think about Ashe here? Because I don't know how good Ashe is in the current meta. Maybe not, but because you have a lot of team play between Ball and Ashe, the pop up in the pile drive into some easy headshots. Bob is a great ultimate on this map as well. Maybe too slow, but Coach Gun will get you your high ground, low ground. Maybe a consideration that X10 just respawning after the first hit.
Good counter spam actually, Shroud to Kellen. Should be enough to get healed up, and Kellen just like zap him through the high ground on Blue Box, ends up killing Zomba anyway. And this is a very fast attack from Dallas Fuel. This is Lunex not looking too healthy here. Look at this time back coming in 5 minutes per second. I mean, absurd.
It was a really, really fast Lukamina ult there as well. First ult of the game comes through. Captive Sun anyway, not too far behind, but obviously on more of a back foot considering Lunex now have to defend B with 5 minutes. If there is a point that you can defend for 5 minutes, probably B of Gibraltar, to be fair. So Lunex can do it.
I like you, maybe C is probably better defending against 5, but... Oh dear. Oh, Kellen! My poor Winston player. Stuck and then forced into a room and he can't escape. His ball's just looking at you. So sad. Lukamino already using that outburst. But, oh, good shot, actually. It sends X10 reeling a little bit. Now can maybe go back in, but X10 taking way too much damage. Lukamino once again shutting down X10. I mean, bro's just a beast on this Alari.
How's
They're just going to rip Rush as well. I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, he's ridiculous today.
Yeah, dude, Lukamino's always... He's been good, bro. He's saying today, when Lukamino's been good for the last, like, season or so, High Noon's going to get popped in, then why he's straight into the back line. As a nice little recall there is going to stop that explosion from going off from NY, but the problem is still Dallas Fuel with 4 minutes, and that payload inching ever closer to this final point. Z ends up going down, and their backline just in tears. Nenwai shoved out of the fight. Kellen is on the menu today. He's absolutely dominating for the Fuel, and that map, honestly, wasn't close. Dallas Fuel ends up having more time than they really needed there on second as they take the third map.
Dallas Fuel getting so swifty there that Jack broke into song and dance at the end of the play-by-play. It was
I was bouncing around.
I know, dude. It was a bop. What's bopping me right now is like, yeah, I know Luke's been good, but like this is the best I've seen out of Lukamino out of all of his game. This is like the career game for Lukamino right now. In the game that will likely send Dallas into the playoffs with their score.
Me when I out-damage my support, my DPS as Solari.
Basically again, right? So, insane shots. And honestly, Lunex did a reasonable job of like holding on really pushing as far as they could on B, but that was a speed run coming from Dallas on their own attack. Very, very, very fast ult charge from Luke Mina on the Captain, trying to get them past A, and then just the rest of the ults coming online, and Kellen primaling away and pushing his way into the B and just completely demolishing any resemblance of a defense remaining for Lunex. I mean, you still had like a pretty good run with the Kadia ball, but these highlights are just ridiculous. The 180 flick was gross. I would love to see, I don't know if we have that, but the Luke Mino headshot outplaying X10 while X10 was ulted, because that was a crazy shot as well.
That was real nice. Honestly, it looked kind of... I like the X10 POV there, to be honest with you, because you're like, I'm pulling the ult, I'm ripping it, and I'm trying to kill this damn Alari, and they keep getting away. Like, yeah, it looked good. Luke Mino, yeah, on fire right now, and the rest of the Dallas Fuel looking good too. That maybe the map number 2 was a little bit of a blip on the radar. Like, didn't really feel like Dallas Fuel... It didn't really feel like Dallas Fuel's map, maybe. I'm not sure. Cardi fan coming in to play the Wrecking Ball. Looked decent, but, I mean, this is Dallas Fuel, baby. This is feels like a 3-1.
I can explain it like this. I think push came down to a couple of factors. A, very snowbally, so if you can just sort of get an advantage on that initial fight, you can get a lot coming. Obviously, Zeb's going to move in for the rest of the series, which is expected. Cardi to come in and just to play for that Gibraltar map. But secondarily, I think the Fire ended up being a bit of a trap for Dallas on the Runesapi. Fire didn't end up bringing that much to the table. Was being shut down quite a lot by X10 as well. You have a lot longer sight lines on Runesapi, so less cover for the Fire to play through, so more opportunity for X10 to shut down Sonjin. So ended up being, compared to like what we saw on Oasis, right, the Fire was doing way more on that map because of the geometry, whereas just not doing as much on Runesapi. And then the initial snowball as well, pushing all the way to 94. Some brilliant ult management. The lapping of ultimates from Z on the Katsuna Rush helped a lot as well. So all of that plus a good defense means they get the map win on the Runesapi. Still, like, considering it was a map win, it was like the hardest fought map win maybe of all time. Gibraltar, yeah, I mean, this is that was rough for sure. But I think anytime where you have to bring in a sub to play over your starting play is always going to be probably most of the time a negative. But still, credit to Cardi for showing the secondary here and the ball being pretty decent.
Yeah, you love to see that. Atlas,
speaking of ball,
on the docket for
ball
you
ban,
reckon
maybe?
ball? Oh, a ball ban, dude. I'm thinking of a Ryan ban, man. You see Kellen yesterday on the Ryan on this map? Come on.
Only if you're starting Zarya and you're considering that Kellen might. I think what you'll do. This is what happens if you think Kellen's going to start Ryan. You Zeb start Orisa. Classic Ryan counter, right? He plays Orisa anyway, so you might just start Orisa and see how things go. That puts into question what Zomba then plays. If you start Orisa, the Zomba start Vendetta or Tracer? Probably Tracer then. And then you sort of like see where you go. Maybe point to, you do a DPS tank swap onto the Zarya plus Vendetta. But with Zarya banned, that's really smart from Dallas, actually, just preventing that. So now you're going to basically guarantee that it's going to be a Orisa. I don't know. Does Zeb really want to play Diva? I think this is Orisa, right? That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Orisa good on this map as well, right? I mean, even good into the Ryan, to be fair. Like, pick the Orisa. No one's playing Ryan. Like, into
I don't think Kellen's playing. Kellen's not playing Ryan while Zarya banned, so.
I'm just saying, man. I'm hoping and praying to see more Reinhardt. Give a guy a chance, please. Baptiste ban for Lunex 2. I mean, okay, so when you're thinking about that, what do you think about DPS then for Lunex and Dallas Fuel here?
I get a feeling X10 just wants to play Emre every map. Got a bit of a PG vibe there. But if you can perform on that hero, I think that's brilliant. I mean, the overrides that we saw at X10 have been pretty fire so far. Soj or Cass, I think, is probably on average better on the first point. But teams also think about scaling onto secondary and third points as well, where you have to think about the perks. So you might just want to, even if Emre's slightly worse on the first point, you start on that anyway. I mean, the BAP's pretty interesting. I don't know how likely Dallas are going to play BAP on this map. This, to me, is a very rotation-heavy map. Like, Lucio Kiriko is so standard here, but I don't think the BAP really does a lot. But the Zarya ban is huge. It's going to probably dissuade Zomba from even thinking about the Vendetta. You could, if you're, like, just insane on the Vendetta, play it anyway. But I think Zomba's going to go Trace again.
Do you like the Vendetta on this map? Just how close quarters it is, and you're playing around the corners a lot of time too. Not a lot of verticality, I suppose, especially with the first point. But I think you're pretty chill. We'll see what they end up bringing out. And Again, kind of curious to what Kellen wants to play. D.Va makes sense, sure. I mean, Zeb, yeah, kind of expected to run Orisa. Not sure Nemwhite is going to run Zen, but one can dream.
Brig is not the worst option here, but I do think you need something with speed. I think it's strange to play a Flashpoint without either a Juno or Lucio, and Juno's probably not as good as Lucio on this map. There's honestly this Bastion Symmetra. I don't know if this is real yet. We could still be getting baited, but like it could be a pocket strat, but we're getting baited. This is likely going to be a Zomba TP out of spawn straight into a Tracer swap. It is Sonja, the same thing. I'm guessing. Yep.
Yeah, so it's literally just the Kellen Zeb difference here on the D.Va and the Orisa. Just looking for, like you said, heavy rotations on this map. Really set up well for Zeb, to be fair. I mean, even rotating around this high ground. But the problem is, again, kind of locking people down there with the Orisa. Sure, you can kind of sit on the point, but you're just kind of sat there just taking infinite damage. Trying to chase Sonja now out of an off angle.
Oh, we'll say, like, you can be very aggressive with the Orisa, but it gives you a lot less of the pure aggression diving power that the D.Va's going to be able to bring to bear. So, a lot of good point stability for Zeb on the Orisa, but just being able to chase down players like this,
good kill.
Can't do on the Orisa.
Yeah, really good kill onto Nemwhite. Lunex have gained the point at least. I mean, they're accruing a little bit of percent, but the inevitability is going to be sinking in rather soon here.
So just abusing the fact that Zeb on the Orisa can't cover all angles. You don't have Matrix, you can't just wave it like a magic wand, deleting all range damage off the map. So the flood of pressure coming from all sides on Dallas Field, controlling all the angles, throwing Sonjin from the flank as well. Zeb can't deal with all of that, and Lunex's team kind of just falls around him. X10 though, really good damage despite losing that fight.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty happy about that. Sonjin is close to a post bomb already though. Look at that, 90%. They're going to expect this, I would have thought. But still, X10. I mean, she has always been the difference maker on almost every team she's played on. Especially on something like a Sojourn. Even the Freya too. I think X10's Freya has been, when Freya was like perma meta, was okay. It was a bit lacking to begin with, but it really kind of peaked towards the end of the Freya meta.
It's going to be a Kitsune swap from both sides, but the thing that's lacking now is Nimwai is a fair bit behind Lucamino, so when the support all start coming on through, or you get a kill on Sonja's good.
Or yeah, you just end up killing Sonjin. Well, that post-bomb can even be thrown out. Z ends up ruining the rush really early here, so Dallas Fuel have a good opportunity to just back up, hopefully for free. Well, not free anymore, Chronic dies, and just go in again. There's a lot of time still left.
Kill from Nanwai into Lucamino is actually massive, just preventing Lucamino from impacting the fight, considering that, okay, Nanwai knows that they don't really have the beat at the moment. Lucamino might have the beat, so just focus the pressure on the opposing Lucio to stop that. And now Lunex is roughly caught up on ultimates, just needs still 14% for Nanwai and you're good.
I'm taking a lot here. There's Matrix basically run out. And there's the sound barrier. And it's a good beat as well. Oh, what a snipe from Chronic. Oh, give him another. Oh, Nemwhite escaping. Not for long, though. Chronic follows that one up. Good shot onto X10. And that will be a 99 for Lunex. But the Lucio sporting last here. I mean, Zomba chance to touch, but unlikely to be successful. Yeah, immediately checked. Oh.
It's a touch barely, but we'll see if the rest of the team can catch up, right? Because it's not just about Zomba going from underneath and secondary touch. Barely.
They got it. Zomba's really low, though. Really low. Nice little Suzu. Kellen tried to go for the assassination there on the Tracer. Fighting inside with this beat as well for X10. 3 for X10. Ripping the OC, and that's a big flip. Dallas Fuel have no firepower now, and they're not going to be able to take on this fight. 4 kills for X10.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Zomba to start things out with. We talked about, can we even go for the touch here? Is it worth fighting? Dallas Fuel look to be in a commanding position. Chronic spots Zomba super early as well, but Zomba gets the touch, the secondary touch, allowing the team to even get further on. And then you just play the tempo beat. Was the one ultimate that was missing in previous fights. Nanwai puts it through. X10 slows OC, believe in her ability to hit the shots, and belief has been vindicated. 3 kills to confirm the first point.
There's still signs of life here for Lunex. Less so for Zomba. Flatline there as Sonjin takes him out in the 1v1.
I think that's the playthrough here as point unlocks. Sonjin should be coming back on as well. 5-5 confirmed. No contest for point.
Yeah, Sonjin did end up using Pulse, and they're a bit too scared to go in, I think. Z ended up using Suzu on a rotation to try and stay alive, so a little fearful, I think.
Z is massively ahead of CJ. So if Lunex have the right read here, they know that this should be go time. As soon as Z has a Kitsune, rip that one through, just go straight for it.
Wow, again, Summer getting chased out. I think that, especially on this point, the DPS are kind of dipping. Sonjin running rings around Zomba. It's killing Chronic, though, who did end up killing X10 very early on into the fight. But Sonjin's just out. Yeah, and
that was really rough timing. Lunex had the opportunity to push through on their Kitsune timing and maybe get this fight and get the flip, but we're looking at Dallas already into final fight for the secondary point now as we round the corner of 70 into 80%. And CJ will be catching up very soon, so Lunex have still barely a moment of advantage from Z's POV, and also NY, who's actually caught up and overtaken Luke Mino, but despite being, if you remember, way back about 30% behind, Luke Mino now ahead.
He's going to start off the fight with a rush. Wow, Luke Mino just eviscerated in lower. This is a done fight already, it feels like, unless there's some heroics. But no, Dallasville, very good temperament, by the way, Avril. Just losing one, backing up, happy to trade rush for the point just for now.
Yeah, CJ didn't have the Kitsune rush either, so there's just nothing for Dallas to play through. Luke also got spared. He got javelin straight away and went down. No defense there to prevent that from happening.
This ends
Dallas
now.
will be waiting for their own Kitsune opportunity. Trying to go first, though. NY should probably
first
pop here.
With the ult. There's the Sam Barrett, and now, well, unfortunately, Chronic in the wrong place of that map. It didn't even get Sound Barrier, by the way. Lucamino, it connects to the ground, but only connected with 4. It's a beat-for-beat fight in Dallas. Fuel falling over.
CJ still has ultimate, but they're just not in position to fight this one. And knowing that they're ahead 99 to 39, happy to just back away, play for another fight. CJ, with his sole support ultimate, is going to be pretty massive. The only thing you have to consider is Terra Surge on Zed could be a little bit scary, but you have the damage to break through.
Such a really low. Needs help. 13 HP, still survives. There's the rush for CJ, and there's the flip.
No contest.
They managed to get it. No contest whatsoever. Looks like maybe the Orisa going lower here. Someone needs to go for the retouch. It will be Zeb. All CDs used now. Goes gold. Spear spin. Spear throw. Everything thrown in by Zeb to try and stay alive and touch again. But unfortunately, they are slain by Lucamino. And that'll be the point here for Dallas Fuel.
Question marks on some of the positioning there. I mean, it's possible that CJ just opens the ultimate and Lunex kind of respect back away from that one, but you have to hold your ground. You know that if Dallas flips it, it's over. Zeb has an ultimate that is kind of playable in that situation as well. I think Zeb, if you can hold your ground with Lunex putting Zeb in front and center to just use the Terror Surge to stop that Kitsune rush attempt, might have been an opportunity for Lunex, but yeah, they back away, no contest at all. Flip comes through and it's all over.
Wow, Extinction super low on the rotation. They're going to be able to punish Zeb here, surely. Okay, ends up going gold for half a second. Oh, well, Sojin gets the mega health pack at the very least. And X10 doesn't want to dice with too much death. And there's the OC for X10. She snipes one. Chronic ends up going down. Matrix, a lot of that additional damage there coming from X10. Still trying to find bodies, but looking for ghosts right now is X10. Lunex still get the point, though.
See if they can hold on to this one. Sonjin's on the hunt again. It's Lunex to hold the cards in terms of the support ultimates. We are just basically trading these positions for the support ultimates. We're unsynced, as one would say, between the two teams for those. So Lunex in good positioning, and they still have that Terror Surge from a little bit earlier as well. To stifle any push attempt. Sonjin misses.
Oh, rare miss there from Sonjin. Yeah, a little pause as well. Might be a Dallas Fuel pause again. Sonjin saying, why did my pulse not hit? That's very strange. Must be bug. Must be bug. We'll be back in just a moment, hopefully. Yeah.
An opportunity for Lunex to maybe correct some of the mistakes from earlier, because I went back and just had a quick check on what happened in the finality of a second point. And Zeb and the rest of the team actually backed out before the Kitsune even came on through. So their positioning was already kind of cooked before the Kitsune came in. And by the time CJ altered the point was actually clear. Dallas just took that one for free. Kellen immediately went on top of that one, and they capped it basically for free. No contest at all, as Lunex were already pushed off somehow. So a bit of a weird sequence of events in terms of positioning. I still think that could have been a more challenging fight for Dallas Fuel, but Lunex will have first cap 39% and counting now on this third point, so opportunity for them to be in a commanding spot. They have double support ultimates. Luke is on 83, CJ's on 87, so Dallas isn't really that ready to go yet. And I think for Lunex as well, probably don't want to be too aggressive. High risk of, if they go first here, they can whiff in the sense that Dallas can just back out, disengage, and that's a wasted ultimate. Better for Lunex to hold onto double support ultimates and just play double support ultimate for double support ultimate when Dallas go. That also farms in more capture percentage as well. And then Zeb can find opportunity to Terror Surge in the middle of all of that to maybe secure themselves a second point here on the map.
Well, we're going to go back into the game. I don't think... well, I think everything's been sorted, hopefully. That's not the game. That's the game. There we go. We're back. Don't worry. All good. You have Kellen with the self-destruct here. Look for a remake opportunity. Dallas Fuel closing in on support ults, but NYC, both of them have theirs already.
See how quick CJ wants to go on this one. Sunjin down again. Great shot from Z.
Yeah, cheeky.
It's been a rough night for Sunjin.
Yeah, a regroup here for the Fuel.
That's Final Fighters on Lunex in a very good spot. This is their point now. Realistically thinking, Lunex have everything in their pocket to take this point away.
Wow. Rush for CJ. Desperation for the Fuel. Not quite burning blue right now. Definitely not at their brightest. As the Dallas Fuel lose Lucamino with that sound barrier still in hand. Sonji gets this touch. Beat ends up coming in for Lunex. They still trade though, Tracer for Tracer. But will they actually end up investing the beat? Doesn't look like they're going to. Well, I say that. They actually do rip it. Think they can win this 3-on-4. But a late rush here from Z should see Lunex through this point. You still need Dallas Fuel to go for another touch. Chronic ends up killing Z, but it's not enough. Lunex with 2.
Dallas feels so desperate in that fight. When you're in the position that you have to go for a 3-man beat, you know things are going badly, and Nenway is still in position to counter that beat as well. But that Zeb Terror Surge is exactly what I wanted to see on that second point, right? This time around, correcting those mistakes, like I said, collecting this point. 100-0, by the way, off of some brilliance coming through Z, getting the headshot kill onto Sonjin, porting Dallas into a 4v5, forcing the back out, then into the final fight. Zeb just destroys and dismantles the Kitsune rush push with the Terror Surge, and Dallas Fuel have no options. They go for desperation plays that do not work out.
Zomba losing out here, or at least backing up, but wow. Okay, Zomba actually wins that against Sonjin. Wow, Lunex reading Dallas Fuel pretty well here. Yeah, Chronic and Sonjin just not having a game right now. Not considering what we saw last map, Avril. It doesn't feel like the same team.
No, Sonjin in particular has just been taken out so many times. I mean, he's had some good hits. Talked about the first point in particular. Sonjin was like first to get pulse spawn, first alt right. But since then, it's been a struggle. He's dead constantly now, swapping over towards the sim. Doing a bit of potential DSG cosplay here, which wouldn't be the cosplay you want to do.
Look at this from Zomba, man. Just solo carrying. Stick onto Chronic, kills the sim as they TP. Like, man, Zomba's flying.
And a terrible map to get staggered as a Baby Diva as well. Where does Kellen even go right now, you know? Has to run back and spawn and reset.
Back to spawn, reset. Yeah, that's literally the only way you can do that.
Look
and
how
that's
much
fun
time
to
is
fight
left.
now because of it.
CJ still doesn't have ult. I mean, CJ is ahead, but you need ult. Kellen's just going to go ball. He's like, you know what? If I'm going to reset my ult anyway, go to ball. See if we can make this ball work as you make it work.
They're going to try and flip the map,
Oasis.
Avril. They're trying to flip the map. Yeah, Z ends up just killing Lucamino. They see the ball just running through. Sure, you can touch the point, Kellen. Who cares? We don't want it. It's all good. We'll kill your backline instead, bro. Good little slam there from Kellen. Pop the shield. Has to roll away. Overtime still ticking. They need someone to touch again. Eventually they will, but their backline is just getting absolutely annihilated. A good Terror Surge there from Zed. They lose Nemwai, sure, but X-Head is online. She is cooking right now. Lucamino falls, and that's going to be Lunex coming away with this map. It's got to be said. CJ with a desperate rush. Pulse connects onto Chronic. It's all over. CJ fighting for his damn life, but no, it is going to be a Lunex win, taking us to a map 5.
And we talked about Lunex maybe walking away with this series in terms of taking only a single map, and with Dallas Fuel being the expected winner. Now we have to open up the conversation of Lunex actually winning the series, taking an upset win against Dallas Fuel, who we all on the desk unanimously agreed looking to be the best team in the region right now. Lunex is saying we're very, very experienced against Dallas Fuel, scrim them all the time. Kellen might have walked away with 0 deaths on this map, but he does not walk away with the win.
Dude, it's just the cycle again, where every team is taking off maps, taking series off each other. It's just so strange. Lunex end up losing to 3-0 to Space Station, so it's a pretty healthy prediction to make to put Dallas Fuel ahead here. Lunex 3-0 Extinction, and then what? Dallas Fuel maybe lose to Lunex here. It's so strange. NA is just all over the place, man.
And then Space Station, I mean, if Space Station lose to Dallas next week, then the circle will be complete. But Space Station at this point, looking at this gameplay, happy with the fact that SSG could potentially be the number one team in the region after this, especially if Dallas don't win. But I gotta say, I mean, Dallas looked like they were still in position to take control of this map until the sort of very desperate fumbling towards the second to last point where, you know, we got the 3-man beat in there. Sonja dies super early. They're like getting a little bit desperate, but then afterwards Sonja swapping to the Symmetra might be the case where like he's just feeling too much pressure on the Tracer not working. Maybe they want to do something with the Symmetra Diva sort of gameplay. Just feels a little too late in the day. I don't see this team as a Symmetra team. It doesn't seem like their identity. That's not the carry hero for a player like Sonjin. But worse than that is Kellen gets demec'd, staggered, and they can't even do the Diva TP play anymore because there's no Diva. So now he's on ball. Sonjin's still on Symmetra. I think if Kellen wants to go ball, he needs to make the call to say, Sonjin, go back to Tracer. Play Tracer ball, and we're going to make the final fight work. Don't stay on the Symmetra when your teammates go on ball. Now you don't have a comp anymore. You're playing wacky composition. Of course you're going to lose the final fight.
Yeah, you're playing Sim One Trick, won't swap comp. Well, Dallas Fuel are going to take us to Blizzard. Our final mode here is going to be... Well, actually, okay, I'm not going to say anything. Actually, no, I am. You can tie here. You can draw on this map. So there is a potential to have another one after this. But it is Blizzard World. So take that with a grain of salt. Dallas Fuel are going to take us here for our hybrid. They're going to ban first. How do Lunex respond? Like, what do we ban here if you're Lunex in this situation? Because you're flying on TPS. It's all I'm saying.
How scared of you are the... At this point, like...
Do you ban tank if you're Lunex? Like,
do you ban Diva? No, because Winston comes out on the other side.
You don't care. You don't care about Diva.
I don't know if you even look at tank. I have a feeling that Zeb just wants to keep playing Orisa, and you know, after that, why not? Keep going Orisa. Play Orisa for literally the rest of the series, which might just be the one map here, but keep going Orisa. I actually think if you are Dallas, you target Orisa. I think you first ban Orisa straight up.
I don't hate it. Come on,
just remove a comfort.
Whoa, Kiri instead.
You know what this
Kiriko?
is? So I think the reason why is they want to go back to a non-Lucio Kiriko backline and put Lupino on potentially Alari. So I think Lunex need Lucio Kiriko more. They're obviously way more comfortable with Lucio Kiriko. We saw that first map where they played Brig Juno. Not amazing, unfortunately, for Lunex's backline. I think Dallas know that their strength is in backline flexibility. So if you start targeting backline, they have the capability of playing more like a Wu Young Alari, which I think is pretty good on this map. Luke Amino has been dominant on Alari. I think there would have been a frustrating game for Luke going from Gibraltar, where he like carried the game, to playing Lucio on Atlas, where he probably felt like he wasn't able to do that much. He's like, put me back on the Alari. I will hit the heads. I will get the kills. And they're going to sacrifice the ability to ban out the Orisa for that. In fact, Lunex is going to go for the Diva ban to force Kellen onto either Winston, Ball, or I guess the Zarya. Zarya, if Sonjin is thinking about the Vendetta, which honestly he should, because Sonjin might have copped a bit of a confidence hit on the Tracer on the last map, so this might be a good reset for Sonjin. Just say, okay, forget Tracer, go Vendetta, let's play some Zarya Vendetta and make that work.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know if I like the Diva ban, to be honest. Because I think Kellen would still rather play the main tanks. But there it is. Yeah, forcing him to do that. As Dallas Fuel taken to a map number 5 by Lunex.
Sigma defense.
Oh, okay. We're just getting word in. It's actually... Sorry, it is a Winston ban for Lunex. It's not Diva, so erase that from your mind. It is a Winston ban. Look at the PlayStation 1 crows. They look very epic. Yeah, okay, there you go. The UI's updated. Well, that makes more sense to me. Winston ban.
Team 4 is like, no one was supposed to zoom in on that. Those were...
Yeah. Dude,
so
they look like PS1 crows, bro. I think they're supposed to be mechanical.
I was closer to PS2. I'll give them some credit.
PS2, bro. I think they're supposed to be mechanical. I don't think they're not like real, so I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of builds. I'm
trying
to defend them. Government birds. No, we're pausing again. Who on Dallas Fuel hasn't charged their mouse, man?
Let me talk about.
Charged their mouse.
I don't know. Let me talk about this Sigma real quick as well. So Kellen actually, strangely enough, for a main tank player, he's weirdly good at Sigma. He's one of the few main tanks that I actually think has managed to kind of pick up the Sigma in a kind of threatening way. Sigma defense A is not bad. The problem is it scales pretty poorly into B, if I'm honest, unless you have perma high ground control. But even then, like, I think you do need the levitation perk on the Sigma to like have some reasonable gameplay on B. D.Va would be so good on B, but it's going to be banned out. So I think Kellen might be thinking of staying on.
D.Va's not banned. It's Winston that's banned.
You're right. So maybe a D.Va swap for point B, then something like that. I'm still, for some reason, we just got told it was Winston, not D.Va in my mind. I still said, no, it's D.Va. No, it's Winston, of course. I think that's even... You said you didn't like the D.Va ban. I think I like the Winston ban even less because I'm not too sure how much Winston was going to get played here. I actually don't believe like Kellen would have actually gone Winston here. He would have rather have played D.Va on this map anyway. That's my belief.
Sure, yeah. Well, regardless, we know what the ban is. It's going to be Winston. And it's going to be the kitty for the fuel. Wow, look at that. Insane stuff, honestly. Lunex taking this to a map number 5. This has been an insane series so far. On a day where I said, like, man, I think it might just be a 3-0 day, maybe a 3-1 day kind of thing. I mean, the second game in my mind, the Space Station Extinction, was going to be the closest. I don't know how you felt about it. But, yeah, insane stuff.
I mean, we might still get another 4 or 5 mapper in the next series as well. What a treat that would be. Of course, the monkey's paw would curl and be like, no, you got your 5 mapper in the first series. Next series 3-0 now. But
yeah, actual monkey paw Overwatch. Dude, it's more real than you think.
What's more real than I think right now is Lunex's ability to win this map. I think Lunex is on track to maybe take the series here because their momentum coming out of Atlas, I'm starting to feel really confident about Lunex, but Blizzard World, a brand new opportunity and map. I think the Winston ban is a little on the weaker side, and I do think banning away the Kiriko is really impactful from Dallas. I actually quite like that ban the more I think about it.
Yeah, putting Lucamino on a carry support. You can carry on Lucio, but pretty easy to carry on the Alari. Something more aggressive, you know, like you're landing headshots like we saw in Gibraltar, which to be fair, that Lucamino was the reason why that map was so easy for the fuel.
Yeah, definitely one of the top reasons. I'd agree with that. But they've already hovered. So defensively, it's Alari and Ana. CJ on the Ana.
I like that.
I would have thought Leon, but the Ana can work. I think the Ana works better if you have something that can better take the nano boost. Right now, the best nano taker is Chronic on the Soj, because you're probably not going to nano Kellen on Sigma unless he's in trouble trying to save his life. So you're kind of wanting, if you were going to play Ana, I would have preferred a dive tank like a D.Va or a Winston, which you can't play anymore because of the ban. But something that can better take the nano would have been more preferable. I wonder if CJ may think about moving away from the Ana slightly later on. You're also not countering anything, right? You're playing Ana into a Orisa, an Orisa comp. Yeah. Now, the only good news is because there's no Kiri, there's no Suze you have to worry about, so all sleeps and Bionades are going to land. But with gold being on field and the javelin spin from Orisa, it's just going to be like not an amazing matchup. So I think the Ana is a potentially not most ideal pick, but
it is Kellen, by the way, resetting his game. He's had some connection issues, and I'm assuming that's why we paused earlier as well. So making sure Kellen is good to go. Might have had to remake the lobby. If he's resetting the game, we're probably gonna have to remake lobby as well. So yeah, it's all good. We'll be back in just a moment. Go on.
People might not realize, but Sonjin and Kellen are playing from Korea, so you know, connection maybe
they got that
problem here.
ping. Oh, we're coming back to the game.
So just super early. Like it's like still.
Yeah,
not
what
even
time is it in
7
Korea
a.m.
right
in
now?
Korea.
Yeah, let me check. What time is it for you?
5:42 a.m. in Korea, and we're 4 maps deep, which means they started like before 5. They would have started somewhere at 4 a.m. So the Koreans do be grinding pretty hard to play in NA right now.
I wonder if they're the same PC bang. Or so, maybe I don't know. Are they playing for PC bang? That'd be kind of sick actually if they were, but maybe just that other PCs.
I would not trust the potential
PC bang connection. Yeah, that's also, like, true actually.
It's more so like it's distracting as well as too many people. Anyway, Kellen's on board. He's actually moved away from the Sigma.
Yeah. Okay. Don't mind this. It's a good rotation. Wow.
That might be the point. You need a really fast reset from Dallas. Also better taker than Nano in the Sigma for sure. Trying getting one on Zomba is good. So this gives Dallas for the opportunity to maybe stall out, go for a retake.
Okay. All about rotations here for Lunex. capping this whole time as well. Easy re-engage for Kellen, already up on this high ground, but actually being able to stick to somebody and get a kill is another story entirely. It's actually Lucamino that's taking the brunt of the damage right now. Took a spear to the face. Zeb going pretty low, getting healed up quickly. Then why lucky to escape with her life. There's a Dallas Fuel not out of this fight just yet, but actually, I tell a lie. They're dead.
They're out now. The DPS is struggling. Chronic and Sonjin falling by the wayside. Zomba and X10 doing the opposite and just succeeding. And Kellen's like, all right, back onto the Sigma. No perks, so complete fresh. CJ late death. This is falling apart for Dallas Fuel. You should really need to start believing. I think everyone watching this is starting to see Lunex in the binoculars, taking away the map. X10 alive on 1 HP as well. Wow.
This is an aura farming skin. What is this? Overwatch 1 Tracer Shanghai Dragons? Sheesh. With the Galaxy weapons? I see. And what's that? The
once again.
Is that the once again like charm as well? Yeah. Nice pulse from Zomba, bringing it back to the game. Lucamino already down. Wow, Dallas Fuel. I doubt it's Kellen's connection that's booming him, but I mean, this is just wow. They don't look like themselves at all. And Zomba hits a nasty one clip on Zomba. What? Just Lunex just diffing him at every single angle right now. He's gonna go for another one.
Zomba is playing like a man possessed. Pulse bomb onto Lucamino. One clip onto Sonjin.
He's a freak.
Lunex have got all the ultimates. Dallas Fuel's trying to catch up right now. CJ's one away. Let's get Lucamino to carry.
Captive Sun. Good shot from Lucamino already on T. Gentle going down. Nemline with the ults. Ow. Oh, it is disastrous. Although Zeb actually trapped behind. There's going to be an overclock being popped here. 180 from Chronic. Here's the recall from Zomba, but still split team right now. Zeb has to do something. Ends up dying.
And Y's gonna deliver herself into death as well, unfortunately. CJ, though, twice in a row. Spawn camp. What has Zomba has been doing? A lot of feasting today, particularly on this map. Just running around the map, destroying everybody. CJ can't even get out of spawn.
Yeah. Gonna go again. Has to get checked. Don't get diff this time, Sonjin. He's definitely not one to back down for a fight, that can be said. Both traces. Mega health pack control, though. Zomba's also gonna dip for their one. Pulse bomb. Gonna go, dude, he's going for it. He's feeling himself so much. He's gonna force the recall in just a moment. Zomba hits the recall first. Sadly, though, Sonjin goes pretty low. Ends up picking up that mini. Hits the recall too. Zomba has to get out of there. Forced all the way back. So now a 4v4-on-5 near the point with Zomba picking up Mega.
What Zomba really needs is the rest of the team from Lunex to create a situation where Sonjin kind of forgets about Zomba. The Zomba gets the backstab, so that kind of needs to be the position. Zomba, by the way, used Pulse somewhere.
Extend dead. Okay, hang on a second. The ship has been righted. And Dallas Fuel, okay, they're back in this. They're feeling themselves again. We just need to keep this one up. This is going to be a classic Blizzard Blizzard 1.2.
Zeb self-staggering with a gold there a little bit. Dallas Fuel, okay, starting to get back into confidence. I have to remember that, I don't know, maybe it's more pressure to realize you're the favorite team, but I have to remember that they're the team that's on paper supposed to win this one, and they have to believe that they're the better players, which, based on how last map went and how the first half of this map went, doesn't seem to be the case. Zomba still being a nuisance in the back line.
Yeah, I want to point out something as well for the chatters out there. 89% of you voted for the Dallas Fuel, by the way. Lunex fans in the chat who voted for them, those 11%, you can show yourselves. You can smile.
The real ones.
Oh, okay. There it is. There it is. All right. Zomba ends up getting taken down. Z down as well. Lunex on the retreat. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
Zomba was on 2 HP, and I do believe he actually barely caught the health. Well, I think the health pack was on cooldown, but yeah, it didn't quite get out. And now Dallas is sitting on about 5 ultimates, so Lunex's momentum has been all but stopped now. They have nothing to really play through. No setup for window required. You can't just rip that one through with no setup at all. You have to find a good position for it. And Flux counters it anyway. Dallas Fuel got the whole Christmas tree. They
do. Flux. Z. It does actually connect in the end. Should be a decent lamp timing though. There it is. Z still pretty low, however. Kellen with a nice high ground position. Oh, that Captain Sun's going to be big. Oh, didn't need the detonations. Both Zomba and Z 1 HP. Lucamino with a double. This is what you get when you put Lucamino on a carry support.
There's only 2 ultimates. You still got 3 in the bank. Nano to hold on. You don't even... Well, Nano Clock is actually the combo if you want to go aggressive here. But 40 seconds left to play through. Lunex are going to get desperate. What are they going to open with? If they tempo beat into this one, Dallas Fuel have basically won. So Lunex have to be very careful. They have to work, sadly, slowly for a bit of space. Hope that X10 can get its ultimate in time, and then look to win the OT. Likely, if they can save the beat to counter the nano clock, they'll be safe. Otherwise, Dallas wins.
What? CJ hit a parting shot on Zomba's head. That headshot perk going crazy. That was a very unfortunate death. It's going to be staggered too. There's the nano, and there's the OC as well. X10's not going to be able to stand up to this duress. A double slide for Chronic and a double tap on NY and Z. Backline already down. Lunex with 2 players left alive. Chronic hunting, searching for more. A Terror Surge. The disrespect onto Chronic there, but someone still needs to go for the point. But no one from Lunex left breathing as Dallas Fuel hold on second.
That was quite the roller coaster ride. You have a point A that is all Lunex, none from Dallas Fuel at all. Still reeling from the reconnect from Kellen. Quick swap onto the ball that doesn't do anything. And then Kellen's like, you know what? Let's stick to the original game plan. I will go back to Sigma. They need a little bit of time to stabilize their positioning onto B. But once it happens, with what a bit of time wastage on both ends with Zomba keeping Sonjin busy, or maybe vice versa, Sonjin keeping Zomba busy. Eventually, Sonjin wins that one. On the other hand, the 4v4 happening elsewhere on the map doesn't look good for Lunex at all. Didn't get much done on that regard as Dallas Fuel slowly bank up all of their ultimates. Camino hitting massive shots on the Captain Sun. CJ getting the Dome of Zombo on a recontest as well. And eventually the Nano Clock being ripped through from CJ Chronic combo. And even with the beat counter from NY, green HP doesn't last long enough. Chronic is still putting out unbelievable amounts of damage on that combo.
It's kind of crazy because I feel like this whole series so far, and you can tell by the scoreline as well, right? Where it's like Chronic Sonjin, it's like pop-off mode, and then we're kind of quiet. Pop-off mode, then we're kind of quiet. Pop-off, and it's kind of, we're going full circle again. Like Dallas Fuel, if history kind of dictates that they will end up winning this map, right? Because Chronic and Sonjin are ripping heads right now. Zomba, however, has been taking it to Sonjin. We'll see how their attack ends up going. Kellen's still on this Sigma.
You know what it is I think some of the momentum was lost when Zomba decided to go for the backline play and got kind of just consistently by Sonjin. Because prior to that, Zomba was all over the map, controlling space, getting the one clips, getting the kills. Speaking of kills, CJ first and foremost, and that's without any headshot perks. So as soon as Zomba got caught up and bogged down in the spawn of Dallas Fuel, I think that's when Lunex lost momentum.
Wow. That was an absolute slaughter for their defense. I mean, CJ dies, but yeah, again, like you said, without even the headshot perk, kind of clapping.
Do note, by the way, that Dallas are in fact on attack, so we'll get the attack defense symbol swapped at the soonest point in time. But Dallas Field, they get that in 1 attempt, 540 to push to the end of B. It's looking strong. Sonjin late kill into Zomba, really getting his revenge from earlier from Zomba one-clicking. Sonjin's like, you gotta go down first in this fight, buddy, as Dallas Field look to play the 5v4.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try and take it to him as well, but X10's going really low. Receives Lamb, but she's in very deep right now. In fact, the entirety of Lunex are very deep. Pushing the payload for free right now. Are the Dallas Fuels? They try and go for the wrap here. Kellen popping up that shield and end up just backing away. Headshot from X10, but they need to find a kill on somebody, and they need to find it now. Kellen does end up going down as they finally force their way onto the point. But with this flip of the map here, and without Kellen, Dallas Fuel now need to escape. X10 putting them in the ground, though.
Still surviving. I think the immortality field being deployed.
Can't die.
And the cleanup here is going to be massive. The kill into Kellen is exactly what was required. If you fail to kill Kellen there, he gets full healed. Your 4-man rotation is suddenly in the bin. So massive risk taken from Lunex, but pays off, and you respect that. Okay, you're down one member. Zombies dead late. You have a 4v5. What do? Do you just completely back out and give space? Or do you make a play happen? They decided we're going to make a play, and they get rewarded for it.
The pulse will be thrown out there. That special delivery. It's going to... oh! Sonjin almost killed 2 in that small room. Lucky Lamp exists from Z.
It's got ults now.
Though. Pressure point, here it is. Nano boost as well onto Kellen. Hits that flux almost insta. And that's a big one as well. Ends up catching 2 players. And the Lucio is going to fall to Chronic on the side. And that's a team kill, Avril.
Yeah, I was going to say Nano onto Kellen, maybe not the best, but if you can just get the confidence of the Nano to walk in and get the flux, it might just be over, because who's going to touch here? Zomba needs to be the ASAP.
NY and Z just spawned. It's going to be X10. X10 needs to be able to touch. Okay, the Tracer eventually gets there in the end, but straight to the backline goes Lucamino. Captive Sun connects with the bat, but they don't end up sticking to it. Dallas Fuel finish off the series as, well, a very dominant map on Blizzard World. A back and forth one, but they still come out on top, and they end up clinching their spot in playoffs.
I mean, they got there eventually, right? It was a tough call. People will look back at this match, and I think Dallas in particular will look back at this match thinking what went wrong. And that's despite winning, because there are various maps where they felt like probably shouldn't have lost. Atlas is the biggest head scratcher here in terms of what went wrong, because, man, things were... This is a bit of a rough series for Dallas despite winning. So I think for Lunex, it's a great overall look in terms of being the underdog and still punching up so successfully to the point where Dallas end up looking lost. And, you know, we say Blizzard would eventually end up being pretty dominant. The first half, the first quarter maybe, where you looked at that attack from Lunex, it was disgusting. Lunex were on a roll for quite some time until Zomba got bogged down by Sonjin inside the spawn. That was sort of the turning point a little bit, the 4v4 elsewhere on the map, which is not going well for them. But Lunex gained a lot of confidence from the viewers, I think their fans, from me, of like their future in the OWCS. I think this is a team that is maybe should be the fourth best team. They should be threatening the top four for sure.
Anything can change in the playoffs as well, kind of worth keeping in mind. Of course, we're very close. This is week 2, bro. We've only got one more week of regular play. I mean, Dallas feel still happy though, a 4-0. Like, sometimes it doesn't matter how you get it done as long as you get it done, you know? Dallas end up making it. Lunex, they end up falling here, but still, like you said, bright spots for the team, and also a massive confidence boost. I think the perception of this squad is going to change a whole ton after the series on what everybody pitched as probably a 3-8.
Well, I think, sorry guys, I was muted there. But when it comes down to how Dallas Fuel were looking in this matchup up against Lunex being able to take it toe-to-toe, that's a huge confidence boost, just like Jaws was saying. And being able to get those maps as well with, again, how close the standings are for those last 2 spots is so important for this team. And they're really shaping up, Avril, to be a dark horse here in NA.
I think Lunex can beat Team Liquid next week and also DSG. So Lunex, despite all of this, can walk away with a 3-2 record. They, based off this game alone, if they can play at least at minimum this level of quality as they showed versus Dallas Fuel, I don't see how they lose to Liquid next week. I don't see how they lose to DSG. This is a team that I think should be in the top 4 for playoffs.
Definitely agree with you there. So let's take a look at our standings after this matchup to see how things have shifted. We talked about it, Jaws, at the beginning of today here for OWCS NA. Dallas Fuel being able to get that 3-0, essentially just now clinching their playoff spot here, have definitely got to feel comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. I think what we're looking at right now, the standings, Fuel, Space Station, Liquid, Lunex, I think this is going to be the lineup for playoffs. I'm not sure if it's going to be in this order, if Avril is correct and Lunex end up winning against Team Liquid. They'll be above Liquid, of course, but to me right now, especially after this game, I think this is what we're going to see. Although, Extinction, they feel like a wild card right now. They feel like they could pull anybody to a Mountain of 5 and maybe win. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, they play next.
It's going to be really interesting how the next couple of days of competition end up panning out heading into week 3. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, we've got an interview still here with Dallas Fuel's Wheats. Congratulations, Wheats, on today's win. I wanted to hear a bit about how you must be feeling now to know that you guys have guaranteed your playoff spots here for stage 1.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. I mean, the whole regular season is just to qualify for playoffs, so it's definitely nice to be locked in now. Yeah, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, you're looking fresh in the hoodie, by the way. It's looking good on you. I was curious of how the team was kind of built. Have you got kind of any insight you could give us, and how at the start of the season you kind of prepared to build up the squad that you have now?
Yeah, so Fuel pretty much gave me full reign, me and Yang, to build the roster we wanted. So I figured a lot of the other teams had already been built, so I didn't want to just try and make another Diva team and just be oh, maybe we could be the 3rd best, you know? I figured I should just get the best talent players at each position possible and try and create our own kind of thing. And I figured it'd be a lot harder to play against than just another Lucio Curie Diva team.
So you guys do currently look like one of the top teams in North America, definitely fighting for the top 2 against SSG. But I want to dive into that game a little bit. I know if you can give us a little bit of insight on how that last match went for you, because that was a very, very close one. A 5-map series. Everyone probably expected you guys to walk away perhaps 3-0. What went wrong on Runesapi and Atlas, and how did you guys bring it back around to eventually win on Blizzard World?
Yeah, Runesapi, I think they did a really good job touching point. Like right at the end, I think they made us like fight on cart a lot, and like we couldn't really go past cart, so they were able to like hold that last meter like a few times where we thought we should cap the point for free pretty much, but they were able to touch. And Atlas, I think we just like, I don't know, we didn't play how we normally can, and then also I think they're just like really insane at Orisa. Like I think Zeb's like the best Orisa in the world, so it's always tough to play against him no matter what when he's on that hero, no matter what's meta.
Yeah, the Orisa is definitely cracked there for Zeb. I know that Avril just talked and asked you about some more of those like more specific things that happened map per map, but I wanted to get your overall sentiment heading into this matchup up against Lunex, because we had heard last week that this is one of the teams that you guys scrim the most. Were you expecting this match to be as close as it was in an official manner, or did you kind of anticipate that they were really going to give you guys a run for your money?
Okay, well, before the game, I told my team, like, I don't care what happened in scrims, like, we still have to try really hard, but, like, I don't think we've, like, ever lost a map of them to scrims, so I'm pretty surprised that it was this close, but then again, you know, the only thing that matters is match day, like, scrim results really don't matter at all, so.
Yeah, I got one more question for you, but in your mind, top 4 right now, apart from yourselves, who else is there? Those 3 other slots.
I mean, SSG definitely, and then lucky, I think Lunex and Extinction are going to be top 4. That's my hot take.
Oh. Okay. I don't know if it's that much of a hot take after what we saw coming out from Extinction yesterday. So definitely appreciate your insight over there on that, Wheats. And congratulations on your win today and securing that playoff spot. Appreciate you doing this interview with us, and good luck on the rest of your matches.
All right, thanks for having me.
Okay. Great interview here from Wheats, but now let's lock back in and check out the rest of our schedule, because we still have 2 matches that are going to be queued up for us here at Jaws. SSG versus Extinction, that we just gave some pretty high praise to, and then a DSG versus Team Liquid for the rest of our day here at NA.
Yeah, this could be another map 5 here. We'll see. I mean, Extinction, they have what it takes, I think. But man, actually at this point, I don't even know, man. Like, maybe the Extinction end up winning this series and then Liquid end up losing that. I have no idea. It's going to be a fun 2 games, and maybe not the 3 Overwatch that we thought.
Yeah, this is looking like a good day of Overwatch so far, but, you know, we'll wait for the Monkeys pour to come through and say, like, you got your 1 good game, and now it's 3-0s for the rest. Who knows? But I think Extinction should be doing some damage here. They look good.
Well, they definitely do. I'm excited to see how these 2 matches are going to pan out. But before we send you guys off on a break, I want to remind you all about the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle that does support the teams in OWCS that will be heading to Champions Clash. You've got some amazing skins here. They look great, so definitely check that out while we are on a quick break, and grab one for yourself if you want to help out fund that prize pool. But otherwise, we will be back shortly with SSG versus Extinction.
Project log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut I klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cat are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
Flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw a nail-biter matchup with DF taking it 3-2 versus Lunex. But now for our next matchup here in NA OWCS, we've got SSG versus Extinction. Space Station Gaming Jaws. This is a team with players with high accolades, results, and history within competitive Overwatch, and they've been shaping out to be the best team within the NA region. Do we think that they could potentially just... how clean are we thinking? How clean are we thinking today is going to be?
Yeah, when you put it like that, I'm like, maybe Dallas Fuel getting taken to a map 5 versus Lunex. Maybe they are the #1 team, in all honesty. I think being realistic again, and I was realistic in the last series when I made my prediction, but I think it should be a 3-0. And I think anything less is a little bit of a disappointment for SSG.
If SSG do get a 3-0 and it's a clean series, then you have to start looking at tomorrow's game between SSG and Dallas as an SSG favored game, because Dallas kind of tripped up a little bit today, and this is Space Station's opportunity now to, you know, have a very clean showing where no trip-ups occur at all, and suddenly you have maximal confidence walking into what will be a title bout for tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the expectation here for Space Station when you take a look at that roster. But now, talking about an Extinction that they're going to be facing up against, PDK was so confident, Avril, in yesterday's interview after that win that they netted up against Disguise, and thinking, okay, we feel like we have what it takes to take it and stick it to Space Station Gaming.
Especially if Ryan has another career game like he had yesterday. I mean, that was like the best Ryan game maybe ever. It was just such a dominant performance. So many moments where it looked like this guy's going to be able to maybe bring something around. Ryan just completely shuts it down. Easily my player of the match from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the same page here. Straight up. I think Ryan looked at one of his very best. We got a lot of good Tracer players in NA. Ryan, Zomba, like, you know, I think if he's going to really prove his all here, it has to be against some of the craziest players to ever grace the game in North America. It's going to be really tough. And I think PDK is a little bit of an X factor as well. I think realistically, his flexibility is really going to help them out. It's just getting over the initial hurdle of like dealing with even some crazy strats from SSG, because we've seen how what they like to even like Sugar Free with the TPs to teleport lethal around. Like, they're going to have to be on their A game, just even dealing with those kind of things that SSG are throwing at them.
Yeah, I mean, PDK was even talking about how Extinction have been double blocking scrims the past week. We saw insane gameplay. I know we were just talking about so many of the DPS players here within PDK and Ryan, but Scuffed also had such a great performance yesterday. Avril, it feels like this team is looking really clean. They're very measured with a lot of the decisions they're making in the server too.
Extinction definitely needed the game yesterday, as clean as it was, as good of a win as it was, to give them maximum confidence to walk into SSG, because SSG is going to be on a different level. SSG is going to be a tough one. We all, kind of similar to the previous one, expect SSG will be the favorite here. It's about what can Extinction do to sort of change that opinion about everyone, from everyone.
We're going to have to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table, but let's talk about these predictions. For me, I still had to go with Space Station Gaming. I did really love to hear the confidence that PDK was talking about in yesterday's interview, knowing how much work, Jaws, that they're putting into the server here as an entire team. But at the end of the day, you cannot discount Space Station Gaming in this head-to-head.
Yeah, same. I went with SSG. It's just so tough. And yeah, I think you laid it up kind of perfectly here. PDK and the gang, they've put a lot of work in, but it's still Space Station. It's still Lenny. It's still lethal. Like, good luck. It's going to be a tough one. And you need to win this one too, because that bottom two seeding, the 5th, 6th, not where you want to be after week 2. Straight up. Extinction, they need to pull out a win, Avril.
And Extinction after this have to play Dallas as well. So they have SSG, Dallas Field back-to-back. Next week it'll be Dallas Field, right? So for Extinction, if they can get even just a good scoreline, map differential like we talked about, is going to be important. A bunch of teams will be playing for tiebreakers, trying to make their way to playoffs. So Extinction want any chance minimum. I think they're going to take some maps here, and they win the series. It's going to be really tough. Lunex nearly did it up against Dallas Field. Extinction need to look at their game and be like, you know what, we can punch up as well, and maybe threaten that.
The confidence is good, but the confidence is good, but it's still absolutely an uphill battle here for Extinction. Let's see if SSG can continue to make a statement and make it a clean 3-0 sweep, or if Extinction will look to push our buttons there. Let's take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. Space Station taking us to Lijiang Tower. Currently sitting at a 2-0 as well. Fairly clean run, apart from that Disguise game, which went to a 5th map. But a very clean victory over Lunex in their first game of the stage. So, realistically, with Extinction, where do you, Avril, place their hidden firepower? Where do you think their secret weapon really comes from to topple SSG?
I can tell you what SSG think it is. It's from Ryan. So they've just immediate target banned Ryan map 1. So I think Ryan is, again, based on what we saw yesterday, the player that is going to set the tone for Extinction. Lijiang also, by the way, was one of the maps that SSG lost against Disguised a full week ago. So they want to make sure that they, being SSG here, do not start off on the wrong foot. They start off on the right foot. This is going to set up Lenny to potentially play either his favorite Symmetra or Pharah on this particular map. Pharah great on Lijiang Tower, but I think Sugar Free's played the most Symmetra from what I could tell out of any of the DPSs in North America so far. SSG have been like kind of weirdly the Symmetra team in North America. And I think that will probably continue, especially if Tracer's banned.
There's probably a lot of influence from Christopher, is all I'm saying, with the Sim. It wouldn't surprise me. I think still, Sim, I think, is still going to be a good hero regardless, just for the mobility. And the ult. The ult's obviously just dumb stupid. But the character is just kind of busted if you can make maximum use out of the TPs. So I don't expect Space Station to not pick it. I think there's going to be a point where they do. PDK on the Trob, not going to happen. This is so sad.
By the way,
Ryan on Echo.
So he's doing that because he's expecting the fire. So Ryan and Extinction's readers, Sugarfree's going to start on the fire. He's not going to start on the fire or the Symmetra like I mentioned. He's going to start on the Vendetta. So this is going to be a slightly different look for SSG Lethal on Emre. No surprises there. But it's, by the way, a Vendetta with no Zarya support. So Hawk's going to start on the D.Va. This is going to have to be Sugarfree going and no bubbles.
Yeah, only the kind of Matrix to help out Sugarfree. Sugarfree going to go on less angles here and more just kind of frontward-facing damage, which is kind of what Space Station's comp does. It's just a lot of upfront. We walk as 5 or we walk as 4 and have, you know, UV at the back kind of chunking people away. Yeah, okay, you can't let Lethal die like that, though. To a baby D.Va, the Bunny Blaster.
He's going to remake. Oh, he dies just as he remakes, man. Tragedy.
How are we losing people? What's going on? What's going on back there? Lethal was going to come back in just a moment, but there's 3 players on the point right now. Little scrappy.
Yeah,
oh, scuffed. Oh, doesn't get booped back down. Okay, lucky.
What are they doing over there?
Yeah, what are
Jackie
they doing?
Says, is he looking over the ice wall?
Oh, what are they doing back there, man? What's happening?
Ryan, I was even considering Ryan. Does he swap after realizing he's not up against Fire? He's going to retain the Echo. Gets a kill on that as well, and a cap and a flip.
What's happening? Space Station just like losing these picks. What feels like just random luck here. But Extinction is just finding these small little openings and prying it apart. I mean, okay, they get capped. 29% for Space Station.
And they first ults as well. Extinction double support ults are about to be online. Scuff hopefully doesn't die here before the fight even takes place. UV and Admiral about to match. There's going to be a big fight coming in.
Yeah, rush on the point for UV to start this one off, but Extinction return one in Khan. They got the sound barrier as well, but Avril just 5% behind. Duplication double D.Va on the point, already a D-Mech onto Sniper. Sugarfree cuts that mech in half, just so good at this close range damage. And Ryan looking for a target to actually hit. A late sound barrier ends up coming through for Grapes, and unfortunately, Hawk has fallen off of the map. No tank for Space Station, but might not matter. Extinction are going to lose this point here. However, Space Station aren't out of this just yet, with Ryan picking up the kill on the Emre.
Extinction still getting kills, and now they reinforce. Sniper coming on in.
Sugarfree's dead. Lady down.
Play. One of them. SSG are going to get this flipped again. SSG going to lose the point.
On the point, Ryan ends up going down. Lethal from the spawn ends up ripping it all. And an amazing shot on PDK, who didn't really expect the Emre to be that close already. What an amazing spawn push here. Popping that ultimate, gliding over that giant chasm. And now it's only the D.Va to deal with. And by the way, Space Station have the point, so Sniper can't stay around.
Forgot about the fact that Lethal can just quickly reinforce from spawn using the ultimate, so that's pretty tricky. Space Station well played as Extinction didn't even see that one coming. Long range shots all the way from the outside of the map will deliver Space Station a continued push at percentage points on the cap. But actually, the flip just came through. What?
Yeah, I don't... What? Okay, what?
You said that one through? Okay.
Yeah, sure thing. What? Sniper with the remake available, but they're happy just to dance on it now. Just making sure there's no free cap going their way, but it looks like Space Station are going to try and sneak it underneath their nose. Sniper going in for one more touch. Self-destruct, like I mentioned, still available, but Sniper goes down to Lethal of all players. Another free cap coming in. Hawk ends up falling over, gets booped off the map, but it's all good. Avril finds the kill onto Ryan. Sound barrier comes in, hits 2, only Grapes and Scuffed, and Sugarfree. Lenny still swinging at him. Should be able to get the kill onto the Lucio here. Could be a little 2v1 from the boy.
Grapes really wanted to win that one. A 2-man sound barrier. Scuffed and Grapes together. They will get a kill, but the DPS, Sugarfree, chopping his way through to retain control for Space Station, who managed to find a flip in the middle of that fight somewhere after Extinction got a free flip. And now into final fight territory, 99% on ball, double support ultimates for UV and Avril, and Grapes does not have the beat after using it last fight.
Yeah, and look at this. 2 support ults available for Space Station. Sound barrier to counter the rush, and already PDK has been booped off of the map. That's round over. No chance to come back in now. Just too many ults, too much damage, too much health, too much of everything. 100% to 64. SSG with 1.
Extinction really took some risks towards the end there. Now you have to start thinking back. Was the 2-man beat from Grapes really worth it at the end? Might have been better just to reset one, lose the fight, come back in to defend properly with the 2 support ultimates versus 2 support ultimates when Admiral and UV were in position to win. Ryan didn't even get to use his copy at the end of the fight either, which is really upsetting, unfortunately, for Extinction. But I think the key fight for me was somewhere in the middle there where Extinction had the Ryan copy on D.Va. They had double D.Va, Sniper and Ryan both on D.Va, and somehow, back-to-back, almost instantaneously, both their D.Vas get demacked and don't get enough done at all. Still was a pretty scrappy fight. Both teams counter-flipping the point a couple different times in the middle of that fight, but it goes SSG's way towards the end, and now they lead just a little bit here on lead jump.
Same vibes here. Space Station still with Sugar Free on the Vendetta. I haven't seen a crazy amount like a perma Vendetta player, that being Sugar Free. Saw a little bit of Symmetra obviously on this map last time they played. Oh, Sniper's just dead. Okay, Suzu ends up saving their life, but they've lost dojo control already. Oh, and Ryan just guys down.
Gets Ryan down from the missiles, but Ryan's still staying on the Echo, possibly thinking, okay, this is the map that Sugar Free actually goes onto the fire. And now Ryan knows better. He's like, I stayed on Echo too long, played it for the entirety of the last round. Let's just match Sugar Free on the Vendetta here. Neither of us will have a bubble. It'll just be a mirror match outside of the Soul for Zim right.
Kind of like this. Obviously with Tracer banned as well, I'd say pretty heads up. Ryan definitely preferring to play Tracer on this map, you'd imagine. Penny, oh, he's so low. Felt like Ryan got baited into that with the Sugar Free being so low.
Admiral hasn't died yet, by the way, fun fact. He's still on 0 deaths, so have to see if the first one comes through at some point. He's very low on ult charge, though, playing safe for the time being. Enough damage or heals near. Scuff will be first up for ult. Great for Extinction, because they're the ones pushing anyway.
You know, there's the rush to start us off. PDK jumping in with only 90 HP remaining. Doesn't matter though, Sugar Free died. All good. Return rush here from Ultraviolet, but still pretty low. Has to Suzu himself. Hawk trying to regroup with the rest of his team there as a lot of them are going dangerously low. Point of critical. Extinction end up capping the point. Space Station with control of the bridge, sure, but Soundbarrier's going to come in and accelerate Extinction forward. 5-man beat though for SSG as Lethal takes the skies, turning into that living weapon. That override protocol not doing the damage required though to get a kill. And now the flip comes through for SSG now. Extinction, they're still in this fight, however, they are so split. Sniper with the ult's going to be able to remake as PDK with 2. Both DPS down, Space Station at 3v5. As now House very much in control of Extinction. A flip on flip on flip, but Extinction come out with the win.
And PDK stands for kill, gets 2 in that fight. Extinction now in a good commanding spot. Hawk mech there, no self-destructive remake, which means, yep, it's going to be more of a stagger, more of a delay that delay has to run off the map. And for Space Station, 64% is looking good. Extinction looking to be able to equalize in short order here. Bit of a weird and rough fight for them, considering how well it started, but they couldn't quite get Hawk down. He got demeked and remeked because he had that extra sound barrier from Admiral, which was lacking a little bit, was a bit behind Grapes. Still enough to get Hawk into the fight in that previous one. Here we go, though. Sugar Free up first.
Oh, that was Suzu there from Scarf. Oh, Ryan! Oh, that belongs in a trailer, to be honest with you. That was beautiful.
I mean, no better place to use the Sundering Blade on the bridge. Very minimal space for anyone to move. Same could have been said for Sugar Free, though. He used it on the sort of left side lane for where left of Ryan's POV just there. He somehow didn't quite connect with players. Ryan says, absolutely not. I'll get the kills this time around. Scuff now, once again, massively in the lead. Grapes slightly in the lead of Admiral, but Space Station nothing.
Wow, PDK just hits a UV with a clean rail. That's a reset. ASAP for Space Station. Hawk doesn't lose mech importantly there. They got one more fight, Admiral.
Very aggressive for Scuff to use the ultimate, but I think knowing that Grapes is ahead of Admiral might just be worth it, because Ultraviolet is still not in position to counter with anything. There's still no real engage till outside of Lethal, and once Lethal pops Override, Grapes will respond. Extinction still in a great spot to take this round away.
No body shot. He's got the overclock, just PDK backing all the way up. Override protocol popped here from Lethal to push the team over the bridge, making sure he creates as much space as humanly possible. Scuff!
Taking risks.
Whoa, that's not good. Grapes does the sound barrier, but I think it's better off just to save him for the next fight at this point. PDK is going to rip the ult regardless, though, as Grapes still looking for some support here. 99% of building PDK ends up going down. Nice little demeg there. It's going to be a self-destruct, but yeah, Grapes doing the right thing, saving this beat for the next one.
I think what happened there is Grapes is assuming that Admiral has beat already, so doesn't want to use the beat to counter lethal in case Admiral pops as well. But even in that case, I think a 2-for-1 ult trade is probably economically worth for Extinction. I think they took some risks there. Scuffed going down is a little bit unacceptable. You lost all of this space and allowed Scuff to go down because you want to save beat. Here we go. This is where it's going to get popped.
Yeah, Grapes kind of looking for the boot there onto Admiral to try and delay that beat, but it's all good. PDK already down. And now Sniper backing up. Look at this, how split they are. The Lucio is out of there, by the way. Grapes not sure where he is. Might be in a different stratosphere at this moment in time. Definitely not with the rest of the team, unfortunately. As Sniper tries to get to the point. OT now in session with Space Station Gaming still controlling the point. Ryan falling, not a good look. And now Lethal pulling out that blaster and just waiting for players to trickle onto the point. PDK back in the action again, but Scuffed spooked over the map. And, well, that's going to be Space Station taking this round and the first map of the series, Lijiang Tower, in their back pockets.
Bit of a disappointing loss for Extinction because it's just a weird kind of strategy for them to, on one hand, play hyper aggro with Scuffs, Kitsune rush into the spawn of Space Station. But then when they have full control and they've established that they're willing to sort of go early and play for map control and just go for the, eventual 99% OT win, they back out against just the override. Like, they're so scared of the override that they don't decide to contest it at all. Well, even going back to a little bit of a POE or CJ here real quick, but for Extinction, like, in my opinion, Grapes, pop the ult to counter lethal straight away. You don't give up any space, maintain map control. Admiral doesn't match you because he doesn't have the ult there. If you win that fight, Extinction actually take the round. But because you back out and refight, Ultraviolet and Admiral then both get double support ultimates. You're down one support ultimate because you used it from Scuffed earlier to get the hyper aggro play, and now you're one support versus two support ult, and you lose that fight, which is what happens. So I think the better win condition is just to maintain control of the point of the cap. You're already hitting the 99, you win that fight, you win. But unfortunately what happened was, took the risk, lost Scuffed, lost the fight, came back and lost. Next fight.
All things considered, though, a pretty close round on either side of things, to be fair, Avril. I think this is still a decent look for Extinction, despite Space Station coming in as the favorites.
Looking back on their first round as well, 64 to 100. So I think both rounds are reasonably competitive. The second one is more than competitive, though. It was definitely winnable. First one, I think Ryan may have overstayed on Echo a little bit. I think he did a lot better on the Vendetta, as we saw on that second round. So again, the read from Ryan is you expect that Lenny will probably go fire here, so you go the Echo to counter. I think he doesn't. And at some point, you have to decide, like, okay, well, I can't just stay on the Echo. I should probably go Vendetta as well. I'm not doing that much on the Echo, which is very quickly what he decided on that second round, which is why I think they did so much better on the second round as a team, because he made that quick call after one fight to instantly swap the Vendetta. We saw the Vendetta from Ryan was doing work.
Yeah, it was. I mean, got some beautiful Sunring blades, though, to be fair. We'll see if Sugar Free continues this trend of also running the Vendetta. Here it is, the maps. Wow, Extinction, you're pretty quick on selecting those ones. Love it. Going to Esperanza as our next one.
Just looking through the history a little bit. Yeah, I actually lost this one to Lunex pretty recently, and this was not one of the maps that SSG lost to Disguise either. So this is just going to be a gut call coming on through, Esperanza being played, see where they want to take some of these bands. Symmetra is still on the cards for Sugar Free. This is not a fire map, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. A pretty damn good Vendetta map, though, so depending on how keen Extinction are to get into the Vendetta battle, they have some choices. Vendetta open to be banned, Zarya open to be banned.
Yeah, they do get that priority as well.
No, sorry, Zarya was banned by Space Station, so Lunex can still ban Zarya this map.
Yeah, get priority for that, so that's kind of nice. Kind of nice. You can use the teleport here as well if you're Sugar Free. I think SSG do have a lot. It's like Dallas Fuel in a way as well. I think that the DPS, you can put them on anything, really. I think with Space Station having that different Symmetra look is really nice for them. It's not often that you're going to be against a team that, especially in the current, like, NA. If you're in EMEA, it's like, okay, every team has got a sim team, so we're going to get practice on it. It looks like it's going to be a Lucio ban, though. Okay, wanting for high damage, like, flex supports now for Extinction.
Okay, so we might start thinking about the possibility of Alari coming through, Wu Young coming through. Anna starts to feel like a better pick here as well. Could just be none of that. Could we looking more towards a Brig Juno, and then Brig Juno is starting to rear its head around as a support duo. if you want to play more of a brawly style, works particularly well if you then also want to go towards either the Zarya, looking over towards some of the Orisa Ram that's creeping into the mix for the NA meta.
Yeah, SSG. What we banning? What we banning, team?
What it does do is put the pressure onto Admiral. Something we talked about last year. Admiral's hero pool is still, we'll say, in development. Typically, Admiral is going to be favoring the Lucio. So when you don't have the Lucio for Admiral, right now, I believe his key pick is Kiriko when he doesn't play the Lucio. So looking to SSG to play some sort of Kiriko plus type of composition on their backline. And no Soj means Omri gameplay basically the whole way through. Maybe some Cass.
I mean, SSG not too worried about banning the Sojin at all. Kind of take that away from PDK, which is decent. I think Ryan was kind of winning in the DPS for Extinction, but Sojin, yeah, like you said, you can just play Cass or just a whole bunch of Emre. Emre's, again, just so good. It's kind of insane. It doesn't feel as broken. Oh, actually, what do you think about this? Is Emre as broken as Soj release? I don't think so, because Soj was like,
close.
Yeah.
I don't even think Emre is that much better than Soj right now.
Okay.
Soj. And the reason why is because Soj still has a real strong niche carved out that Emre doesn't, which is strong
Which
burst.
is the one tap.
Yeah. Incredible burst. Emre is better like sustained over time damage. You can get to the end of a map, look at the stats and be like, wow, that Emre play did a lot. But their kills might be low. Their final blows might be quite low, but the damage number will be high. So you'll need a way to confirm those kills.
Yeah, that's fair.
Override is strong. I think Override is like a safer, easier to use ultimate compared to OC. Overclock is definitely going to require more to get usage out of and value out of.
Yeah, facts. Let's have a look at the back lines. Where are we going? Where are we headed? Oh, a little caps. Doubt it, but it would be cool. Oh, Admiral Brig Jail. This is so sad.
So the SSG comp is basically what I was talking about, right? Brig Juno. Zarya plays well into that one. If you're playing Zarya, you might as well go for the Vendetta. And then Lethal is just going to play his Emre, which he's been playing full time essentially. And the Soj ban from SSG tells you everything about what Lethal wants to play.
Okay. There we go. Yep, Lethal PDK. Emre all day. Vendetta versus Ryan's Tracer. So we were able to at least lock in the Tracer after it was banned map 1.
This is Ryan's carry choice. But we're looking at very different comps here for the most part. I mean, you've got a couple overlaps. Emre and Juno, but everything else is big choice between the two teams.
So nice. It's going to be nicer for Sugarfree here, though, with the bubbles. Like, being able to get bubbled in as well. Like, much easier here for the Vendetta to play. And look, bubble in, take some space, and then quickly rotate, and then Lethal just sits in the back line, just firing as much as he can on this high ground to force PDK off to an off angle. Ryan doing a little bit of damage here, but it's tough, man. Yeah, it should be.
Scuffed is once again running away with the ult charge battle versus Sports of Space Station Gaming. Some of the extra damage from the Kiriko might be adding into the mix there, but also Extinction better. Okay, maybe not better positioning. Lethal that has the really strong positioning right now, so scratch that. Sniper just goes down.
Hit someone heal him. Oh my goodness, that was close. Saw Ryan there like, oh, I need to get this kill, but ends up getting shut down by Admiral in the end. That's a good fight win for SSG.
As we talk about on push, opening fight win gives you a lot of momentum. Only saving grace here was that Scuffed had a decent amount of ult charge. The SSG winning the fight. UV and Admiral have more than caught up. Into a quick pause here.
Little pause watching NA today. What's going on?
No,
what's going
no
on?
Korean players on either teams though for any sort of ping related stuff. But already a quick, nice early win for the side of Space Station, whose composition is definitely in my eyes more of a stable, streamlined composition that makes sense. The lack of the Lucio. Note that, by the way, Extinction were the ones that banned the Lucio, and their answer right now is Juno Kiriko, which to me doesn't seem quite as good. It seems, you know, less straightforward than Space Station's win condition. Space Station's win condition, when you look across their fives, like, yeah, everything here makes total sense.
Able to pack your Vendetta, and then on the other side, Extinction cannot like pack their Tracer. You just cannot help the Tracer as much on the off angle. They're more like self-reliant. And just going for like the minis, the megas, like it's going to be a little bit tougher here for Ryan, as you rightfully pointed out with no Brig. Back into the game already though. Luckily that was a short pause.
Only boon is with no Kiriko, you can probably get a couple more pulses off, assuming Hawk doesn't just bubble it straight away. But I think it's harder for Ryan to get value here with the Sugar Free. Sugar Free is way more openings with the use of the bubble as well, and some packs from his Brig Admiral. But as we get into the first cap, first ult's coming through.
Yeah, Sugar Free's taking a lot of damage here as PDK ascends to the heavens, but unfortunately Scuffed is going to beat them to it. Orbital Ray is going to heal him up, and now PDK in trouble. Has to back all the way up as Sugar Free, yeah, at his number. Oh dear, PDK torn in half as, well, not only did they get checkpoint before the fight started, they're going to gain some insane percentage here as well. Or meterage, I should say, not percentage.
Use on one ultimate. It's just the UV ult for not a lot of response from the Extinction side. Sniper goes towards Zarya now, but Ryan likely will look to the swap for the Vendetta after this pulse spawn. Ryan, you should be able to see this composition fold out. So we don't want to be on Tracer for too long. Note the grab from Hawk though. Will be coming.
Oh no, surely the Zarya doesn't die. No, Sniper does end up getting healed up eventually.
100 meters.
Yep, there it is. Admiral Theorem. Check it out. Admiral Theorem. Just hit. Oh,
New Admiral Theorem
for Ryan. Yep, new one. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Lethal outplaying Ryan as well. By the way, on the other side of these things, Hawks were in a grab. There's a raid deployed from Greats to keep them up, but Lethal still hunting and killing the DPS. PDK already dead, and yeah, new Admiral Serum just dropped. Or was it the old one, or was it version 2? Did they get peer-reviewed Admiral and it came back with some new results?
New meaning another one has dropped, I should say. But just playing along with the meme at this point. Space Station, though, they haven't stopped, really. I mean, there's minor slowdown here. 128 is going to be 9 unstoppable. Extinction.
Thunder it.
So much more.
GG. That's full cap.
Space Station about the full cap.
Yeah. Sniper dead. Sugar Free ending this one. Nothing much left to really say. I'm going to be honest here. That was it. That was a very fast push. Space Station. It didn't feel like any sweat off their brow as they end up just full capping Esperanza. Probably one of the quickest ones we've ever seen. I'm going to need to check the records. Maybe Liquipedia has that? I'm not sure. I don't know. Liquipedia's got to have some sort of stat on this somewhere, but yeah, that was quick.
Space Station and Admiral Theory undefeated on push at the moment. It looks like that was disgusting. I need to double check on the time list.
Oh, okay. They didn't get a single kill either. Not a single limb. And
guys,
okay, I thought maybe someone had a kill and a limb. You know, like
pause right now because we just got 5 new recruits to MI6. Got a lot of double O's coming in. James Bond got some competition because 5 fresh MI6 recruits just dropped. Oh my god.
Oh boy. Yeah. So what we call that in the biz is a stomping. Yeah. How do they get no kills? I thought they at least got 1.
Nope.
338.
I want to know what Admiral stats are across the 2 minutes. How many kills, how many deaths did Admiral have after map 1? Because I remember he went into the second round with 0 deaths.
I'm checking.
Right?
I'm checking.
So combined 2 maps, Admiral must be on like easily less than 3 deaths, I want to say.
I scrolled up in the chat and it's the picture of the Guangzhou charge I sent you earlier. It's not that one. Yeah, okay. I'll need to double check on that
mods. Mods, get us some statistics, please. ASAP.
Mods,
when possible.
could you get us some stats, please? Thank you so much, production. I'm hearing you. Yeah, so we'll check how many deaths that happened in the first map because Admiral might be on the singular death. But yeah,
I think
0.
Admiral is on a single digit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Also, timing for cap is 3 minutes and 38 seconds. SSG full cap. 3 minutes 38. I don't know if that's the fastest. I feel like the fastest I saw was around 3 minutes, like just 3. So 3:38 is probably not that. I can't remember who did the 3.
The mid fight wasn't quick.
Yeah.
The mid fight was like, okay, it took a little while to get going. Like if it was like an instant, they kind of just got shoved in the locker, then it probably would have been the 3 minutes. But I mean, still 3:38. Like we're debating like small things at the moment, but you know, it's close to being a record at the very least. So yeah, wow. I'm not sure Extinction had enough time there to decide on what the next map was going to be, but they're going to have a little bit of time now. So yeah, wow.
They just decided on Esperanza like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
they're
literally 4 minutes ago, they were like, actually, we're going to go to Esperanza team.
Oh my
okay, so it's
God.
through faster. So they got it cooking. They got it cooking here. Yeah, okay, Admiral, I'm just getting word from Prod. Thank you very much. Admiral, 2 deaths total as of this
Over
moment.
2 maps. Over 2 maps, 2 deaths.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it'd be like that
Oh my
sometimes.
god. You know you're having a good day at the office when your Lucio has got 2 deaths total over 2 maps.
Oh yeah, you're feeling pretty good for SSG. Cerebus and Matt Pitt going to Flashpoint. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're Extinction looking at that, you're like, nah, that was nothing, map. We didn't play that map. All good. Like, there is nothing to glean from there. We are just going to go next.
They got mopped up by the Zarya Vendetta combo. It's crazy, but I think the Lucio ban ended up hurting Extinction more. Because they're like, it makes sense. Like, okay, you target Admiral. He's probably got the weakest hero pool on the support side. And then Admiral's like, oh, we'll just do Juno Brig here. And Admiral could have played the Brig in any case. So Juno Brig into a Zarya makes sense. Sugar Free was already on the Vendetta, so you just play that. And now it's like, okay, this Vendetta is doing a little bit too much work. Let's ban it away. Ryan got on the Vendetta, I think, eventually, but so
Definitely a better tracer
in the day.
A JQ, okay, that's a troll. They are definitely just saving bans at this point, or is there some merit to this ever?
Also, correction, Ryan didn't go Vendetta at the end, so Sniper went Zarya, Vendetta, and Ryan still said it on the to be fair, it was like the last 30 seconds, and it's like whatever. But no, I think the Queen is a bit of a throwaway. I think the Queen doesn't really add anything here. Also note that Space Station is second ban, so they're not doing any protects here. This is just a raw ban. Queen is not meta at all, not being played anywhere. This is a complete throwaway ban.
Just a throwaway one, just in case we go to another couple of maps. I should say, which Queen are you talking about? There's 2 on my screen right now. All right, let's go to Esperanza then. SSG, what are we thinking? I think at the end of the day, Sugar Free has got one of the deepest hero pools of any DPS in North America. So you can even go Sim if you really wanted to as well. Yeah. You could play Sim here, like super easy. I don't think that's anything to scoff about either. Just by
Sim
how
Diva?
well this map is going. Yeah, Sim Diva, yeah, full show.
Because now that you can't play Vendetta, you might as well move away from Vendetta style compositions. These birds are in more in HD. Orc Diva, Sugar Free, Tracer, or
this is PS4
Sim.
graphics, bro.
We're leveling up. One day, we're about to get to the PS5 Pro. We're getting there. Jackal tell us when we arrive. Jackal sees
HDR.
someone on screen, be like, oh, there it is. That's some good graphics right there.
All right, let's have a look. Yep. Oh, right. Sugar Free hovering Sim. He could switch, obviously. It could just be a TP out, but
no.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see this.
I think Sim works here. You can definitely play Sim across the entire server. And also noted, by the way, Sugar Free to me, like, somebody fact checked, but like, Sugar Free to me has played the most Sim of any of the DPSs in EMEA so far.
Oh, easily. See how they deal with this Symmetra now. Like I said, it's in North America at least, it's a back pocket strategy, right? Like the Sim just exists, and eventually you'll see it, but it's not something unlike EMEA, which historically have loved to run Sim, so you're running into it a ton. So the amount of practice you're getting against it is not going to be as high.
It's just the damage put on the Sniper. That's one thing that Sim just does. You can really flip this Diva battle on its head with the extra Sim laser added into the mix. Something that PDK and Ryan won't be able to match on their side. There's some risks to playing Sim, but Space Station look like they're experienced on this type of composition. They've played it all throughout the season so far, and they have one of the Sim coaches available in the world to get them through that, and Chris as well. So first fight win, looking pretty strong. No one's running away with ultimates just yet either.
Yeah, Space Station with the first cap. We'll see if Extinction can make their way back onto the point. Oh, Sugar Free did end up falling down there, but no punish, unfortunately, for Extinction. None of the rest of the players were in a position where they could jump on the Sim without a TP.
Sniper already down to half HP, just taking a bunch of damage. Will be good to build up your support ult charge, but not getting you on the point anytime soon.
It's a big value, Suzu. Didn't cleanse anything, but the amount of healing it did was kind of insane. Sniper's out of the picture. Ryan too. Admiral kills Ryan. Like, my word.
This team making me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is this first point is just not looking close. Yeah, it's completely over. What, 90%? Like maybe someone touches, but you might as well just go next after this.
You don't have a tank, so you touch and then what, right?
Yeah.
Can't really do much here. I don't think SSG would even be baited into using an ultimate in this position, and that's the other thing. you get away with winning that first point without using a single ult. Economically, that's insane.
Oh, what? Wow, I mean, this is a little disrespectful, I think. They're trying to catch out the players that have been left behind. And yeah, I mean, PDK's on the other side of the map. They're just going full chase right now with the TP and the speed boost from the Lucio. Oh, Grapes. Oh, no, the turrets are slowing them down. You got to run. Are they going to be able to actually back them up? I mean, oh, luckily Sniper swings on in. They've given up a lot of positioning here, have SSG, but it was actually worth it to try and maybe get chase kill.
I'll give it to Extinction. Getting away from that one and even getting an ultimate out of Lethal puts them ahead. They're first on point. They're even going to get a cap. They have 4, nearly 5 ultimates. The Space Station are down -1 ultimate.
Yeah, but they're going to use the wall, so... Honestly, Avril, they're down 1 ult overall, but they got the wall, so it's a bit of a joke, really. A joke fight. Oh, here comes the rush from the high ground. Hawk does end up using that remake, though, so the self-destruct in hand. PDK on this high ground. Grapes already dead. No sound barrier available now for Extinction, whereas Space Station Gaming more than happy to rip theirs if they need it. But PDK falling over SSG right now. I mean, it really is an RB26 versus a Toyota Prius, bro. Like, an RB26 engine, that is, versus a Prius engine. It's just not working out, man. Space Station Gaming it just too damn quick for them. Extinction just getting bowled over.
Joel's 2 favorite topic, fish and cars. One day we're going to get into a fish car or a car fish. Say, right now, Extinction falling over in those types of situations. Okay, you want to sort of get the sugar-free ult out. Okay, you don't want to play into directly. Back out a little bit, but then just beat. Once you see SSG hard chase you indoors, beat in response.
Look at this.
Tempo beat now.
TPB, I mean, how much more aggressive can you get? PDK can't do anything. Like, PDK's running as fast as he possibly can away from the fight. And you're just going to get run down by 5 players. Damage now cut in half here for Extinction. Self-destruct for Sniper. Doesn't get anything, but at least gets the resuits. That's going to be... Actually, sorry. I stand corrected. The self-destruct killed Hawk's mech. And Morkins are going down. PDK comes back from spawn, rips the ult, ends up falling over to UV. Fancy footwork from the Kiriko. Keeps them up. UV with another. Oh my goodness. And they're still at 99, by the way. They might just lose it. They're so close to losing this mech, but Sniper stays alive. Minimal HP remaining.
Extinction need to be winning this fight right now. The free kill onto Hawk they got earlier. Sniper blowing up Hawk's mech with his own self-destruct. Off the back of that one, they get Hawk's mech again. Extinction, they haven't flipped yet, by the way. So for all of this effort, for all that they've done,
now they got
Sugar Free is still throwing ults into this one. This is good for Extinction, assuming they can actually win.
Post bomb. Little bit of damage there, but not much else. Ryan ends up going down wrong side of the wall there, right side of the kunai. And the rush on the point's going to secure this one, Avril. That's a 2-0.
Rip.
Space Station, they want to break for lunch early. Or dinner, maybe.
I mean, Space Station is just throwing everything in there and making it work. I mean, at this point, they are so far ahead. They can just feel free to disrespectfully play if they like to. Lethal throwing in the ult a little bit early on after Cap A and Sugar Free. This fight as well. I mean, you've lost a bunch of players, but hey, why not throw in the extra photon barrier? Ultraviolet's been good for a number of kills. We'll pick up an extra one there. An Extinction for all the players they're getting. They can't flip. They get Hawk down twice in a row. Now we're on the 3rd point. Space Station look to 3-0 this match and maybe the series as well.
Soundbarrier comes in. Grapes. I don't think Grapes is in a position to even Soundbarrier. Look at Grapes' health bar right now. If Grapes tries to beat, that's going to be an Ajax. So Space Station get a 3-1. And that's going to be cap 2.
At a loss for words, honestly. Extinction, this is a day and night difference to what we saw yesterday. But for Space Station, the type of team where you can tell they've just smelled blood in the water and they are happy to go on the chase and happy to completely destroy what is looking like some weaker prey in the waters here as Extinction and not putting up much of a fight anymore at all.
Soundbarrier really early on. Make sure they guarantee it. No Ajax to be found. Teleport there. It's actually put Lethal in a good spot to harass the backline. And the beat, Avril, it doesn't really get any kills. Eventually, Hawk gets desuited, sure, but can they actually kill the Baby Diva? It's going to hit that remake. There's the self-destruct now for Sniper to try and get the remake. As Lethal tries to land a pulse. Oh, pulse on the floor, not quite enough.
Again.
And that self-destruct from Sniper just desuits Hawk again. Unfortunate for Hawk. That's twice in a row that's happened. Okay,
Sniper
Ryan.
Lost weak as well, though. So Sniper has to reset off the map here. A little bit unfortunate. Well, I mean, you're kind of like 57%. Maybe you stay and just hope, but taking a bit of a risk. Space Station are 1 fight away from confirming the map And then the series as well. It was like we've barely been hit. PDK has the one ultimate that might be to do something, but Sugar Free's damage was so good. It feels like he's Photon Barrier in every other fight. Backed by Ultraviolet's Petunia Rush. It's probably going to be over.
Yeah, now they got wall, so you can't fight this, and it's free flip. And they're on 82. Like, this is going to be an OT fight.
SSG are going to push this one as well. They're just going to rip the Petunia Rush and go forward.
Yep, they've got too many ults, Chipley. They've got too many ults. And unfortunately, Ether's got a pulse one coming up in just a moment. PDK tries to turn the difference with that overclock, but it's shut down instantly by Sugar Free. Lenny does it again on the sim. Doesn't matter what hero you put him on, it's all over. Space Station Gaming with a 3-0. And yeah, a very quick series. There's not much really to be said, Avril. I'm going to be honest with you. That's just SSG. With a quick map 2, what, 3 minutes and 30 seconds or something? And then a 3-0 on Suravasa. In and out of the office, just like that. No overtime clocked in.
I mean, what is even the total time of the series? I feel like we got through that
pretty quick.
Pretty
quick.
Barely over half an hour.
So wait, hang on a second. Admiral with 4 deaths total, right? Across 3 maps? That makes that? Didn't die the second one.
So 4 maps. So, yeah, 4 deaths over 3 maps.
Yeah.
Is a crazy stat line. So, a fast day at the office. Not even just a day at the office, but a fast one for SSG. And this is the ultimate curling of the Monkey Sport, because we had the 5-mapper in our previous series. Only for this one to be not just a 3-0 Jaws, but the quickest 3-0 you could imagine.
Yes. I mean, there's not really much to kind of break down here. I mean, SSG is just kind of a stomping. Didn't really feel close. I mean, Control, you could argue, was the closest. This being a 3-0, the second map being 3 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, SSG put themselves in a good spot. That's another win for them, of course. That's 3-0 now with a 10-2 map diff. So, what, you're looking at a +8.
Which puts them massively ahead of Dallas Fuel, because Dallas Fuel's map differential would have taken a hit from the last series. This is just a game where, if I was to say anything from it, is... Look, we really do expect SSG going to win this one. However, there were moments for Extinction where if they were able to push the pedal a little bit and not just give up space for free, not just allow SSG to run them over and do what they want. Specific moments like we go back to the League Jung where I felt like, you play the beat instead of holding it. Other moments where you look at the Palace of Suravasa there where the Photon Barrier comes in and Extinction just split. They just back it away. They don't try and fight it at all, and they just get creamed. So those types of moments, Extinction could have been better in.
Felt like they were giving SSG a little bit more respect than they should have, and it ends up being their downfall. And I think that, when you are going up against a team like SSG, sometimes maybe you do play a little bit safer, but with a quick round robin stage here for regular season, those things are things that you cannot afford. But big learning points here for Extinction, I think, to take away into the rest of the season. SSG though, Jaws, this is what we wanted to see from them. We wanted to see a continuous dominant showing here from Space Station Gaming when it comes down to how we're really viewing them to be that top team here in NA.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Dallas Fuel SSG game, banger. That's Saturday next week, by the way, map 1. That is the banger game. 2 undefeated teams. SSG as well still have to play another one on Sunday. That's against TL, and Dallas still has to play against Extinction. But I think that is the match of the regular season stage. 100%. This is just a flattening. And I think if you're Dallas right now, going to a 5 maps against Lunex, you're probably actually pretty scared. I think SSG have a chance here to take that number 1 seed away from Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, certainly, especially with the fact that I think once the map differential comes in here as well, they should be able to scoop that up after this matchup. But overall now, with this win here for Space Station Gaming as well, cementing this playoff spot is absolutely massive for them. I feel like when it comes down to how Extinction has looked, it is tough to see them going down now to that 1-3 within the standings. But do you feel like, Avril, with the way the rest of their schedule is going to look going up against Dallas Fuel tomorrow, from what we've seen from Extinction, do you think they could maybe take it to the edge there versus DF?
It's going to be a tough one as well, because Dallas Fuel, I expect a bit of a bounce back from this week to the next, but Dallas feel at this point trailing Space Station. Space Station proving that they are the best team in the region with how good that game was compared to what Dallas was able to do versus Lunex. But Extinction are still unfortunately below that. So Extinction really just need to pray for map wins here. I don't know if they can still fight for a tiebreaker scenario with a 1-4 record. So we'll have to see.
Well, we'll have to see how that ends up panning out. But we do have an interview with Christopher, the coach here from Space Station Gaming, on the line for you guys. Welcome, Christopher, to the show, and congratulations on your win and cementing that playoff spot today. I wanted to kind of ask you about how you feel this season has been shaping up. I think we heard a little bit from your team last week, UV, saying that Dallas Fuel isn't actually as good as everyone thinks. And I kind of wanted to get your take, considering how things have been shaking up over this past weekend.
I mean, I don't think they're bad. I think they're better than I ever expected them to be at the start of the season. I think they have like pretty unique strengths and weaknesses, which is why I think most teams don't like to play against them. But yeah, I don't think they're that good.
You don't think that? All right, okay. Well, I do want to ask you about kind of the comps. You classically bring the sim virus wherever you go. The Symmetra play from Sugar Free, it looks great. I don't think any other team in NA right now can kind of replicate that. Is that something that you think right now is particularly strong, or is it just kind of like another flavor of the meta right now?
I think it's part of the meta. I mean, I think what we played this week was probably closer to our full strength in terms of being able to play across all the metas. Like, I think last week we'd spent a lot of time learning the sim comp, but we hadn't figured out like the Vendetta comp, whereas I think we kind of had a breakthrough this week with that comp too. So I think we now are quite comfortable to play what's good, where it's good, makes the draft a little bit easier. But I think in general, like, that was a big goal for us as a team. Was, you know, last season we were pretty good, but we felt like we were perhaps limited in terms of if we couldn't play Lucio Kiri and we couldn't play D.Va plus Tracer, we were really beatable. Whereas I think this season we've been able to basically win on every hero imaginable, which I think hopefully gives us, will be harder to play against internationally than we were last year.
Chris, I want to maybe try and squeeze in a couple of different questions here, but first of all, like, this week's performance compared to last week, pretty big turnaround, because you went to map 5 against Disguise. This time you just flattened Extinction into speedrun. So like, what are some of the differences between last week's performance, considering how close that DSG game was compared to this week, and also considering that Dallas also went to 5 against Lunex? You guys just feel like you're way ahead of Dallas now, that they struggle in their game and you just completely flattened Extinction in your game?
I think, to be fair to Dallas, I think that roster is like so hard to win 3-0. You know, like they rely on winning the big maps and winning the Lucio ban, but I think most teams have like the strengths on the push and the flashpoint. So I don't think them winning 3-2 means they're not strong. It's just that roster's kind of designed to win 3-2, if that makes sense. Like, next week when we play them, it'll probably be 3-2 one way or the other, you know, because there's like strengths and weaknesses. In terms of the differences, to be honest with you, I think even last week, I think we probably could have won DSG 3-0. I think we probably... we were maybe overconfident with our scrim results that we could just pick any bunch of random heroes and they could work. And then we kind of felt, especially on Atlas, that we had like a really bad meta read. But I think the main thing probably is what I said before. You know, like, all of a sudden I don't think we played a single minute of Vendetta last week, whereas now that like teams are gonna have to ban it against us and stuff. So I think it makes us a harder team to play against.
And I kind of want to broaden this question pool, I guess, now to interregional matchups, with the fact that playoffs will be happening and then we're going to be heading into Champions Clash. And now that we're in week 2, we've seen a lot more of how the meta has been developing across all of the different regions. What clash do you think between regional metas will be the most interesting to watch at LAN?
I don't know, really. I think that the most fun to watch will still just be how TM do against the Korean teams, to see if they're still miles ahead of them or if there's been a catch-up. Maybe seeing how... Like, I would love to watch TM versus Zeta Division. That would actually be the most fun to watch, because I'd love to see how they handle all of the annoying double flex stuff. But yeah, apart from that, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that everybody's kind of got that question on their minds. Is TM still like super far ahead? How do you expect other regions like China to do in international competition?
I don't expect them to do that well. Like, my feeling is, I guess if you had to bet on a winner, it would be one of the top 2 Korean teams or TM. Like, they're presumably still like a level above, and then I guess we're kind of hoping if we can learn how to communicate like a real team, we can kind of get up there. That would be our goal.
Do you have any expectations on how you see the rest of North America top 4 rounding out? Obviously, you guys and Dallas Fuel are the hard favorites. Who do you think are the other 2 teams that will join you in the playoffs?
I guess if I had to bet, I'd probably go Lunex and Liquid to make the top 4. I think Liquid are probably, every week they'll get better. I don't know if it's ever possible for them to get top 2 good given the circumstances, but I don't think they're... I'm quite looking forward to watching the next game, to be honest with you. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how that one's going to go.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to see like DSG versus Team Liquid go the distance in our last matchup of this weekend. But before I send you off, I also wanted to ask if I know that you also just like mentioned, okay, it'll be cool to see like Zeta playing up against Twisted Minds, but what international teams did you really want to face up against heading into Champions Clash if you guys make it there?
It probably is TM, to be fair. I think I'd quite like to play them. Unsure if it's as of right now we'd win, but you know, to beat the best, you gotta beat the best. That's what they say, I think.
Yeah, and regardless, it'd be like an amazing experience too, right? To be playing up against that team as well. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, Christopher. And again, congratulations on your win in cementing that spot here in playoffs. I wish you the best in the rest of your matches here for the regular season.
Thank you.
Well, we got to hear a lot from Christopher here from Space Station Gaming, but now we got to lock back in on these standings. We had a little bit of a conversation about it already, Avril, but it does sound like Space Station Gaming and Christopher are feeling very confident about how they're placing, and he had a little bit of a different take, I guess, up for when it comes down to Dallas Fuel. So how the maps go when that series comes along is going to be interesting.
Yeah, the disrespect happens inside of the game itself, but outside the game, I like that Chris was giving the props over to Dallas, saying, you know what, 3-2, maybe not super unexpected. He's even saying the next week's game, possibly a 3-2 between themselves and also Dallas Fuel as well. So I look forward to that one because I think that is going to be the hot game. That'll be the big test for everybody.
Yeah, I think the competition as well just gets so close, considering how many teams we have as well. Only 6, right? So like this is kind of what everybody expected the games to be, super back and forth. So yeah, looking forward to next week. For them, it should be a good one. I'm hoping the next series isn't as quick, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Well, we're definitely hoping and expecting DSG versus Team Liquid to be a closer affair. But after a quick 3-0 sweep here for SSG up against Extinction, we've also got a quick break coming in for you guys. But don't leave just yet. During your break, actually stay tuned here on Twitch and YouTube just to make sure that you can continue to get your hours in here for all of these little prizes and drops. Again, you have the 1 hour for the Adventure Calls icon, 3 hours for the Battle Pass tier skip, 5 hours for an Adventure Calls spray, 7 hours for a Battle Pass tier skip, and 10 hours for an Adventure Calls name card. I'm getting tongue-tied over here. And then you got 12 hours for another VP tier skip and 15 hours for that coveted esports loot box. And don't forget that you need to have your Battle.net accounts connected to your Twitch and YouTube to be able to get these drops as well. So if you haven't done that, do that during this break, and we'll be back soon with our next matchup, DSG versus TL.
Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. No, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. You're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it. You know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS NA. We've got our final match here for week 2, and it's going to be Team Liquid versus Disguised. And talking a little bit about this Disguised team here, they had a tough start. They played against the 2 best teams within the NA region, Avril, to kick off their schedule. But yesterday's match, that loss up against Extinction being an 0-3 for them, I think caught us by surprise.
And now, you know, people wondering, wait a minute, this Extinction team that DSG couldn't get a single map off just got completely wiped by Space Station, the same Space Station that Disguise got 2 maps against. So it's a really weird cycle we're looking at here. It's quite confusing, where you're thinking, okay, we've seen some good potential out of DSG. Where and when is it going to start showing? Because you would have thought yesterday would have been that time. I've been saying for quite a while now that this team is due for a win. When is that going to happen? Because they're at risk of maybe exiting stage 1 with no wins.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose this, they're at 0-4. Like, you can't come back from that. It's going to be impossible. And their map diff is not exactly pretty. It's sitting at a -6 coming into this.
Yeah, you talking about them needing a win, but it also has to be clean if they want to keep their chances as high as possible to make it into playoffs. When it comes down to this Disguised roster as well, Avril, I think that we saw some interesting combos that they were, you know, attempting in yesterday's matchup with the Jetpack Cat and the Cassidy. And those are things that we don't really want to see from this team heading into today, at least not the kinds of risks that you can be measuring up against a team like Team Liquid.
We want to see it when it works, but we don't want to see it when it's kind of just trite and overly forced. And sadly, we got a little bit of both of that yesterday. We saw moments where it did work and then moments where it was absolutely just way too forced. And the thing about DSG is, next week they have Lunex, where maybe you would have thought at one point that could have been a good win for them, but Lunex just proved early in the day that they can take it up against Dallas Fuel, top 2 in the region, which means when I say Disguise could walk away from stage 1 with no wins, like that's a serious thing that could happen. So I don't know if they can lock in within the 24-hour gap between yesterday and today, but if there was a world they can do that, it has to happen.
Yeah,
well,
it's just not enough time. Sorry, Ash.
No, you're good. It's definitely a tall task to have to overcome here for Disguise. But now, talking a little bit about the Team Liquid that they're going to be facing up against, TL are currently 1-1 within their standings, but they do have that negative map differential. So we were just talking about how important every single map win would be here for Disguise. It's the same story here for TL if they want to keep a stronger standing. And Jaws, I think that the way that things have been looking for this team, Avril was talking about it a bit yesterday, there have been a lot of moving parts, like Escanor. We were wondering what he was going to look like not on the Curie, being on that Juno, and then also bringing in Kaluj instead of Infected in yesterday's matchup, Jaws.
Yeah, I was excited to actually see Kaluj pop off a little bit, to be honest with you. But yeah, against the Dallas Fuel, like, that's so difficult. I think with how TL are looking here, they not only do they need the win, they need it like decisively, because SSG is their opponent. That's going to be their last match of the season, or the regular season, sorry. And then they're facing Lunex. So like, you do need a win. A 3-0 is ideal, and then you can kind of roll that in. And if you do get a 3-0 here, I think they're pretty safe for top 4.
Well, hopefully that is the case, and especially if they can make a statement and have a clean win at that to get out of that negative map differential. But talking about our predictions now, I ended up going with Team Liquid. I feel like when we saw some of those moments where some of those like quote-unquote cheese strats were working, they did choose the right moments for them. Seeing them also trying to force some of that too, just it made me really question the direction that Disguise were going for when it came down to their gameplay. And I'd like to see them definitely locking in more on those fundamentals. But man, Team Liquid, Tree was popping off yesterday. If he can continue that performance, Jaws, I feel like they got it in the bag.
Yeah, I went with the same. I don't know if Disguise can pull out the win. I think they got like kind of stun locked themselves on Rialto, where like they refused to kind of swap the comp from the cat Cassidy to like literally anything else. So yeah, it's tough to me to vote against Team Liquid, although if today is anything to go by, you know, especially that first series, maybe it's going to be closer, but I still have faith in TL.
Both teams had a bit of a rough game yesterday. I'm still going to back TL though, and for the reason that if it does get into a bit of a chaotic, messy game, I kind of trust the core pieces on Team Liquid to have a bit more consistency. We saw amazing moments of brilliance from Tree yesterday. I think Zero is capable more of as well. There was a bit of a quiet game from Zero, but if Zero also steps up and gets a really massive locking game, it's a scary lineup to go against, even considering the moving parts we talk about on Team Liquid. Just haven't seen enough of those magic moments from DSG in comparison.
Completely fair. It's going to be an important matchup for both Disguised and Team Liquid. Every single map counts for both of these teams, especially for a Disguised that are starting off on that back foot being 0-3. We got to see if they're going to take the distance or if one of them will make it clean. Let's get straight into it. Jaws, Avril, you got it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ash. I think the audience are kind of with us here too. 75% voting for TL, only 25 voting for Disguised, although a little bit higher than some of our other games today. So yeah, we'll see if the audience has got our backs as well. Lee Shang Tower is going to be the first one.
I'm going to come out the gate and say that I want to see Rocket on not Symmetra today. I don't think that DSG are currently playing at the level required to make Symmetra work. When you look at what SSG, through Sugar Free, through Christopher, are able to achieve in terms of how they can play the Symmetra, to the point where they're even saying, look, we are basically the Symmetra team of the region, but we don't need anymore. I think for DSG, they need to not try and be baby SSG. They need to look at where their strengths are, and Rocket's strengths, not on Symmetra. He needs to be playing more along the sides of his Tracer, of his even Vendetta, things that he has been traditionally good at. You want to put Rocket in a position to succeed. You already know that PGE can have some good moments on the M-Ray, so that part is clear. Now, put both your DPSs in the strongest position possible, you'll have a better time.
Yeah, I wouldn't see PG kind of pop off too on the M-Ray has been very good for him. I think with Tread and Kaluge facing up as well, like, you know, Kaluge getting a lot more playtime than I kind of initially expected. I thought Infected was going to be this perma starter with Kaluge coming in only for maybe maps where it's like Gibraltar, but Winston is banned. So yeah, it's nice to see Kaluge in on the action too.
We still have, you know, question marks about Escanor. Obviously, the hero pool for Escanor opened up a lot yesterday. Previously, he'd only been playing the Kiriko for this team. Then we started to see some of the other picks come on through, even the BAP. Trying to remember the other one. There was one other pick that was being shown yesterday, but his hero pool certainly started to expand a little bit. The Lucio ban, to me, is perhaps a little bit of a protect onto Escanor's Kiriko, so look out for a disguised Kiriko ban a little bit later on. But for now, Ofara, Rocket starting out on the Vendetta, backed by Tread on Zarya.
But Disguise aren't even playing a Kiriko right now either. They're playing the Juno Brig. Surprised to not see that, but you need speed.
It's the comp we just saw. It's the comp that we just saw SSG play on the Esperanza, right? It's Juno Brig for the Brawl factor with the Zarya that then backs up the Vendetta. So SSG was really good on this comp. I like this comp a lot. I actually think it's a good pick.
Oh, speaking of that Vendetta, Rocky getting a little bit of work done against Kaluge. God, it must be so frustrating for Diva actually, just 1v1 in the Vendetta. It just does so much damage, especially with the overhead crit. Like, it's, speaking of which, like, just that. Kind of point proven.
Kaluge already back with Diva form, already taken out of the server as well. Liquid pulling aside pretty quickly in this opening, Disguised. Happy with how this opening approach has looked so far. Clean gameplay, no mistakes, punishing Kaluge.
Yeah, good early fight win too for Disguised. Decent ult charge on the supports too. I mean, Scar's already at 75% towards the right.
Vega looking over towards Tidal Blast pretty soon. Ooh,
what a stick from Zera. And just like that, fight over pretty much. Not sure if you're a Disguise that you want to invest anything. Nope, absolutely not.
Just shying away from a couple of the ultimates as well. I wonder if Tread had a bubble available. Probably not to save PG. Otherwise, that would have been one of the ways you buy yourself back in. But Zera stepping up and delivering that opening kill is exactly what I'm talking about. I need to see more moments like that from Zera, who was a bit quiet yesterday. Now looking over towards Vega, who has first ult on his team. Vega on the wheel, likely because the read from TL was that Rocket was going to start Symmetra. So wheel plays pretty well to that. But time being, this guy is trying to not take too much damage, and they're taking a lot.
Yeah, taking way too much than they can handle. Really nice Wu Yang ult from Vega. But to be fair, they took so much initial damage just on the cross from Tree. That fight was over before the Wu Yang ult really meant anything.
TL now more than catching up. This guy's still waiting for their moment to get a fight going that they want. This retake. Scar has to be the one you're looking towards with Orbital Ray first and foremost. PGE always got those overrides. We saw what he did on Legion yesterday on the overrides. Tree got one as well.
No override protocol. PG 2% away, 1%. There we go. PG's got the ult, but already over the top is Tree, looking for that kill onto PG of all people. Oh no, and Zera is so deep into the backline, punishes Sky for going so low. There is going to be a rally to force themselves out of the choke point here, with PG taking to the skies with an override protocol of his own. Escanor first one to fall here on the side of Team Liquid as PG just wraps to the point, taken to the skies and almost hitting the skybox as Disguise actually gets the flip.
And a perfect kill to Escanor as well, because Escanor has the key ultimate that would have turned things around, potentially for TL, backed by the rally. Lep allows the DSG to get point control fully. They'll be able to equalize now 67 per side. As the Tread ultimate for the grab comes through next. Kaluge in position to potentially look for an eat.
Ooh. TP away. Joe's doing so much damage. Look at this bully onto Kaluge. Has to get out. Rush is going to get popped from the high ground here, but the Graviton Surge is going to be good. Escanor hiding behind this mech right now. Should be fine, though. I mean, realistically, the high ground there is just so good to defend against it. Orbital Ray used really early from Disguise to complete disengage from Team Liquid.
And TL have
not going to get any
disengaged perfectly in the sense that you've dodged away from the orbital, but you've also mostly dodged the grab as well. Two players got grab, but the Susie was amazing, and no deaths on that grab at all. TL outplayed two ultimates.
Or the Ray, to be fair. And now Rocket's under a lot of trouble. Sundering Veil available. PG all with an early kill onto Escanor. Traded, though, by Tree as the point comes in for Team Liquid. And now Tread, without any bubbles, still got a lot of health, can just run over Kalush. Sundering Blade from Rocket as well. Scats the point. This could be a flip from Disguise, and it is. Team Liquid needs to get back in here as overtime is in session.
Onto
Yeah,
Zero.
he's got it.
Zero.
Oh, it's good, though. It's amazing from Zera. He's going to be able to just smack down one of these tanks. They're also low and struggling to track them is Tread. The Tidal Blast. And Zera saving him. Tread eventually lands the kill onto Zera, but the damage has been done. Team Liquid win the fight and win the cap.
Amazing patience shown by Liquid there. Waiting for his moment. Vega has Tidal Blast just coming online. Zero getting quite low, but clearly in an aggressive position to receive the bubble. Push it directly into the back line of DSG and claiming those kills. And the double 99s coming through. Tread for the final fight going over towards the Diva. Obviously no ultimate available. Maybe just a little bit better neutral play. And that's an
Rocket.
onto Rocket. No touch.
Oh, no touch either. Yeah, because Rocket is dead. Tread's so close. You can see the final frame here. Tread was on the point, but Escanor, hero.
When you need it the most as well. Escanor obviously put 50-50 in terms of what he's able to deliver. Big shoes to fill in that position. Vega with perfect patience in the previous fight, setting Team Liquid up, and for that, 0 deaths as well. Like just what we saw with Admiral in our previous map, or match I should say, but on the starting map at Lijiang, 0 deaths on the main support. Making that Wuyang work. We'll see if Vega stays on that. Like I said, it was mostly from my eyes, a choice from Vega to try and potentially counterplay Rocket's symmetry that he could be playing, but he's finding some good success right now. If Zero keeps this Tracer performance up, getting backed up by Vega's Wuyang is going to be pretty large.
And it's the classic, like, Wuyang release 2. It's just popped on the Tracer. It's going to harass down Rocket here as well. The triple orb just does so much damage. I mean, look at PG already, like half HP. I like this change-up, though, from Disguise. Going on the Cassidy instead stops that heavy engagement from Zera.
Yeah, you got some better range to play with, I think, from Cass on this particular round as well. Tread in a lot of trouble, though. That has to be a back out from Disguise.
They got Tree, though. I mean, Rocket's on his own right now on the point. Like, you gotta punish this Vendetta somehow. You can't let him get away with a free kill. Early Suzu as well. This is go time for Rocket. Just chasing down this Kiriko. Kiriko with no CDs. Gotta kill him. Gotta kill him. There's a score. Eventually goes down. Point unlocked, of course, but still not taken. Rocket in, out, got a bubble. All good. Disguised with a cap.
I think Liquid couldn't hold on there. That was the first cap as well. After all the dust is settled, PG still taking a bunch of damage, but they've locked up Team Liquid here. First all coming online from Lep's POV. It's been a very fast charge. You'll remember yesterday, Lep on Lucio was outpacing his competition. One of the bright points for DSG despite losing. So fast rally into the next fight.
Oh, Rocket, what a flank. Oh, yeah, and Treants are going down. Right click from Tread. Nice team up there from Rocket and the Zara. Should be trivial, this fight. Okay, hang on. Zera doing a lot of damage. Kalush gets out, but actually, that's going to be a Tidal Blast for Vega. All that healing. 10%.
So won't have it yet, though, so it's going to spend just a couple more seconds. Locked away as TL are in spawn. They might be forced to burn an ultimate earlier than they want, but with a Zero flanker, that's alleviated pressure. That means the spawn camp is no longer effective. TL's gone now.
They've not cleared it, man. They've not cleared Zera out of the backline. Poke spawn for both the Tracer players. As the Tidal Blast ends up killing Skyle. I say both Tracer players, just one Zera. Ends up falling over, does Vega, unfortunately, to Rocket. Tread still standing up on the point. 100 energy or close to it. Plus an ult coming up. Only a single rally for Disguised. Yep. I mean, this is a good lead.
I mean, Kalush dying, they're losing mech and not being able to remech despite having the self-destruct is key in that particular engagement for DSG's favor. Escodor now with the key ult for the push on forward, like a flank into ground.
Override protocol. That's so much damage. Oh, Tree just runs straight into it. Escanor, head taken clean off by the Sundering Blade. And Tread stepping past everybody in the fight too to try and fight the backline. Successful in his endeavor, at least for now. Tree on an off angle using that pistol for a little bit of extra mobility. But here comes the reflip from Disguise.
Still the Deadeye in play. If PG can get into good position for that, it'll be strong. Kalush will have to draw his attention towards PGE. But Disguise onto the first 99%. TL, no ultimates until Zera finds a pulse.
High Noon looking for a boop, something with this whip shot from Lep to push someone into PG's range. Doesn't end up getting it though, but the touch comes through for Zera. Extend this overtime is of paramount importance now. Zera with the pulse bomb could be the guy to do it, but PGE has already killed Tree. Straight to the back line go PGE and Tread. Just a duo that is unstoppable right now on this point. Pulse bomb from Zera goes wide, and well, that's going to be round over for Team Liquid. Disguise take us to a third round on Lijiang.
Excellent damage output by PGE and positioning aggressively to be able to find those kills. A little bit risky, but protected by his team. Kaluj, no entry there, eventually losing mech, but PGE just getting the level of damage and kills he was able to in that fight. Seals the deal and closes the door onto Team Liquid's second round. And at this point, Vega, that deathless run is over. He's still only just got the one, but Liquid falling away a little bit. This is a much better looking Disguise than what we saw yesterday. DSG coming into play versus the fumbling that we saw in yesterday's game. This is a better looking team already.
Happy with the step up here, I imagine. Disguise fans out there. All right, I see them do it again. PGE still in the casting. I'm really liking this pick. I think it has managed to shut Zera down somewhat.
I'm sure they'll make one in particular Disguised fan extremely happy if DSG can win this map. Take away this
of the bread variety,
round.
maybe.
One and only.
A bit of early damage. Yeah, look at this. I mean, Zera can't really play up. It's just so tough. You're not only against the brick, but you're against the cast too. I mean, it's just so tough. Although saying that, he just swoops in and snipes the kill onto PGE. But yeah, you're right, Avril. Mech is losing it at that point. Not good. Zera's great in space, but you got nothing to capitalize on it.
Luge, no remake either. Left just forces him off the map. There is a trade though. Left for all of his efforts. Taken down by Vega. Disguise
what
is
is my
still
Skyle
ahead of this
doing?
fight. Points unlocked.
I mean,
still haven't capped.
Yeah, Skyland's getting the kill, just drifting over the chasm there, the little koi pond. Okay, Vega ends up going down. There's the cap for Disguised. Semblance of control now for the team.
Looking forward to seeing who's going to be early in terms of ultimates. Definitely not Kaluj for how early was DMEC. No one's running away with it. Supports are keeping each other in check right now. Both teams roughly equal. Support ult charge, slight lead for Vega, but not by much. We'll see if Zera can do a good job of alleviating pressure again. Going for a bit of a flank to be able to open up the map. Kaluj swapping now over towards the Ram, feeling like he's not getting enough done on the Diva. Just getting lasered down by Tread Zarya.
Yeah, I really like the change, honestly. Oh, there is a good trade if I ever did see one. Zera for Skyle. Take that any day of the week, and Kaluj can now just sit on the point with almost immunity. Although saying that, Rocket is in the spawn. Okay, well, that's not good.
There's no support.
Yeah,
so
I mean, good luck now. You just got to run. You just got to run and gun. I mean, it's all good. I mean, Rocket is just doing Lord's work, and it's just carrying the team currently for Disguise. This is 50% of building, plus ults coming up.
And this is the problem where Rocket wasn't really spending that much time doing this yesterday. He was stuck on Symmetra for so much of the gameplay. Which is why I wanted to see him away. You want to put him on a carry performer, and this is the type of hero we can get that done. Getting Vega down in spawn, as mentioned, but yeah, Disguise had no support. Team Liquid had no DPS in that fight, and then no support can actually won.
Uh-oh, gotta watch out. PG already pretty low. Dashing towards the front line. Bubble explodes, but unfortunately no one is knocked down. Backline pretty low though, as the rush gets popped on the point here, as well as that grab and the Sundering Blade. Everything thrown in for Disguise at this very moment in time, as both support ultimates also thrown in. Every single ult from Disguise popped in that fight. And of course, they come out on top.
Team Liquid, one last reset. Has to be a quick one as well. Not a lot of time left to do anything. PG surviving the entirety of that fight. Went down to quite critical HP at one point, and while that was happening, Rocket just carried the team. DSG, however, did use every single ult. They completely cleaned out. Zera for the touch.
Yes, Zera's getting forced out here. Forced recall already. Someone's got a touch. It's going to be Collusion at the end of the day with the Nemesis performance. He runs onto the point. Still, though, with 10% towards the ult, he needs to build it up to survive. There is no support ultimates on either side. In fact, they're flat zero for anybody except for Collusion at the moment. A flashbang round the corner kills Zera. Easy headshot. PGE on fire as overtime is starting to tick down. Collusion's got that final lifeline now in the Annihilation. Pops the Nemesis form straight into it to get the refresh of the armor, but instantly gets deleted by Sky and the rest of the gang. PGE ends up falling short, but Disguise have just gone and done it. Team Liquid fall on Lijiang.
The fastest you've ever seen a Ramatra die in the middle of Annihilation. Typically, they feel quite invincible in those moments, but not for Kaluj, who wasn't having a great time on the Diva. Didn't seem to have that much better time, unfortunately, on the Ramatra, but who was having an amazing time. Rocket on the Vendetta, PGE on the Cass. Every single time you're seeing these names popping up on the kill feed, finding these critical kills up against players like Tree as well, who yesterday was having a lights-out performance in his match, but today so far, Tree having a quiet one. Zera having some better moments, what we wanted to see out of Zera. But for Rocket, an even better day. Rocket, who was invisible in yesterday's game, now in the lead and one of the key pieces for Disguise as they take away their first opening map.
PGE and Rocket, that whole last round, just domination. I mean, Rocket, bro, was jumping towards the spawn of Team Liquid and killing the backline. Like, with no bubbles too, because Trevor's like on the point. Maybe he got one bubble to like engage, but that was really it. Bro was just soloing them in the spawn. Beautiful stuff from Disguise already. It's not a 3-0 in Team Liquid's favor here. No. At least it's still looking like Disguise have something in their back pocket, and they need this win. They need it. They are 0-3 right now in the standings. They are last place.
I mean, I was, tuning into my favorite streamer, Disguise Toast, yesterday, and he said one of the funniest timelines would be if Team Liquid lost this and also got relegated. But this kind of performance, if DSG can keep this up and they beat Team Liquid here, DSG have a real shot at maybe getting through, finishing with a 2-3 record, forcing a tiebreaker, squeezing into the top 4, and maybe putting Team Liquid into the bin, because that was really good. Team Liquid, based on yesterday's gameplay, looked to be the far better team compared to DSG, especially with DSG's performance yesterday. The 24-hour turnaround needs to be crazy good, and so far, based on map 1, the 24-hour turnaround looks to be working out for DSG.
Man, it's so rare for that to happen as well. Like a 24 hours in the day, and then you come up and take Team Liquid like this, and not only do you starting out, it's pretty even to start off, but then that final round, it was just domination. Like they sped up, like they hit the 6th gear between rounds 1 and 3. Second map coming up, Team Liquid's choice. I mean, there's got to be something to say about the ban towards the DPS players, I think, in Rocket and PGE.
It's harder to ban out PGE because banning out a cast doesn't feel very impactful. You've still got the Emre there. You've still got the Sojin there as well, so not really an amazing ban choice. I think targeting the Vendetta makes more sense if you don't want to play. If Zera has no plans to jump on the Vendetta, take it out of Rocket's hands early, put Rocket into Zera in a Tracer heads up, and I think Zera will be feeling pretty good about that one. But this is another sort of case when you look at the opening comps, the Lucio ban maybe hurts Liquid a little bit more than it hurt the other team. I think part of the reason why they went for the Lucio ban from Liquid's POV is again to maybe protect the Kiriko, to protect Escanor's hero pool. But in doing so, you kind of didn't play into the matchup as well as DSG, where you look at what they played. It's the Brig Juno full brawl competition with Azaria, who then gets the bubble, your Vendetta from Rocket, and then, I mean, PG can play whatever he wants to mix into that type of lineup. It's basically what SSG just played in our previous series to great effect in DSG. Taking some notes and realizing, that's a very strong combination here. It's a very good looking composition, whereas TL's composition doesn't quite have the same clear win conditions.
Blizzard World choice for Team Liquid. What do you expect, actually? Do you think Kaluj is going to stay in here for TL, or are we going to see Infected again?
To play what, though, is the problem, because this is the sort of situation where Sigma is viable now. I think if you're Team Liquid, is it time to bring out the Kaluj Sigma? Because Infected can play that, but Kaluj's signature hero for his entire history, his #1 hero has been Sigma. And this is, as we saw Kellen playing it earlier, a very, very good Sigma map. That's probably where I would lean if I'm looking at TL's POV. Point of view, I don't know if they need to protect the Sigma there, if they suspect the DSG might ban it away. Might be an opportunity to look towards a Zarya ban if you're trying to shut down the Vendetta combo a little bit. Take that away from Disguise. You get to play your Sigma, it's protected now. You're okay with the Diva, you can just rock the Diva, you're not too unhappy with that choice from DSG, and it will prevent Rocket from getting maximum value of the Vendetta with the lack of bubbles.
Let's have a look what the ban's going to be. Tracer for TL. Wow, okay. Was kind of expecting the ban of the Vendetta, but to be fair, Rocket known for Tracer, so maybe you're more worried about on this map specifically.
Rocket would have been happy to play Vendetta on this map, though. That's the problem, is like, you've just... I think that hurts Zero more. Unless Zero is largely planning on playing Perma Vendetta this map, or Zero himself is thinking about the Symmetra, which is weird. I don't think EL is much of a Symmetra team from what I can tell. So this is an interesting opening choice. I don't know if I fully like it unless there's something on the DPS side they're protecting, but I don't see anything in particular on the DPS side they would want to protect. This doesn't seem like the type of team that wants to protect the Vendetta because it's Rocket that was doing most of Vendetta work, and the Doomfist is a complete throwaway ban. Okay, it's a dominant ban apparently.
Dominant ban, yeah, there you go. Dominant ban from Disguise. Okay, so this feels... Is that a throwaway?
No, Dominant is playable. Dominant is like kind of like very similar to Sigma gameplay on this map. But I don't know how much Dominant would have actually seen gameplay here for Team Liquid. You're ideally banning for the other team, right? You're trying to ban something away from the other team. I think Kaluj would have leaned Sigma here anyway. If he had the choice between Sigma and Dominant, he would have gone Sigma.
Yeah. Seems a bit of a strange one, but sure thing. Feeling pretty confident, I imagine, Disguise right now. Of course, their previous records, they ended up taking SSG to a map 5, 4 maps as well against Dallas Fuel in their opener. Had a very disappointing 3-0 against Extinction, or 0-3, sorry, I should say, against Extinction yesterday. So kind of bouncing back.
By the way, I wonder if it would have been worth DSG pulling the Kiriko ban right now. This map, support ban is open. You target ban Escanor straight away, force him onto an uncomfortable hero. Escanor still largely prefers the Kiriko, right? You're happy to play non-Kiriko comps. You just play Brig Juno. You can just rerun the Brig Juno with the Zarya Vendetta. Vendetta is open. This Tracer was the ban instead of Vendetta. So you just rerun the same comp you just played. Now you force Escanor away from his quote-unquote one trick, forcing Escanor into something else. I think that would have been a strong choice for DSG, but they went for the Dominator instead.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I don't know who's starting here. Could be Infected, could be Kaluj. We'll get word in a moment, but I think it's going to be Kaluj. I'm not sure we've seen no starts here. Yeah, just getting word from Prod. No Infected still. Just happy sticking in his Kaluj, playing these off tanks.
I don't think there's anything Infected would play here that would be, unless you fully lost confidence in Kaluj, I don't think there's anything from Infected's hero pool that you're really looking forward to here. Unless you're really thinking about Ball, which probably not the highest consideration. Winston, not the highest consideration. Diva, Zarya, Sigma, all in Kaluj's wheelhouse. I do hope that Infected's working on his Diva behind the scenes, because if he can get that Diva going, EL can be a force to be reckoned with. But for the time being, eyes on what Kaluj picks here, because I'm thinking Sigma should be the right choice.
Feels like it would definitely be a safe one. Kaluj decent, and the Sigma, of course, always has been good. There's off tanks. Zarya wouldn't be so bad either. Okay, defense for Team Liquid first.
They want the Zarya Vendetta combo, so I think that's pretty clear what that choice means. And of course, Tracer ban, Zero's options really are like, obviously you're probably going to play Vendetta, right? So I think if you're going to lean as heavily into Vendetta as possible, Kaluj going Zarya to help Zero probably makes more sense. But I just think we have seen some very strong Sigma here, so this would have been the opportunity. But Lucio, Kiriko is going to be a better default for Team Liquid. I think the Wuyang Kiriko was not that great on that last map of Lijiang. Lucio Kiriko is going to be a good anchor point for the team to play around.
Up we go. No one falling for that. It is so silly. Probably the goofiest way. Because there has been like such an evolution in that whole thing where like it used to be Widow grappling up, going for the shot, and then Lifeweaver petal platform in the Widow, and now we have Jetpack Cat slingshotting the Widow to the skies to try and get a better thing.
Do that the whole map. Just have the tether on the Widow the whole map, and then
just tethering them around.
It's just this flying satellite in the air that can drop a sniper shot from you from any distance.
Totally based. Well, we'll see how well Tree does on this. PG playing the Sojourn here, of all things. No surprise, Rocket happy to rock the Vendetta. Tree going extraordinarily low. Good dive in here from Disguise. They take him out.
Traded. Escanor happy to get that one back onto Rocket. So DPS for DPS.
Blue's very low too, by the way.
Get some positioning, and with that kill to Kaluj, that might be threatening Cap.
I think so. That was a very easy shot there for PG as well. Kalush just hopping and jumping around as PG takes a nice little railgun shot to his dome.
I think Kalush is really starting to be a bit of a detrimental factor here. He's struggled on the previous map. Yesterday's game as well was not the best from Kalush. I think just coming back into Overwatch after quite the long break, playing something else, something easier, noticing that, you know what, Overwatch is kind of tough.
Dude, he said that? He really just said that?
The funny thing is, he wouldn't even disagree with me. He would agree.
Yeah, he would agree. Well, here we go. It's going to be the battle of the choke point now. As Kalush already kind of dipping back, using both bubbles.
Ultimate, look.
Yeah, wow. 99% already. He's got it all.
Oh,
well, you can't use it if you're dead. So, yeah, unlucky. All good, though. Hit the reset real quick. Ouch.
This is a strong fight for Team Liquid to maintain. Could even, yeah, they're going to go for the spawn camp here as well. Very nasty spawn camp to get out of. PSG would ideally not want to spend ultimates to get out of the spawn camp. Strategically a strong choice from Liquid.
Yeah, that ultimate advantage not quite apparent now as Escanor 10% away. So rotation for Disguise through the Mega Health Pack room, trying to flip the map on Team Liquid. Payload it's in a rough spot to try and flip here, but with the rush, you're thinking it's kind of doable. Looks like they're going to activate the Override Protocol first. Tree goes over the top of the map as PGE tries to match him, but the sound barrier is going to make sure Tree is nice and healthy. Same thing to PGE, though, is does end up getting that sound barrier. Double shot on Escanor as he's falling away from the tank. And unfortunately, life flashed before his eyes. They end up trading for two here, but Rocket's still on an absolute rampage as Disguise come up in a big way in the fight.
Here we go. Disguise starting to really turn up the heat now. Entire high ground position taken. Team Liquid still lagging behind. Tread barely ahead in the ground on Surge, but that can make the difference here. Payload being not moved is a bit of a problem. I could get back on that one, gentlemen.
There we go. Yeah, I was... someone should touch. Nice attack of the high ground here. Zera has got this ult. You can't be dying like that, man. You gotta push Zera off an off angle. He's gonna go for the kill as well onto Rocket. Nice 2K from Zera. I mean, you take that any day of the week.
Small little reset there after losing players. Zera wants to get the backline. Might get freebie here. Might get punished.
No, PG's gonna punish him. Yeah. They need to reset anyway. I mean, Zera's gonna be back in like half a second. It's all good. All good.
So waiting for this grab exchange to come through. Note that there's no support ultimate, so this grab could be very, very deadly. Nothing to defend against it. And you even have Sundering Blaze to potentially combo on top of that. That is going to be nasty for whoever gets caught in the grab.
Whoa! Hello, Rocket. Well, let's grab it on Surge. Both Osiris grab themselves on the point. Kalush first to die, though, to the disruptor shot of PGE. Sundering Blade for Rocket to clear people away from the point. He's waiting for people to drop to try and touch. Ends up expiring the ultimate, of course, there, but there's just too many bodies right now for Disguise on the point. They've ended up losing Lep here, of course, and the spawn advantage for Team Liquid cannot be understated. Escanor ends up going down, PG with a double. However, Zera still tries to make this one even. Rocket falls to Sundering Blaze. The rush gets popped on the point. 28 HP remaining on Zera. Taking to Disguise. Kalush falls over. Disguise toppling Team Liquid like dominoes.
Vega
close,
just too late.
Savril.
He just didn't have the beat in that fight as well. Vega was about 10% off. Needed that beat. Would have been maybe a bit of a turnaround to help Liquid out. To be fair, Left doesn't have beat either, but for Disguise, happy with that exchange where support's not really adding too much extra in there aside from Skyle. But this is a good amount of time, you know, just 3 minutes to push into C. You can certainly threaten the cap here.
Oh, Shriek. Wow, it's lucky to survive there. But now going to try and create some space with it. Sound barrier to protect this ult coming through from Tree, but he's too high in the sky there. Ends up getting a shot actually by, I think that was PGE, and then Rocket finishing him off in the sky with just a single slash. 2.5 minutes to go. Heavy investment of ults here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, double support ult. Override in there as well for what was barely a win. I mean, he got 30 seconds off the map, which is okay, I suppose, but PSG now looking for their Lucio trade. Still no ultimates, but once this grab comes online, PSG should get a freebie.
Everybody is finding their ones here. This is such a weird fight. Tread is frontlining currently. Zera's onto the side. People are ignoring him. Kalush ends up getting grabbed. A quick kunai headshot will finish off the Zarya player. But Tread being alive at 100 energy as well, and a bubble coming up for 1 second. I mean, good luck taking this guy down. PGE dies, sure, but the support is there for DSG. Both supports alive, and Tread turning into a DPS with all this energy.
Yeah, unfortunate thing is you can't cap off this. There is still going to be another respawn wave, and DSG lost a couple players. So you can't push up super far forward. DSG can recognize that. Tread's going to back out a little bit, trying to keep his life alive and maintain the energy.
There goes the rush there too. Disengaged from Team Liquid. But Zera in an odd spot. Little slice and dice here for Rocket. TP as well from Escanor. Lucky to be alive right now. But same can be said for Kaluge. The TP from Escanor is a disaster, unfortunately. Tried to save Zera, but ended up needed to TP back to help Kaluge. He just got run on. A tough spot for any support to be in. You can't blame him for it. Team Liquid get full capped on. And not only that, the Skies, they finished with 1:20 in the bank. Team Liquid, Avril, they're just not really feeling like their heads are in the game right now.
No, I mean, the DPS is trying their best, but you're not getting this legendary tree performance here. Zera is only able to make himself known a couple times. To be fair, Tree did get a couple kills in one of the previous engagements when Tread went for the grab, but the grab and the Kitsune Rush are two of the desynced ultimates here. And by desynced, I mean Tread is ahead of Kaluge for the most part. Skyle is ahead of Escanor for the most part, and they're able to get these ultimates in these clear fights where Liquid have no response. Grab comes out, no response from TL. Kitsune Rush comes out, no response from TL. There's nothing there for them to defend with. So, yes, in that final engagement, Skyle pops the ult. You mentioned TL just back out and disengage because they can do nothing else. They cannot challenge the rush at all. And they run back towards spawn. Tread runs forward to spawn. Rocket runs forward to spawn. And they're both able to get their ones and maybe twos.
And just a nice look from Disguised. Team Liquid, it feels like they're off kill right now. Curious what they can pull out, because I don't think there's any point in this map specifically, Avril, where there's going to be a comp swap that makes a difference. Like, we're going to see this same kind of comp throughout the entire thing. Maybe Tree switches something from this. Like, maybe Zera switches. But it just feels like it's going to be the same 10 here in the server running the same heroes. So, yeah, there's not really going to be any changes. You're not going to want to slow this down either, right? You're not even going to want to change tanks if you're Kaluge. Like, yeah, Team Liquid, odd spot.
I mean, the only change here that I can see is if Kaluge has still got it on the Sigma, right? That's about it. But then you lose the capability to support Zera. So if you want to make this Vendetta comp work and give Zera the best time ever, you need to maintain that control a little bit.
Oh, good crit. Everything's so low already. Dude, Zera, one-man army on this Vendetta. Both Vendettas actually coming up with key kills. I'd say Zera's probably a little bit better in left.
Dread HP is a little questionable. Vega down means that Kaluge will have trouble with
PG trying to make a hero play now. Yeah, nice. Just getting ignored completely there as PGE. Good defense.
Rocket overall showing to be the superior of the two Vendettas in this matchup at the moment. Tread will go down, but we get taxied back in quite quickly. There's a bit of a difference between Vega and Lep at the moment that will be usable for Liquid in short order. Lep needs to really get in there. Skyle is much further ahead, but I defensively don't know if that's usable for DSG.
PG spotting an opening there. Couldn't quite land the shot. Perfect Suzu timing from Skyle. Almost PG falling over, but it's actually Kaluge that gets knocked over first. That's a very great. We're in snacks right now. Okay, someone needs to kill Tree. Good collapse there, actually, from both teams, trying to help out Tree, who's kind of in no man's land right now. Skyle, too, looking for someone to actually heal, but Rocket doesn't need any of it. Just a single bubble enabling the Vendetta to stay alive. Wow, dude, and this is Team Liquid just getting run over as Rocket, PGE, Tread's coming up with an ult, Sky with an ult. Like, man, this fight is looking good for them. Next one.
TL were ahead in that fight. It was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of TL, but Rocket just equalizes and then more. Rocket just did so much there, getting kills when required and shutting down TL, because that could have been a very strong fight for TL. Lep is still massively behind, though. That's a problem.
PG on the high ground here, getting almost completely ignored, but Zera is there on the case. Ends up just 1v1 in PGE and coming out on top. Tree trying to use that nade for a bit of a high ground advantage there. Ends up going down in the end to Rocket, who is still just filling the kill feed with orange, but it's going to be eventually Team Liquid capping this first point.
I don't think DSG can make it back in time. Just kind of take a look at the silhouettes, and It seems like they will just be claiming the high ground. Instead, Lep was 40% behind Vega in that fight, so no chance for DSG to hold on from a support ult trade perspective. And losing PG as quickly as they did as well means most of their damage. And I believe PG also popped the OC, so that was a big shutdown. Off to B now. Remember, time is a big factor here because DSG full finish and full cap the map, but they need to do the same.
Wow, that is an aggressive grab for Evidence. One override protocol there to try and match. Nice graviton surge straight on top of Tread. Still kept alive briefly there with that Suzu. But it is Tree doing a majority of the damage. Even snipes PGE too. What a shot. And dodges out of the way of the Sundering Blade. Bro's got movement for days, man. Eventually killed by Rocket in the end, but did enough for his team to stay in this and push payload.
Good opportunity now, Team Liquid. This is their moment to make some decent map control. They still have this Sundering Blade to play through, which is great considering that Lep has got the sound barrier. You can just completely cleave through that one, no issues at all. And then Vega quickly looking to potentially lap Lep if Disguise don't get enough done here. Do they just play for a tempo beat?
I mean, they very well could do. Lep kind of waiting for an engage here, waiting to kind of boop Zera away if needed. Looks like they want to try and go in for this one. Amp speed for Led, trying to go. There it is. Beat hits the ground. Collusion isolates the rest from the team as Escanor first to fall in this fight for Team Liquid. And yeah, a beat tempo advantage here for Disguise. As well, hang on a sec. Wait, Tree gets both backliners off a beat engage from Disguise? That cannot happen.
No way, dude. This is the Tree we're looking for from yesterday's game. He's found his way into a server once again, planting his roots deep as Team Liquid. Now that Lep has used his sound barrier, Vega and Escanor in position to let this roll. And a late kill onto Rocket as well. Insult to injury.
Real good. Man, Tree is pissed.
Oh,
he is pissed, man. He wants to win this. Look at him go. Just on an absolute tear. This is disgusting stuff. Not only that, their time back's 3 minutes.
I think that's 6 kills in that fight for Tree.
Beast. Absolute beast.
And they didn't have to use the extra support ultimates. Vega just gets to hold on to that one. Team Liquid, they have about the same amount of time as DSG did going into C, so we might just be able to see both of these teams find an actual time bank here if Team Liquid can keep the momentum up, which I think the support ultimate seems likely.
Override protocol unlocked. Tree going down to sub 100 HP. Receives that overhealth though from the beat. A good fight win for Team Liquid. Very costly to be fair, but because Lep used that sound barrier in that previous fight, it means they're free to use it. Final push here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the gap ended up being about 70% Vega ahead. As Lep's, you know, it would now be his time to find beat, but he's only 20% ahead, which is more like 80% behind when considering that Vega's one full beat ahead at the moment. So Escanor and Scarlet looking at each other, both using.
Rushes layered on the point. Kaluge looking for a grab at PGE, first to fall. Kaluge trapped in a small room now, but happy to take it to the cage match against Tread. This is Team Liquid with a finish. Good kill from Lep though. Ends up taking down Vega, so actually kind of evening this one up. Bazera is just going to walk the payload in. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the time bank. 20 seconds over Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, what an attack coming through from Team Liquid, and what a performance as well. Zero first, but then Tree completely just demolishes Disguised. As that defense evaporates so much of
check in PC. Check this guy's PC. 30-9, 16k damage.
Yikes, man.
That
That's crazy.
That is like almost a flatter deadlift type beat. Like that is insane stats from Tree on that half.
I mean, damage alone, he's like outperforming everyone by far just on damage. So Tree is doing something nasty at the moment. He got 6 kills in a single fight. Next going to get 3. And Bro is not happy about losing that first map. And he wants to make sure Team Liquid do not lose map number 2. But DSG, I mean, they look great on their attack. Unfortunately, their defense, a lot to be desired. A lot of that came down to some of it's ironic because they were winning off the desync on the support ults on the attacking side, but then they lost due to the exact same thing with Lep being as far behind as he was. So now that we full reset here, some good confidence, by the way, for Kaluge, who wasn't having a great time in the Zarya battle. Tread was ahead like 9 out of 10 times, but Kaluge is slowly bringing that one back ever so slightly in his favor to try and keep things competitive, and Team Liquid need that. They need the all players firing on full cylinders here. to then get a 20-second advantage could be all it takes.
Oh, okay. Are they, okay. they got spammed out. And I mean, that's, yeah. You know what? Actually kind of worth it. You don't want to randomly die to the Widow shot. Here we go, though. No time to mess around, though. Only a minute left.
It's one good push, right? You can't even really reset with 1 minute. It's going to be tough. First ultimate in these very low time situations is usually the game changer. So whoever gets it there earlier than the other finds any advantage. Might just be enough. Rocket, by the way, going for a big flank.
Yeah, I really like this wraparound here. If you can get the high ground as Vendetta, force people off, you can just kind of jump on them instantly. Speaking of which, though, Zera is just hounding down Lep right now. PGE, Skyle dead for Disguise already. 30 seconds left in this time bank as Team Liquid defend on this first attack. This is going to be a staggered push here for Disguised.
The only bit of good news here is because double supports went down for Team Liquid, Lep and Skyle now ahead. Rocket delivering that small advantage over, but do we have enough time to even realize the ult? Because we might not see a single ultimate for the final fight because there's just not that much time left to play through. This has been perfect now from DSG. And by the way, they need some percentage, otherwise they draw only scenario.
Yeah, PG's going pretty low already. In fact, everybody from Disguise getting chunked out, have to regroup, top themselves back up, but they got little time to do so. 100 energy for Kalush as well, and Lep dies first on Disguise. And now Tread all alone on the point trying to touch, and that is going to be the defense secured for Team Liquid. No tick for Disguised in their minute and 20 seconds. Now Liquid only need that 33% to take the map.
I hate to draw attention to this, but this is still drawable. This scenario right now, 140, could still be rough. Might not be enough time for Team Liquid, but it does put them in the driver's seat so they can, I guess, be the commander of their own fate in this moment to get this map. You said it, only one tick required, and they'll take away the map win, but failing to do that in the 140 means this entire map gets written off and we'll forget it even happened. For Team Liquid, that's a shame because this is a much better looking map compared to map 1 for them so far. Based on how Tree's playing, if Tree is the guy that delivers that opening kill, it's looking mad capable.
Yeah, Tree, like I said before in our attacking round previous, there he is playing mad, it feels like wanting to clutch out this win. Like the performance is off the charts. Real nice stuff. Only need a single tick, only need a single team fight, and it almost always comes down to a single pick on top of that. So yeah, we'll see if Team Liquid can get this one done. Like you said, it is drawable still, and we are in a first to 3, sorry, not first to 4. So that draw will just kind of erase the map from the map pool.
5, 4, 3.
DSG wanting to get this draw in play. Liquid gonna fight their hardest to make sure it doesn't come in. Rocket was a pretty big hero though, despite losing that attacking side. Rocket still did a decent amount of damage. He'll take his tax from each of the fights on this Vendetta. Zero now looking to
look at this. Look at this.
Open up a flank position.
Rocket's right behind us. Gonna go in super aggressive with that bubble. Really nice initial damage there. Just gonna spot the rotation. I'm sorry, a re-rotation. Oh, he's in already. He's got the bubble. Nice Suzu initially there from Scar, but PG and Rocket already low. Zera now trying to fend for his life as he looks at both supports straight in the eyes. Goes for the Lucio. Lep really low. Oh, and he goes down as well. Ends up getting traded though, so actually it's a 1-for-1, but little support now available for Skyle to top himself back up. PG takes to the skies there, trying to retake control of the high ground, but Kalus says absolutely not. Vega next to fall. Rocket finds another. Disguise on the back of the DPS. End up holding on.
That's a huge trade. Lep trading his own life with Zero is massive, because if he just goes down there 1-for-nothing, Liquid can potentially find a play advantage of that alone to get the cap. Now Liquid have to try again. They only have a 20-second advantage over DSG, and that 20 seconds about to run out now. Disguise, Rocket managed to do some decent work there after Zero went down, but Lep had to get that 1-for-1 he did.
It's so drawable. I hate to bring it up, man, but it really is. 15 seconds to go, final attack, and they're taking every single second here to move up. They've not...
Styles got ult.
They've not spotted Rocket. Okay, eventually they do. Zera is there for the check, but an easy escape for Rocket straight towards the Mega Health Pack, but little cooldowns left, and Left dies! Team Liquid, they found a really good opening pick. Oh, what? They don't touch. They got the perfect pick, but they don't touch. That's a C9. That's a straight up C9.
Yeah, that's a straight up C9. I'm calling it. Yeah.
They
C9
killed
Council
Lep.
has adjourned. That's a C9.
They
Straight
killed
up.
Lep. And they don't touch. C9.
Bro. Heartbreak.
Come
I think
on,
Team
man.
Liquid, I think Team Liquid were about to win.
Come
Team
on,
Liquid were straight
Yeah,
up about
that
to win
was
that
a
map.
win. For sure.
Heartbreak.
Tragedy has struck.
Absolute heartbreak.
Actual heartbreak. You got to feel for Tree, man. 37-9 going into that round there as well. Gets the opening pick on the Lucio. What's he end at? 39-10. 19k damage. Almost at the big 20k. Shit. I mean... my God. Get a replay of that, please.
I mean, we knew
very
that
last
a
second.
draw was possible, but a draw that happens because of a C9 is wild.
It's tragic, bro. It's tragic.
And also, there are moments where, like, is it a C9? Kind of questionable. Like, you can make
No,
an
no,
argument.
no, no,
That was
no,
a straight up C9. That was inexcusably a C9. Like, 100% C9. I'm leaving no doubt there.
100%.
That is absolutely a C9. No competition.
Actual... Oh, I met... Oh, boy. How are you going to recover that from the mental, bro, is what I want to know. How are you going to get back into the next map? Which I believe is going to be Liquid's pick again because they lost the previous. I'll have to triple check on that one.
Yeah, so we just pretend it didn't happen, and we pretend this is now the new
exactly.
map 2. The next map, we'll just pretend it's map 2 again. But I'm pretty sure the bans still count, so that whatever was banned on Blizzard World is now like cemented into the ban pool of what you can and can't ban anymore. So the bans
and the game
are
type
permanent.
as well.
Yeah, so you do have to pick a new map in game mode now as well. Correct.
Yeah. And it being a first 3 format as well. It's like, yeah, it's...
So it does mean...
kind of just didn't happen. Here you go. Wait. Oh, dude. Yeah, look at Kalush. Look at Kalush's positioning right now. He goes, he looks, I think he touched. No, I think he thought he touched. He's like a couple of pixels away from like the little line. You see the little line? Okay, pause right now. Go back 5 seconds in the YouTube VOD.
Draw a line.
Draw a line. Count how many pixels where Kalush's foot was touching. And I promise you it's only a couple. I think he thought he touched there, man. I really do.
I told you, man. I told you, Overwatch is a harder game. That's just how it is sometimes.
Yeah, dude, it's so true.
You don't get the touch, sadly.
Yeah. So Team Liquid do get their choice of map again because that was a draw. So and the choice of the ban as well first, obviously. So let's have a look.
By the way,
there you go. Yeah, go on.
So map 5 now, or what would be map 6, I guess, is going to be a game mode reset. So what that means is if we do go to a map 6, which will be a map 5 but in the 6th position, because we played through all the map types, you then get to pick from any of the game modes again. So whoever gets map choice on that final map, if we go the distance, is going to have a pretty big advantage.
Yeah. I just can't believe it. Of all maps as well. It always happens on Blizzard World, by the way. It's always on Blizzard World. There's historic moments. Yeah, I mean, look at the Game 7 with like what was it, TM last year? Went to a Game 7. Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff happens on Blizzard World, man. Keep this map in the pool. Sean Malia hearing this? Keep this map in the pool. It creates for some historic moments. It's going to be a Havana pick from TL. Wow. Okay. Not seeing this one in a hot minute here.
Another Sigma map.
Gibraltar.
Another Sigma map, by the way. Will Kaluge lock in the Sigma for this map? This is even more of a Sigma map than Blizzard World. If there was ever a world where the Sigma comes through. I'm still not completely convinced Azaria is working for Kaluge right now in the matchup. Tread is definitely, for the most part, having the advantage. But if they really just want to lean in Vendetta again, I suppose Zarya makes the most sense. But other than that, like, this is the Sigma map if there is one.
I mean, surely. Yeah, are we even going to see Infected today? Has my guy got classes or something? Like, I want to see Infected come out, especially on these faster maps. Runasabi, Esperanza, Atlas, Cervasa. Like, I'm expecting him to get subbed in. I'll have to wait, of course. We will be going to one of those game types for sure. What do you expect for Disguised here? What they're going to ban? Because, okay, Team Liquid end up banning D.Va.
It's already screaming Sigma Protect to me. Although it could be a massive bait. The Wu Yang ban is nice to target Vega, who's already shown it. Because likely if you are going to go Sigma, even if you don't, double flex support very strong in Havana, right? So targeting what potentially could get played on the double flex is pretty good. You know that Escanol's hero pool isn't great, so you know that Vega's going to be the one that needs to do set the tone for his flex support choice. And well, Wu Yang is that choice. And if you ban away the Wu Yang, I don't really know what Vega plays there, because other flex support, if he does, he's a main support for the context. So if he does move to flex support position, the only other one that he's played a lot in the past is Zen. So I guess Alari is the final option. I do think Vega has shown Alari before, so I think he's going to have to go Alari now.
I think Lari's really good on this map. So yeah, double like high poke style. It feels like with this Havana pick, this is very much like we want to put Kalush on as much comfort as humanly possible on the Sigma. So yeah, I like the ban of the Diva, getting it out of the pool and then protecting a tank ban as well. Get him on a slow comp, get him on a place where we can run double flex in the back line, little extra damage as well from an Alari. We'll see what Disguise end up kind of responding here with their comp.
Thinking of if Disguise can also run a double flex here, or they can just say screw it, Zarya time, bring Juno, run it back. They could have defending first as well, so eyes on Kaluj first and foremost to dictate what this is going to be. I wonder if there's going to be a Widowmaker. Tree's already shown it on Gibraltar. There's a Sig,
yes,
lock it in.
I would love that.
Vega Alari, as mentioned, Escanol's obviously going to be on the Kiriko because that's his choice. So Vega has to play around the Kiriko. I don't know if Scar's going to play Zen. I'm going to say probably not. I would like to
probably
see
looking for
also
a right click
Alari.
or something.
I'd like them to also be on Alari here.
Yeah, especially to poke down a Sigma shield. It's very strong, very strong. Yeah, it would be nice to see. Honestly, it would be nice to see a Zen. Is all I'm saying. But yeah, it feels like it would be a bit of a risk. Although, is it a risk though? I don't know.
There it is.
Well,
like I said, run it back. Just do the Brig Juno again. Zarya, they did it. Just literally run it back.
All right, Disguise, what you got for us? You're going into a very slow comp in Team Liquid's. PGE on the Widow. Washington Justice Overwatch 1 skin? Holy aura. That's like a shout out to Corey.
Is anyone brave enough to bring out the Washington Justice Sombra skin? You know whose skin that's for?
Yeah.
Any brave souls out there?
Any brave warriors want to bring out the Sombra Washington Justice?
Fun fact though, Zero on... Okay. Zero on the Tracer. This is a pretty good Genji map too. We know Zero's good at the Genji. This could have been a reasonable option for him to go towards. Although I suppose maybe playing the Zarya not the best if you're on Genji. Kaluzo, this is what we've been waiting for. His signature hero, what he's been most famous for in the past. He needs to carry on this hero because he hasn't been able to really match up the Trid on the others. Surely this is the one.
Definitely the most tier 1 experience, I think. Like, looking at Kalush from San Francisco Shock, playing the Sigma. Juno is super good too. I mean, being able to speedring as well past the Sigma if they find like an inch of space is going to be really nice. Rocket ends up going in with a bubble. Bit of damage on the Kiriko, and now the Sigma's going to be in trouble. Straight through that grasp too, and this is going to be the big problem for Kalush, Avril. That all the damage just... You can't stop it with the grasp at all. Like, no one's going to shoot you. You're just going to get a sword swung here, and the Zarya beam melting you.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the rock, right? He needs to be to land that one. Have to consider the bubbles from Tread as well. And it looks like Tread and DSG about to send this payload directly onto the Cat. That's a speed 1 of 8. Unless Cat touch.
No. No touch. 5 minutes. No.
Tread gave his life for that. And now because... Sorry, not Tread. Tree gave his life for that. And because Tree went for the touch, Team Liquid were forced to go up in aggressive positioning. They're down to 4 members. And this guy's like, all right, we'll run you over. So, rough decision-making from Team Liquid. If you've got a touch as a team and just full commit to that play. Otherwise, back out and play for the high ground on B. Very confusing decision-making from TL.
And then you have a high ground here as well. Kalush swapping over to Zarya. Okay, no Sig.
Vega swap 2.
Touch. Okay, you're good. Almost touch.
So because Vega swaps as well, DSG heavily in the lead now for support ultimates. It's going to go down, means he's going to be further behind.
There's the orbital rate. Tree with those right clicks. 30 HP is, yeah, taken down by a rocket of all people. This is a really tough spot. And I think it cannot be overstated, especially on a... goodbye, Zara. Especially on an escort map, being behind in support ultimates is just so detrimental after that first fight because you almost give up second for free because you don't have support ults.
I mean, they also gave up second because they just did a half contest, not in contest, and they got wiped anyway. And now you're going to go grab kind of before. Zero has the touch, but I think they've lost the fight.
Yeah, you got a touch, but yeah, you're chilling. You're big chilling. Stick from Zera. Oh, dearie me. I think that stuck Lep, and then Lep just hit a rally insta. So,
yeah. Look at the
forced
time.
the rally, I
This is a
suppose,
speed
but
run.
the time bank is crazy.
This is an insane speed run. Some of these players haven't even gotten their first ultimate yet. Some of them are holding on to, like PG Rocket, about to use their first ultimate. Kaluja's yet to get his first grab. Vega obviously swapped. Escanor yet to get his first Petunia rush.
Oh, Kaluj is getting focused. Yeah. Nice push in on Kaluj there. I mean, despite having... Oh, good shot. Despite having that connect... Oh, it did. Despite having 2 bubbles, you just can't... You're so far forward. Your speed is not with you at all. So you cannot get out of those engagements. It's just tough.
Well, this is the fight now, because TL has been in the ultimate spin cycle disguised for quite some time, but now TL are finally working towards their ults.
Oh, look at Rocket.
Flank. Zero been spotted. He wants to support. Rocket's waiting
Sundering
to find
Blade as well.
support.
He's going straight in. Sundering Blade from the back, looking for targets. Hits the Zarya of all people. Left to go down first, though. But trading for Kaluj, that's a good one. Although Tree and Zera picking up kills of their own. Shred looking in 17 directions at once. Unfortunately goes down. Right click doesn't connect. All DPS all day for Team Liquid as they clutch the fight.
It seemed like Tree and Zera is the repeated storyline for Team Liquid. They were the ones who got done that fight. Obviously, Rocket putting a Sundering Blade on Kaluj. Couldn't quite finish Kaluj off himself, and ended up still getting the kill to Kaluj a little while later, but doesn't allow Rocket to just instantly drop on top of another player, and Tree and Zera have the space to get their damage and counter kills in this. A rough fight despite Liquid narrowly pulling ahead. They still have some ults to play in. But Shamaka now will be for Vega. Is it tempo beat time or just save?
Oh, there's the Graviton Surge coming out from Kaluj. Straight on top of that, they're layering the Override Protocol to, well, just guarantee them this fight. Still, though, 3 minutes in the time bank. Disguise just had such a good first push and second. Like, sure, 2 minutes chunked off your time bank, but, like, you're still happy with that.
Yeah. So now you have to look at the situation for Vega. He has to counter both grab and Katsuna Rush with one beat. So DSG read the situation correctly. They need to probably open with Rush and then close with grab after the beat's already been used.
Managed to luckily escort Zera out of the fight. There's the grab, though. Leb ends up going down. Good sound barrier, though, coming through from Vega. That rush is going to be nice for Tread. His bubble's going to be regenerating so quickly, but it's Escanor that lays him to rest. 2.2 minutes to go. Nice, another team fight win. Team Liquid holding on.
Should have been a DSG win. I think they played that one poorly. Lep going down off rip is not ideal. Pre-fighted 4v5. And then I think they did it the wrong order. I would have preferred the rush first. It's a more clear ult that they can use to maybe then back on out and disengage from the beat. But
Lep's gonna die. Surely. Nice little health pack pickup. They're chasing this Tracer player.
What happened is...
Zera...
Yeah, Skyle and Tread, they overlaid their ults together, so Vega got double value off one beat. That's part of the problem for DSG's last fight as well. Now, DSG's capability of finishing this map will come down to this beat value from left.
We'll see what PG can do with this ultimate as well. Override Protocol is going to get launched in. Escanor running that rush down straight on the bridge. He gets sniped there from PGE. Sharp shooter. As now we see the payload being taken over by PGE. Zera played a good bit of a distraction there, but with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Oh, he even gets the stick. Wait a second. Zera killing PGE, both DPS down. They're not going to be able to push into this castle with immunity here. It's going to be a regroup from Team Liquid.
Yeah, brilliant kills. PG going to snipe from spawn, it looks like, for a little bit. Question mark will be if he decides to stay on this. This is going to be a massive loss of time. DSG now in position to still finish the map, but likely with no time. It'll be a complete OT push. He'll bring out the Hanzo, which is a little bit of an off-meta choice. One of the heroes that Tree would actually play. That's going to be PGE doing instead.
Oh my word, it almost hit Zera in the face. I'm going to try for it. Oh,
he gets rolled.
Zera diffed PGE there. That wasn't even close. Override Protocol trying to snipe that Lucio. Leb using that sound barrier pretty early on. And look at the critical health members now of Disguise. Both Sky and Leb really low. Should be trivial cleanup now for PGE. Is going to get chased though, but yeah, too much damage. Too much sustain as well. Disguise on their last limbs. 20 seconds to go, Avril.
They've run out of ideas. DSG have completely run out of ideas here. PGE is swapping between a bunch of different heroes. Cass now going to be the choice. Lack of range here is going to be a problem, but at least you'll be able to deal with Zera. Lep's ult got played into trees. Override, I believe, and DSG largely not getting any value. This style, Team Rush has to be it.
Oh, that Graviton Surge is good for Kaluj. Tree ends up getting the kill on PGE thanks to Zera again. Bro is in the backline, in the walls, in at the kernel level right now. Team Liquid are going to be able to hold Disguise on that bridge. They only get 2 points, a 5-minute time ban going into this third one as well. But Team Liquid clutch up and hold on.
I think ultimately a pretty disappointing push from DSG considering you noted the time was about 5, right? It was definitely over 4:30 going into C. With that amount of time, you expect a full completion, but at various points, Disguise didn't have amazing pushes. Liquid were able to get key trades at various times. I mean, there were some pushes where, okay, they're starting to win it, but then you know, Tree, Zera, somebody is able to get good trades. One of those fights, both Rock and PGE went down. And so DSG, despite winning, couldn't quite push through. They had to reset just to wait for respawners, right? That happened a couple of different times. And now, without a full completion, Liquid, as long as their push on A and B is good, they are in a position now to come back and win this map. After feeling like they should have won Blizzard World, they want to make sure they can take away Havana to get their +1.
Yeah, remember this is the third map as well. As you can see in the top right, it was a draw on that Blizzard World. Yeah, Disguise. If they do end up coming up with a win here, this is going to be match point. It's Team Liquid trying to extend this to map 6, just come out with the win. But Havana is just such a tricky map, though, Avril, to be fair. It's very tooth and nail on second, and it can even end on first. I mean, first sometimes even as inassailable as third.
I definitely think Havana alongside Shimbali is one of the more full holdy of the maps, if that's a term that can be used. More likely to be full held. In fact, this guys want to go for a spawn hold. It's a bit of a rare. We don't see that in modern Overwatch anymore, particularly because you don't play Ryan anymore. This would might be a little hard for them to spawn hold with their current comp.
God, the Vendetta being able to like slash into the spawn is very annoying. PG still with a kill, though, is good. Oh, I like this full hold, honestly. I mean, again, you're playing for the time bank as well here, right? Oh, Kalush. Ooh, gets away. All good.
It does mean that if this falls apart, you're going to allow Liquid to get a lot of free space, but currently working out 40 seconds off the clock already. And if this goes even further, Liquid may be forced to ult out of spawn, which is very economically costly for Liquid to do so.
There's Makai. As they are holding on to this one. They have not let this payload move a single, like, centimeter, not even a meter at this point. And Kalush is going to die. Good boop.
You can't afford anyone to die. If your DSG go for a spawn hold, even one death means your spawn hold is over, because Team Liquid will respawn 5v4. You can't regroup. You have to either back on out or accept the 4v5 loss. So DSG have to perfectly play this with no deaths.
They're kind of getting started on right now, though. They haven't lost anybody. PG's coming up on ult. Same with Skyle as well. Like, you're kind of big chilling. Like, you really need some magic to work in your favor. Otherwise, you're just going to straight up lose. Vega, though, kills Rocket. Good little boot kill. Although, left on the other side of things. Okay, but still, you're taking this, Avril. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the time bank, and you're only now getting out of spawn.
Yeah, and DSG accept the loss. They're not going to throw any unnecessary ults into there. About 240 is 140 rather is about what came off the clock. So pretty decent for no economical loss. We won't have some, like, again, positional loss here with now Team Liquid able to just push all the way up if they like. Obviously, payload positioning is so important. This is where the ults need to start coming into play. Both teams have essentially the exact same ultimates and exact same timings for the ultimates as well.
Oh, they're going to go in. Both of right protocols are going to get popped. They ignore each other, but Vega, the Lucio, is going to be the first one to fall down as Team Liquid struggling to hold on to this fight. Oh, Skyward duel. PGE wins it out. Tree only gets one with his.
Yeah, only one death as well. DSG came out of that one massively ahead, and a full team wipe on Team Liquid. 1:30 on the clock, and they've completely reset any momentum that TL were trying to build getting out of spawn. Look at this payload positioning. That is not good at all. It's going to be into a grab beat fight coming up, but Kaluj is still lacking by 15%, and he doesn't have energy. Tread might still have some energy remaining. Kaluj builds back from 0.
Real tough. They might just go early again. I've been loving this DSG aggression. Just popping ults when they feel even one person's out of position. That's exactly what they've done. Kalush gets popped a grab on top of it. Sound barrier later here for Disguise too, and Kalush is already dead. And it might be already over for Team Liquid. There's 50 seconds to go. And Disguise have not let them get around this first corner.
There is one big tool though. Kaluj has grab available. Let burn the sound barrier in the last fight. Didn't want to allow Vega's beat for the rest of the players, not just Kaluj, to get any positioning. And well, the left death is massive. Tree opens up the map. 5v4 plus now DPS ult for Zera.
They're just going to fight.
Grab.
They're going to fight and try and get a trade. PGE gets jumped on the high ground. There is going to be a trade. Vega for Tread, but your tank being down, not a good look. But still, time being burned off of the bank. Zera fighting for his life in the small room, but it is Rocket still coming up with kills somehow. 10 seconds to go, so it's an overtime completion here on first. Lep's going to spawn, going to speed people back, and they've got another chance.
Yeah, there will be a touch. There's going to be an OT touch, but because Rocket got those kills on the supports, Team Liquid can't fully take control the way they otherwise would have been able to. Only now does the support start joining together. Now it's up to DSG to come through for one big touch. Where are they going to come from?
Zera, Sundering Blade, up from the heavens. Straight down onto the point, a little bit of damage on the backline there, but Tree's going to be the first one to fall down. Zera now in trouble, tries to use that dash to get away. Gets way down to the high ground as Kalush picks up the kill on PGE, but it's all the fight over the point, and Kalush's got no bubbles left. He's running for his life. Tread trying to chase him down, and Lep finishes off the kill, and there it is. Disguised with a full hold on Havana. Fine match point.
And a lot of that came down to a successful 1 minute 40 spawn hold. And yes, they eventually got pushed away from that. But the next fight afterwards, they get a team wipe with still enough space for an OT defense where it was looking like maybe Zera can just lock this next push in, allow them to get the cap, puts in a ton of damage via the Sundering Blade onto Tread, but Tread stays alive for the most part. Rocket, though, coming in large. To me, Rocket was the defining factor for Disguise here. Zero was doing a lot, Rocket was doing more. And Tree, despite all of his heroics, again, look at his stat line, disgusting stuff, but it wasn't enough to allow his team to get more.
Bro, this is filth from Disguise right now. Pure filth. I mean, you have an insane first and second push, and you get held, and you're like, oh wow, okay, maybe actually Team Liquid have done this, as you mull this over in the small break, and then full holding like this. How are you feeling? How is Team Liquid feeling in the comms right now? Like, what's the mental looking like? Because Disguised, getting this draw, you're not able to touch point in that required 33% on Blizzard World. You end up getting full held here, and now Disguised leading this series 2-0. This is a reverse sweep. This is a reverse sweep plus, technically, right? Because of that Blizzard World.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You look back at the Blizzard World now, and it's so impactful that it ended up being a draw and not a win. Because getting that win means it's not a reverse sweep. You're down 1-2, seems a lot more workable. The worst part about the reverse sweep, as we discussed of how the map drafting strategy is now going to unfold, for TL to go all the way to what will now be a map 6, it's going to put DSG in the driver's seat for map choice. Because once we get to the map 6, if we get there at all, DSG have the complete map pool full open wide again. They can choose anything they want. There's a huge advantage for DSG if they get that.
Don't forget as well, the Esports loot box, you can log in right now between 27th and the 30th. What day is it today? 29th. There you go. You still got a day, but log in today just to get it out the way. You can grab that one. It contains all of the old Overwatch League skins, a lot of the fuel ones as well, which they're still rocking to this very day. We even saw some Overwatch 1 Widowmaker from Washington Justice rocked by PG. So yeah, if you want to steal his look, you can with the Esports loot box that you can pick up now by logging in and watching as well. There's like a timed one as well as you do watch the stream. So yeah, make sure you do that now. Here we go. We've got a substitution coming in as well. Avro, I'm just getting word in from comms. It's infected, yeah.
I'm going to assume it's infected. By the way, as soon as you steal his look, I was like, yeah, get that picture of PG's haircut up. Steal his look. Remembers that one. All right, infected coming in. I think Kaluj is definitely struggling in this matchup, as we can tell. The Zarya battle is not going his way. The Sigma, I would have thought would have gone better, but again, maybe just too much time spent away from the game. The Sigma, that comp, I'm not just going to single him out, but that comp in general boy, they just got completely wiped on that 8-point defense. So not what you're looking for. There have been some moments that, you know, you start to see Kaluge come back in and maybe take it to tread a bit more, but those are too far and few between. Infected not going to try and come back in to right the ship for TL. But the question is what is Infected going to play? Because in the week 1, Infected played no D.Va and no Zari, and those are 2 of the key tank meta heroes right now, and I don't know that you can get away with not playing them.
There's going to be an Esperanto choice from Team Liquid as well on their final lifeline. A reverse sweep plus, like a new game plus, a reverse sweep plus required as we head into this next one. The 4th map, we're going to have to go to a 5th, which will be a flashpoint. At least Team Liquid, again, get their choice. It's going to be a ban of the Hazard. So kind of protecting the tank here for Infected as Tracer is banned on the other side.
That makes a lot of sense. Hazard was unlikely to be played anyway, so this is just a raw protect for Infected. Question will be, what does he bring out? Ball is kind of viable here. Winston is acceptable, but I wouldn't say good. Tracer ban coming on through forces this to go back into Vendetta territory. I think Rocket is feeling himself in Vendetta, doesn't want to risk what would happen if it potentially goes to the Tracer versus Tracer between him and Zero. I mean, there's a world where Rocket could win that, but Rocket knows he's winning the Vendetta battle right now. To keep the Vendetta battle going, DSG likely not going to change much at all. Continue playing Zarya, continue playing Vendetta, PG on any of the hit scans he wants to, and then you have your options. Lucio, Kiriko, obviously great default, but the Brig Juno, also acceptable.
Yeah, honestly, I was with you as well. I like this Brig Juno look right now. We'll see how Disguised end up picking around this. We know Infected likes to play ball, likes to play Winston, likes to play things fast. And it has been a bit of a shock not to see him more starting in the roster, considering how his performance last year was just ridiculous.
I have a recommendation. I think he should play Orisa this time. We've already seen what Orisa has been able to pull through. Zeb was doing a great job on Orisa.
Sure.
He is playing Orisa as well. Orisa plays pretty damn good into the Vendetta. You have a lot of CC to prevent the Vendetta from just moving across the map and doing anything she wants to against your team. So it's a really good choice. You already know that Rocket is eyeing the Vendetta. This is a prime choice for someone like Infected, who seems to not be comfortable on the D.Va or the Zarya. So if you want to not play those heroes, I think the next best choice for him is going to be Orisa.
It would make more sense too, because the Monkey, the Winston, does get bullied by the Vendetta a lot of the time as well. Just being able to sustain with those overhead swings with the perk, it's rough. It's rough for Monkey players out there, as well. I'll say we saw Tama and EU kind of getting torn apart earlier on today, if you were around for that. Let's have a look though. Final lifeline here for Team Liquid to stay in the series with Infected, the secret weapon for Team Liquid, stepping off the bench.
You sort of mentioned it. Winston would be quite risky here. Perhaps Infected's not feeling the Orisa either, but that just, again, calls the question, what is happening in Infected's hero pool right now? This is desperation for Liquid. Liquid this week clearly have made the strategic choice to start Kaluge over Infected for hero pool reasons, and now this deep into the match where their reverse sweep required for TL, Winston is where they're going to be putting all the chips down on top of a Fire. Again, I think the Fire is a reasonably okay choice, knowing that Rocket's going to be on Vendetta. However, I don't think there's a lot of geometry for the Fire to get value here, which means PGE going to have some good shots to take down Zero.
Are they backing up? Yeah, they are. They're straight back into spawn.
What did they think Disguise was going to play, though? I think it was very obvious that DSG were going to play this comp, though, right? Or the other way around, actually. Never mind. It was,
other way around,
DSG going back. Sorry, my bad. DSG going to go back. Now the Lucio to Winston. And the D.Va now is just going to cause so many problems for Zero in particular.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You can take this guy's great. It's fantastic against the Zarya, but not so. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the series, Infected, as he gets one tapped.
Winston in 2026, by the way.
Yeah. How's Gushui feeling? You got his number or what?
Bro, he is not playing Winston. Staying away from that. He's not playing, actually. Yeah. Billy Ding's starting on the roster, not him, so we haven't seen Gushui.
Oh,
yet.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Chinese Overwatch fans, listening loud and clear there. All right, lead taken.
See if this next fight goes a little bit better. PG with a high ground advantage here. Zero's options are limited. Of course, if you want to play the Fire, that middle sort of like building is where you want to get the most out of Fire's utility, just hiding around that. But this far push back, where you can stand or fly as far is limited.
Wow, good shot. Good shots onto left there.
Okay.
Yeah, Leb just ends up falling over. All good. I mean, Infected, especially on this map for the Winston too, you can just like jump high, jump low, jump high, jump low to kind of stagger payload, but you're not doing nearly as much as the D.Va is. Being able to contest things like Pharah, which Zera's swapped off of now, and even contesting things like Tree as well.
Well, neither team is going to get the full Zarya bubble utility. Of course, playing Zarya into Winston historically not the best matchup, so I think there's some flying choices. PG rips ult first.
Oh, I really like this. A really early ripping of the ult. Escanor's in a little bit of trouble. Needs to find a teleport target away, but actually Leb chases him down. Traded, though, but a decent one at that. Escanor falling means there's only one healer. It's Vega for the side of Team Liquid right now, and PG just decimating the competition. There's going to be a Kitsune rush as well coming through from Disguise to make sure they handily win this fight. Infected gets his one, but it's not going to be enough. Dark Lord on a 5-kill streak, as well as Disguise even looking to cap.
Sky just rolling out the red carpet for this cap on the forward spawn cap that we're about to see here. Team Liquid, are they going to be here in time? Primal's very strong for a potential contest, but he's just too far away. Infected. Support ult in favor of Escanor here. Let's see if that ends up being a factor at all. Likely will be. Nothing to respond to. Lep is too far away. He's very far off that 25% away from beat.
Yeah, pretty far in the grand scheme of things for a Lucio. And that really becomes the problem, right? This is like classic Esperanza gaming, where you have to fight this high ground, and that is almost impossible. Well, Infected at least has this ult. Tree 2, though, is sending those big shots off, but a lot of them are getting eaten. Not that one, though. That was a lot of AoE damage. Tread, PG, Rocket all very low right now, but the left sound barrier is just perfect. Same thing, though, on the other side. Tread using that self-destruct to go for the remake. Tread is going to get that self-destruct bubbled off, sadly. Infected with a nice placement of the bubble. Make sure his team doesn't die to it. And they end up capping this point. Or not capping the point, just taking control of the bot, I should say.
Do note that the double support overlay there from Escanor and Vega makes things a little bit more expensive at TL than probably would have liked, but guaranteeing the fight making. No illusions there. It is going to cause some problems for the desync in terms of Skal being so far ahead now, so he's going to have, and he knows he's got now free reign for a Kitsune that's going to go unimpeded and unanswered from the other side at all. So look out for that in future fights. In fact, that should come into play before TL get this cap.
Oh dear. The Trend and Lucio players dying first here, sadly. PG kills Vega. And Zera wants nothing to do with this fight whatsoever. And Infected forced to use that Primal Rage. But look at how quickly Infected's losing health, by the way. Already at half, has to get out.
It's a defensive Primal just to live, just to stay alive. Now because got to try and recontest. Left low. They can hold out. Do you actually have this Kitsune rush? This is a winning tool.
Everybody is low on Disguise right now. They're popping the rush to try and stabilize. Stabilize they have. Zera with the old Sunring Blade doesn't hit the masses of people from Disguise that were hiding around the corner. Infected tries to go in again, but gets punished by Tread. This Winston, I mean, look, Infected, one of the best Winstons, if not the best in North America right now, but this pick is just not working. Tree ran over by Tread. Bot take him, it doesn't matter. Checkpoint in the hands of Disguise after that second push, and, well, they're just going to extend the lead now.
Deforestation in your screens from Tread's POV. As Disguise will just continue rolling this one through. They've already confirmed that cap as mentioned, or reconfirmed their forward spawn now with no ultimates again. Team Liquid to really do here. Tree will pop through on the override into Lep's just got a tempo beat. Okay.
I like this beat. Yeah, really like this. Someone's pushing this entire time as well. They don't actually end up picking up any kills, so kind of sad actually on the back of that.
I don't like that. I think it would have been better for them to wait for Tree to pop ult first, let respond. They get aggressive off the back of that. Like, get Tree though. Tree's just playing an insane game.
Tree pops ult and dies, and then Infected dies straight after. Tread is on a heater right now. On his opening season as well, Tread wanted to take down some of the very best EU had to offer, and honestly didn't live up to that at all. Didn't live up to the words he was saying in interviews, but here is where we're seeing Tread come alive. This is an incredible performance against one of NA's best tanks.
Rough year last year on Gen G as well, but Tread now kind of proving himself. Treadhead's feeling good about how the series is going. As we round the corner on nearly 120, it's PGE's turn to pop.
Oh my, Avril, no way, bro. This might just be a full cap. Straight up, PGE takes to the skies. He's already found two with the ult. Whips out the blaster. Infected dies. PGE, Tread dominating. And Disguise going to go for full cap. Liquid, bro. What is happening with my team? What is happening?
They're going to rush to finish this one off. Sound barrier hits 3 on Team Liquid. They're going to run this one in. PGE does end up falling over, of course, but it is 140-44 right now. And Rocket is still killing. Zera has to sink to this point as well. Does end up killing the enemy Vendetta. Self-destruct on the point. What a boot too. Kills Vega of all people. And Tre's still alive on the point. Emergency Primal Rage popped by Infected to keep this point going, and the spawn advantage should work in their favor now.
They just have to pop all these ults in spawn just to try and win the fight and take control. They haven't actually technically won yet. There's still players still meandering around for the Disguise side of things, but they've done more than enough. DSG pushed to 140.95. The only silver lining and good news here for Team Liquid is it's, I guess, impossible to hit the Avril Theorem here because you can't get the 144. That would just be a full cap of the map. So Team Liquid technically... No Avril Theorem confirmed, but Team Liquid, it might as well be the case. 2 minutes and 30 left and barely anything to play through. Requires them to get to the end of the map to basically have TL full cap themselves. DSG moments away from locking in potentially their first win of the season.
Yeah, moments away from greatness. Good sound barrier saves Rocket, forces Tree to back up. Sundering Blade, no connection, but Tree and Infected stick in this fight and stick it out. DPS down for Disguise. A shining beacon of hope now for Team Liquid as they get control of the bot again.
They need so many more of these fights. Liquid now need to force this cap through. And every single one of these fights that takes place as well, Liquid need to get these cleanly without players going down so they can continue to push. Every play that goes down has to be a play that potentially needs to be weighted on, as the spawn distance for Liquid will be increasing the further into DSG territory they get. DSG now have to play a very solid defensive game, like what we saw at Lunex versus Dallas feels so long ago now. It feels a very solid defensive game is all the DSG need, and they can win this.
Or a little small duel here. Zera does need help on the point right now. Receiving a whole lot of heals. Even a Suzu, which goes wide, unfortunately, as Zera is dashing up into the skies. All good, though. They end up capping Avril.
Small win, step by step. Brick by brick. Sorry, that's a different team. Liquid. Couple support ultimates, though.
Dude, yes. 2023 is calling. Vega's got the sound barrier. Lep far, far away. Both support ultimates for Team Liquid ready to rock and roll, but the time is ticking. 50 seconds to go. Vega looking like he wants to go into this one. That's exactly what they're going to do. Beats and a rush. Match with Skiles rush. Rockets! What? A 3K Sundering Blade?
We do be sundering out here. We do be cleaving right through the green HP of the sound
Double
barriers.
support ult, by the way, from Team
no.
Liquid. And Rocket chops 3 heads off like they're the French monarchy in the 1700s. Like, that is disgusting work. 20 seconds, Avril. What can they do?
Rocket the Executioner. The Skies have all but confirmed it now. There was a hope and a dream for Liquid. That evaporated in that last fight. Rocket just completely disintegrates Liquid.
Peak. Absolute peak. Rocket paying for his sins eventually here, but overtime approaches. Good shots from Tree, sending players low up on that high ground, but they just need some kills, and it needs to be clean as well. They need to not lose anybody in these preceding fights.
The good news is they have 3 ultimates, but no support ultimates. Support ultimates is what you need to get this win. If Team Liquid can force these fights for long enough for Escono and Vega to build them, then maybe we are getting a chance. But there is still the left tempo beat. In fact, I don't want Lep to tempo this one. I want Lep to be able to hold this to counter Tree. Of course, Zera then might look to cleave through the way Rocket did in a previous fight. The only world now for Team Liquid is to get insane value against the left beat. If they can beat the left beat, Liquid have a chance.
Oh, Tree so low. Tree so low. Sound barriers are coming in. They're going to pop both DPS ults at the same time as both Lucios take the sky in the Mega Room. Well, Tread is pretty low too, but Lep and Rocket have already got kills. I mean, Tree is trying to hold this one on, but Lep is actually just taking it to him. Rocket and PGE are down, of course, for Disguise, so it's support and a tank versus the DPS and a tank as OT continues.
Touch is happening. Team Liquid still have to push. They cannot get off the payload. By the way, you noted, but the supports did go down. There's a window.
Oh my God,
can
PG.
regroup.
Look at PG. He saw the Bastion. He's just going to run it down in tank form. He's going to throw a nade in and just chew through these shields. PGE. He's got in Bastion, and he's only gone and done it. Disguised, their first win of the stage against Team Liquid. It went to 4, but they only needed 3 wins. Oh my goodness. Disguised come out in a big way against one of the best teams coming into stage 1.
And now everything flips on its head. With this win, Disguise gets themselves on the board with their first win, and Team Liquid, pretty shocking loss here, but it just goes to show that Liquid's problems are far and wide. It doesn't just begin and end with the support position. Apparently the tank position is under threat as well. Question marks for TL, but questions answered for Disguise, as I'm sure my man Toast happy with that one. This was a tough fought win at various stages, but a much required one. After yesterday's loss, vibes were not good looking at DSG, but I gotta say, things improving big time. A 24-hour change around for Disguise gets them a massive W over Team Liquid, and the chance and hope for DSG to maybe clinch in with a 2-3, some sort of tiebreaker scenario to sneak into the top 4, still alive.
Just absolutely insane. I feel like I honestly don't know what to say, to be honest. After watching how this series ended up panning out here, I'm at a loss for words. It is crazy how Esperanza draws also almost went into the hands of Team Liquid in that OT. I think very well measured by DSG. That final play that you were calling by PGE, just hopping onto that Bastion and mowing Team Liquid down. But it is crazy to think, Jaws, that DSG, they did the funniest thing ever by getting this series in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, a 3-0 in 4 maps, like insane stuff. I want to highlight what Avril said too. That turnaround is ridiculous from Disguise. Team Liquid's problems, they're not over just yet. They, 1-2 now. They go down in this way as well. Dallas Fuel and Space Station, they've already secured 2 out of the 4 spots. Team Liquid currently still sitting in that number 4, but they've still got games to play.
You look at where the remaining games are left as well. Sorry to step in real quick, but Team Liquid have Lunex and SSG left to play. Based on what Lunex did today, I'm not confident Liquid can beat that. SSG, they look like the best team in the region, so Team Liquid got some big problems ahead. They could be ending the season 1-4, and if Disguised somehow get that win versus Lunex, Disguise squeak above Team Liquid and still have, as I mentioned at the end of the cast, a 2-3 record that might be just barely enough to tie break them into top 4.
Yeah, barely. I mean, what's crazy about the 3 weeks of play as well, making slip-ups is just not feasible for anybody. And like with Team Liquid sinking this way and then SSG being their last game, it's going to be a tough spot. Disguised 6-9 map diff, so -3, 1-3 is their overall. And who do they have next? It's going to be Lunex, right? Their last one. So it's tough, man. Lunex is actually, thinking about it, might just be the gatekeepers to that top 4.
It'll be interesting to see how that series is going to pan out, but wild to know that the last 2 spots for playoffs for OWCS NA are wide open for the 4 teams here, being Lunex, Team Liquid, Extinction, and Disguise. However, we do have an interview on the line here for Disguise. It's going to be Cap, the assistant coach. Congratulations on your win today. I'm sure that energy and emotions are running wild for the entire team. I would love to hear how you guys felt heading into today's matchup, knowing that your backs were up against the wall. And after a tough loss to Extinction yesterday, how did the team turn things around?
I mean, it was tricky. Obviously, yesterday's loss, it wasn't even really a close loss. Like, we went into that match confident, having to prep for 2 matches. You know, we were careful. We didn't want to overlook that team at all. You know, we did good prep for them, but they came in with kind of the same strengths we came in, and they just had a really good look, to be honest. Like, maps 1 and 3, we lost those skill matchups. And so we did some VODs. Obviously, we tried not to like overanalyze, overcook anything, because I think that was one of the big problems going in, was that we were already overanalyzing and overcooking everything. So we kind of just made sure we reverted to how we were the previous weeks. I mean, we had a decent, strong week of scrims going in. It's why we were confident in the first place. Nailed down exactly what was working for us. Simplified the game a little bit going today with more Zarya Ven. You know, it's not to downplay anyone who plays that comp, but it's a little bit easier than the other comps. So I think that was the biggest thing for us, just returning to form, simplifying the game. All the coaches put in a lot of overtime work too as well, and I think, I mean, we showed that we're capable of it.
Your next match is against Lunex. I'm curious of your thoughts on that one because they've been a bit of a mystery team, it feels like. They had a really good game against Extinction. They lost against SSG. How do you guys feel they match up to the rest of the region and including yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, they're a tricky team. They've kind of played a little bit of Domina, which not really anybody else in our region plays at all. In our scrims against them, we have maybe the least scrim time against them compared to anyone else. So they're kind of a question mark for us. Watching their matches, it's clear that especially the match that happened today, they're not to be overlooked at all. So we are confident. Obviously, we know what needs to happen. We have to beat them. And so we know everything's on the line, same as it was today. And I'm confident that we perform well under pressure, as you saw today. Like everyone knew everything was on the line and everyone stepped up to the plate. I think they'll do that too against Lunex, but we're definitely not overlooking them.
So you guys are now 4 matches out of 5 completed in the regular season. So most of your season, you've played your games. How would you describe the season so far based on the games that you guys have played, and what's your overall outlook on that?
I mean, I would describe it as rocky, maybe roller coaster. Like, I think we did go into that first week expecting to take wins against those teams. Obviously, preparing for both of those, like the top 2 teams in the same week, was really difficult. But we had good showings, even losing those matches. It didn't feel great, obviously, but it felt good knowing that we were competitive with those teams and kind of thinking that was our level. And I think going into the week after that, we kind of, I don't want to say let off the gas, but I think kind of mentally in the back of your mind, you assume the hardest week is done with, we can take a little bit off. And that was a great reality check for us. And that the short season, the 6 teams, the double headers every week, this is a shorter and more brutal and intense season than has ever existed in OWCS, at least in my time competing. And so I think that reality check was great for everyone to realize, like, we don't have any time to spare. We don't have any days to take off. And I think everyone is now in the correct mindset after that kind of reality check.
That's totally fair. I think that sometimes moments like that kind of have to slap you in the face. Like, even when you know on paper that it's going to be such a quick season, experiencing it is a completely different story. I'm kind of curious that other than your own team, looking to obviously try to make it into playoffs here for NA, of course, it's a bit of a rat race for the last 2 spots. Space Station Gaming and Dallas Fuel have secured their slots, but for those last 2, what other team do you think is going to be making playoffs?
I wouldn't put any of my own money on it for sure. If I had to pick one team, I don't really know. I think Lunex is a tougher team to prep for than the other teams. Like, I think going into Liquid, we knew exactly what they were going to do. They've decided to only play Kaluge. That kind of limits them to 2 characters, maybe 1.5 characters. And so I think both of the other teams are easier to prep for. And if I had to pick one, I think I would pick Lunex for the other spot.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, they did definitely stun us in today's earlier matchup up against Dallas Fuel, so they're definitely a strong team to keep our eyes out for. I really appreciate you taking the time to do this interview with us, Cap, and congratulations to you and DSG for your first win of the regular season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Man, what a great chat that we just got to have there with Cap, guys. Avril, I think he gave a lot of great insight in how DSG have been managing, I think, the very quick season, and insight into, in general, how a lot of our teams here within the OWCS must be feeling with how intense regular season is these days.
You sort of noted the humbling loss yesterday as well, right? Where you had to really look at that one with a bit of a question mark, but also not to, like, over-pressure the team. Everyone knows how much pressure there is to get a win today to still keep their hopes alive, and I think that hope still being alive and getting a win over TL will give the team a lot of confidence moving to next week.
Certainly, and taking a look at the standings coming up next here, Jaws, I think things have really shaken up, especially with this DSG win having been so clean. We talked about how important these maps were going to be and how important it was to be able to get maps for whether it was Team Liquid or DSG when it came down to the win today. And now those last 2 playoff spots being wide open definitely complicates things heading into week 3.
Yeah, I said it before, but Lunex does feel like they're the gatekeeper right now, sitting at 1 and 2 and having the most important games, like Liquid, Disguise. Like those 2 teams, they need to come up with a win against Lunex, but Lunex can really just play upset here, or maybe even sneak an Extinction team into the playoffs.
I mean, this is such an open field. It's so difficult to call now. I would have said Liquid before, had such a good shot, but looking at their performance, they're going to need to do their own massive turnaround. A week is a lot longer than 24 hours, to be fair, considering what Disguise did, but at the same time, after that last series, I just think their issues are now more pronounced than ever. We thought the issues were more on the support side, but I think Tank is now a glaring issue on the team.
Well, we're going to see if these teams, if they are going to be able to make that adjustment heading into week 3, the final week of regular season coming in next weekend. Overall, though, let's just take a look at what the schedule is also going to look like, I think, heading into next weekend as well. Overall, I think that it's been quite the week 2 to wrap things up here, Jaws. I want to get your overall thoughts on how this weekend has panned out.
I mean, look, we had 4 maps, 3-0 that was in 4 maps. We had a draw. We had an insane C9 as well. I mean, it kind of delivered on all fronts. I mean, yeah, just ridiculous. I'm looking forward to next week. North America should be actually banging. 5 maps for the start as well. Dallas versus Lunex. I mean, that was a really, really impressive game, I got to say. Lunex in particular impressed a lot. Which means that they are definitely in the race for that top 4. The fact that, you know, you still have 2 spots open and we can't quite call it yet makes things very exciting for next week.
It definitely does, especially with DSG taking today's win, and then also how close they took it to SSG, and then even getting a map off of Dallas Fuel in week 1. But now, taking a look at the week 3 schedule here, it's going to be really interesting. I think that taking a look at like EMEA, even, I know you guys don't really get the chance to talk about the other region because we're like locked in on NA here, Avril. That VP versus GK matchup should also be a giga banger on top of SSG. Dallas Fuel, definitely the one to keep our eyes out on.
Yeah, a lot of fun games to move forward, and obviously, I mean, given that we're looking at North America, we've talked up this SSG Dallas game for so long. I'm praying that it delivers.
Yeah, the SSG Dallas on, that's got to go map 5, man. Just has to. It's surely prophesied at this point.
Well, we've said a lot about prophecies. We've gotten a lot of predictions wrong at the same time, and I think a lot of these teams have been taking us off guard. But I think overall, it's been an impressive day across all regions here for OWCS. I want to give a big thank you to the 2 of you, Jaws and Avril, for joining me on the desk today, for your great work on the cast. A shout out to production as well for all of the amazing work that they put in so we can have this OWCS broadcast going on, and everyone at home for tuning in. Don't forget to check in next week to see who's going to be locking in those last 2 playoff spots here for OWCS NA.